right, we'll be getting started here shortly. We're just getting the pre-tournament instructions from one of the event organizers to the Longsword Fencers. For those of you that have never been to a HEMA tournament before, this is a very common part of the experience where we kind of go over the shared expectations, what we're looking for during this tournament, and what should and shouldn't be acceptable. So we'll just give this a couple of moments while we have happen. I want to thank everybody that is already waiting to watch the show. We appreciate you being here. Uh, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe to us, share the stream with your friends. We're trying to make this the best HEMA content available on YouTube. We want to have an experience where you can watch a tournament and actually enjoy yourself as opposed to just trying to watch a shake. Appreciate you being here. Don't be afraid to leave a comment, ask us a question. We'll try and stay on top of that. We got a team of people here to entertain you. Now, our very own Ronan Richards is going to be competing in Open Longsword, so he's not going to be with us the whole time commentating, but we will still have Michael Maservi of the Noble Science Academy category Longsword, where he was able to get into the finals. We're very proud of Carter for that. But otherwise, we're going to be going really, really soon. We appreciate you being here. They're running things really fast. So once it gets started, we will get you some hopefully interesting fights with a lot of good technique from our ringside spot right here next to ring number 3 a show. Anyway, let's get a little, see if we can hear what he's saying. Oh yeah, they're talking about, don't turn the back of your head to try not to get struck. They will penalize you for that here, and they might even award the attacker for, showing control and not braining you. I personally like to stab people in the throat. Carter, what's your favorite place to be hitting or stabbing someone?
Quite frankly, I'm a favorite of anywhere that isn't the groin, and that's both to receive and to give. People tend to fight differently after you've struck them in the nether, yeah.
That is very true. You strike a man in the jewels, well, he might come looking for payment. So definitely want to hold off on that. And we should note while we're sitting here, actually, now anyway, it's going to be broken down into 2 rounds of pools. They should be 4 to 5 people in it. And the eliminations will follow. There will be 1 round of eliminations pools consisting of the top 15 fencers. Now, I will say that might change, and we might be going straight to a finals bracket. That will really depend on time. While they do like to run as many matches as possible, I want to be here for class tomorrow, not on my list of expectations. Things that we have beyond that, the bouts. If you didn't watch our open longsword, or excuse me, our underrepresented genders longsword, this will be a little bit different. They start off with 7 points, and every time you receive a hit, you lose a certain number of points. In finals, that will be increased to 9 points. There are, I believe, 1 minute and 30-second in a loss for both fencers. That does carry over into your score. It's not a good thing. Doubles are bad. Afterblows reduce your initial scoring action to a single point, regardless of the target depth. So you can strike them in the head or chest, and they can hit you in the hand, and all your attack is going to be worth is 1 point. Finally, ties can. Any cut, thrust, or slice will be considered and called by the judge as a strike. It makes it a little difficult on me to try and keep things updated with what actually happened, but we'll do our best. Also, pommels can be used to attack the mask, and disarms are available as well. Legal targets, excuse me, the upper opening and the torso are what the judges will call as deep targets. Those are pretty much universally worth 3 points. The lower openings include the arms and the legs. I will say if our score or recent hit tracker is working, you will see any strike to the arm or the leg scored as a strike to the leg. Sorry, that's the way I programmed it, and I don't have time to change it right now. What else we got? Off target, the spine, as we mentioned, the back of the head, intentional targeting of the groin. If you accidentally hit someone in the groin, that's okay, but if you do it on purpose here at on guard events, maybe make sure that you're bringing it in above the ankle. What else we got? Illegal techniques, Mordhau, revenge blows, excessive force. All of those will get you either a yellow or red card warning. Hopefully we don't see anything beyond a yellow card. We don't want to see that. We don't even want to see yellow cards. But this is a fencing event, not a MMA match. You want to do that, go on YouTube and go watch Bohurt or something. No shade on Bohurt. It's just not what we're doing. If you're going to strike an opponent who is on the ground or striking them while they're helpless, again, don't do that. We agree with Bohurt on this one. If they're on the ground, leave them alone. Throwing the sword or other implements, yes, I know Fiore shows a sword throw. Yes, I know back. And in fact, you might see some holds sometimes or warnings issued if a fencer intentionally or unintentionally even strikes the ground with their sword. No harmful language and gestures. We're here to hit each other with steel swords and cause maybe some bruises, but not to someone's emotions or psyche. So none of that. Finally, physical or verbal abuse of any opponent is not okay. Strikes of the mask are 1, takedowns are 3. All right, that was a lot to cover. We are through, so we just have to figure out which ring, which pool is going to be happening here in ring 3 next to us. Now, if I had to wager a guess, I would say that it would be pool 3 in ring 3, but, you know, that would make sense. And so we don't have that information quite yet. Oh, here we go. Maybe we're coming in. We'll give them through. But anyway, I have talked enough because I got other work to do. So I'm going to hand this back off to Carter and Michael to keep you entertained and tell you about what's going on today.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you to all of our viewers coming in on this stream. This is, again, the Wine Country Sword Crush Open Steel Longsword. We are very excited. We are very excited indeed. And we're just now getting to the pools being organized. Fencers are gearing up. They've gone over the rules, which Ted also explained simultaneously. And thankfully, these rules, I'm not going to lie, they're pretty clear and rather intuitive. And I'm quite happy to be competing at this event. And yes, you heard that right. I competed yesterday in Rapier and Dagger and in the URG Longsword, and I am quite happy with the results, quite happy with these largely honorable and controlled fencers. Michael, your opinion on the control and calibration that we've seen so far from Longsword today?
It's very good. I did see a couple one-handed strikes that seemed a little bit out of control, but nothing particularly concerning. And especially as we approach the finals there, I thought there was just excellent control and some really lovely fencing from some of these fencers.
Rightio, excellent. And of course, as a quick reminder to any we're announcing the pools right now, but a quick reminder to any of the armchair longsword folks, yes, Alfieri does include one-handed longsword strikes. I do want to point out they are not great, and in fact there are many tournaments that do not count one-handed strikes at all. I tried to pull off a few myself today, did not land well. Control is very difficult on a two-handed sword when you are only using the one hand.
With a heavy sword that is generally balanced for two-handed use, that is usually true. With a lighter sword, sometimes it's not as much of an issue, but we certainly will see how things pan out today. Some nice signs out there of family members that have come to support other members of their family. There's a lot of energy here as people are preparing for the main event, which is Open Longsword.
Yes, indeed, and if you find that you could not make it out to support your friends or family members, this is what the stream's all about. You can comment and give a little love there and give them a little show of support, or of course you can always come back to this recording, see how they did, and text or email them about it later. I always love it when my family somehow finds the streams that I didn't tell them about.
Well, my family is well aware of what's going on here, but a lot of stuff going on today. We're still kind of waiting to see what happens. We don't know which fencers will be hopping about as fencers get ready. What are you most excited about in this upcoming tournament, Carter?
Quite frankly, the fact that I get to roast Ronan with unconceivable harshness. I also get to see Arthur Henry competing in this this division, and I get to see my friend Eric. Eric, the red, big, tall, red-bearded guy dressed mostly in blue, kind soul, absolute folks with that Siggy that he's got. He is rocking at 6'4", and he's got the muscle to back up that height. And speak of the devil, I believe Eric is waiting for his round in pools, but we've got our round set here at Ring 3.
Yeah, it looks like our competitors have lined up. We need our camera to be turned on. We got some tech.
Is up and they are
There
up
we
to races.
go.
Lovely approach, very strong. That's coming in from the fencer in red. Who is that fencer in red, by the way, Michael?
So we have Jack Stewart in red from the United Clan Swordsman Association and Louis Jong in white from Tossetti Institute of MMA and Fitness.
And we've got some beautiful Siggy fetters matched up today. As a matter of fact, the concept.
Yeah, Jack has a ring. Now, does Louis have a ring?
It doesn't look like he does, but they are both the Lichtenauer concept fetters, and they look beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Very nimble blades.
So we've got one double right now on the cards. And then that was a strike against Jack. Jack coming. Looks like Jack went for a Shilhau, didn't get it landed, got parried off, and then some Zverhaus came into play.
Yeah, Louis launched one that went right over Jack's head. I'm not going to lie, he must be calibrated to much taller fencers. Folks more like Arthur or Eric.
That definitely could be. Jack is joining us here all the way from Utah, being from the UCSA. And going measure, Jack attacking the leg.
Excellent cut, and I do believe I saw coverage on that recovery.
That's right. That's going to be 2 points against Louis now. All right, Jack back in left tog. Jack threatening. Ooh, a nice cut to the head from Jack there. Folks, I don't know if you noticed that, but Jack was threatening an attack to the leg, and Louis, having just been hit there, was worried about it, and that gave Jack his opening to come in right against that head.
Beautiful provocation. We love to see these compound actions here on the grounds. And they're coming back as Jack going to throw another compound.
Oh!
Looks like a beautiful Zverkow from Jack.
Yeah, Zver and then followed by another Zver. With afterblow.
With afterblow.
1 point against Jack. Now, Jack only needs one more point to win this match, so anything will give him that win. Oop. He's using some Italian guards. Ooh! That looked like a flesh. Leaping into the fray. Judges are discussing. What do you think of that exchange there, Carter?
Well, I'd have to disagree with you on the call for a flèche or a flunge. That looked like both feet were planted on the ground from Jack, but then again, I also don't have a terribly great angle. But what did the judges decide on that blow? That's what I'm curious about.
No exchange, they've decided. It does. I guess it didn't make contact, or they weren't sure whether or not it made contact. Oh, but they're conferring again.
Rightio, we got some Stevie Wonder style judging over here, just blind as a bat, but coming through with some beautiful calls.
And here we are again. Jack favoring, it looks more like a posta di donna even. I didn't know they
may have landed to Louis' head, but did Louis get that afterblow? That's the real question.
Yeah, well, it actually won't matter in this case either way, so long as Jack landed first.
That's fair.
That's going to be match. Yes, and that is indeed match, that 3-point strike. No afterblow in this case. That's match going to Jack Stewart from the United Clan Swordsman Association.
Gotta love the names for some of these clubs. Everyone's got such homages to different masters. Everyone's got lovely little unique names to keep everybody branded. But what I love to see is when those clubs give out little patches. Love to see those patches on folks' jackets. Easy, almost easier than a name card or a name tag.
That is true. Yeah, the United Clan Swordsman Association is actually interesting because they didn't start out as a HEMA club. They were more of a LARPing club, but when they discovered HEMA, they just leaned into it full force.
Sword in blue.
So here we've got James Garvish from On Guard Fencing in red against Hillary Lipsig from F3 Sword Academy in white. Both Northern California groups. James being local to the club that's hosting this event.
He's been dealing with a little bit of chronic pain, has dislocated a shoulder in previous years and had a spine injury. But right now,
it looks like she cut that thrust right in the elbow.
Those are nasty. I've gotten quite a few of those, longsword, saber, and rapier. It is hard to pull back from one of those.
We may be waiting for a medical call.
We do want to keep in mind with our viewers, we both here at this stream, and of course our friends here at On Guard, do not care for excessive force. We do encourage folks to calibrate to the lowest amount of padding present in the fight. But quite frankly, accidents do happen. Some people get that adrenaline rush, and sometimes people underestimate the level of either wait for this match to be settled or for the next match to discuss some of our sponsors. The prize for the gold medal, I believe, at the URG Longsword was actually a Wakuzi helmet. Exquisite helmets. Wakuzi armory, worn by that previous gold medalist, and also by Rob Childs and Arthur Henry currently. Exquisite helmets that will probably outlive most of us. And of course, art by Amber, whose forearm and shoulder guards make very prevalent appearances for fencers, along with such as myself and Arthur Henry. Art by Amber. Forearm guards to look stylish. And Castile Armory, Castile being a high-quality Western United States manufacturer of various blades. You've seen probably many of those at the Rapier and Dagger yesterday. Castile Armory. When you want quality, come to Castile. And of course, Force of Virtue. I am not a patron of Force of Virtue yet myself. I look forward to having the budget be able to spend on some of their works. Not that they're particularly expensive, but let's get real. HEMA does cost quite a pretty penny. And of course, True Steel. We are fans of True Steel over here at On Guard and at the SAC HEMA. But of course, True Steel is, as their name says, high quality and very virtuous. But our favorite here from SAC HEMA, Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats. Oh, yeah. They're juicy, crisp, and high quality.
They are indeed quality, Carter. Pete gave us some of his meat yesterday, and it was Hillary's elbow.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, but we're still waiting on the results of whether Hillary is going to be coming back and we're going to be able to continue that fight. In the meantime, you are watching another ring. This is not James and Hillary, but you may enjoy some longsword fighting in another ring while we wait to see ours. Let me see if I can pull up Warren fighting against Elliot Cosgrove on the camera at the moment, but they have a bit of a lull as well.
Indeed. These judging, it's exceptionally difficult, folks. We want to give a shout out to the On Guard Fencing Academy's judges providing these judges. It is exceptionally hard to judge any of these weapons. And quite frankly, people move with such athleticism, and people move often in tempo with each other, such that it becomes extraordinarily difficult to judge. And we just want to shout out, that is a very difficult job, and we want to thank On Guard for providing the judging today. So far, doing commendable work in general.
And the fighting is, of course, fast and furious with a variety of different styles. We're not aware of all the styles that everyone uses, but there's definitely several Minorites, a lot of Lichtenauer practitioners, as well as some keyboarders. If I guess, I would hazard that Elliot there is using Meyer style.
Elliot there being with the slashed sleeves, is that right?
That is correct.
And it looks like I think Elliot took that win.
Managed to get that last arm strike on Ashton Warren there. They're coming away from the fight now.
And for those of you who may have watched or may see other linked clips from the URG, Ashton did exceptionally well in URG from
Next match here is going to be Elliot again. Fencing from Indes Ferox Claudio, fighting against Carl Weniger from the Salon of Historical Fencing.
Not gonna lie, I found it extremely confusing when we were both competing in a given tournament when they called Carl Weniger, and I'm sitting here as Carl Renner, and I love it when people start to mispronounce either of our names so that they say,
Carl. Here I've got Carl next to me.
Of course, right next to Marikar.
That's right. All right, looks like Elliot and Carl are at it. Elliot, yes, to me that feels like a very Meyer style. Carl, perhaps a more Lichtenauer or Fiore-based approach.
Cutting in and out through their measure, cutting and slicing a lot, trying to get those leg hits. Platforms for and now we have
And
it.
they charge in. Now Elliot, coming from Indes Sparks Gladio, is coming down from Oregon, out of state. Carl being a Northern California local here in this match.
Do love to see the local heroes getting their chance to shine, and we especially appreciate it when we see high-quality fencing from many of our fencers. We're seeing a bit more bind work in this fight, or at least as they approach in that last bout.
Elliot is a large man and definitely has the reach advantage here. You see how high that sword is above his head.
Looks like we called hold for Elliot accidentally striking the floor, it seems.
Long arms, I guess long enough to reach the floor. That is a penalty if that is the case.
He's got to put in more control. And of course, we've seen quite a few people accidentally tap the floor. Sometimes, you know, the rigor and the force that you put into that sword just gets out of hand sometimes, a little too literally. But Elliot is back in the ring. And of course, they're working very cautiously, giving each other plenty of invitations.
Oh, another strike on the floor from Carl. They didn't penalize Elliot last time.
Carl might get penalized, but have to be mindful. Again, we are in a gym that is not our own. We don't want the kids asking, why is there a 3-inch gouge?
And here they come again. Yeah, Carl may be a Fiorist here, using a Posti Codalonga there. Oh, and a cut on the arm. Both of them kind of making wide sweeping motions, looking for that opening.
Of course, if they could sweep any wider, we'd hand them a broom, but FIE approved, nor are they allowed on HEMA Alliance sponsored sites.
Posta di Donna from Carl.
Shoulder Vontag from Elliot.
Cut to the hand. Yep. Seems like Elliot is getting a little bit too late in bringing his cuts out, and Carl is getting those snipes in.
Potentially that's Carl's athleticism coming through. I've seen him fence a couple other times. Quite a spirit to him, quite a fire under his feet whenever he feels that pressure for competition. And right now he seems to be taking a, where's that, Vera Fenestra?
You know, you could call it a left side Fenestra, but actually some of those look like German guards to me. Maybe he's a syncretic fencer. Uses a little German, little Italian. Oh, Elliot got a hit on his arm. Yeah, so that high tog there is not something found in Fiore, so Carl may well be using a mixture of Italian and German guards.
I will say, as someone who's read Filippo Vadi, that looks extremely Vadi to me. And
oh, maybe it's Vadi.
Works quite well. Vadi, of course, being a contemporary closer to Meyer and of the same lineage. Oh, and did we get Carl's strike to body? Or was that double?
Now, one thing that's interesting here is that Carl here is holding a Klabowski fed in a team tournament in quite some time. Oh, I guess that's time. And so Carl Weniger from Napa Solano took the victory in that one, 4-3.
I think you mean that victory goes to Carl.
That's right.
We do
the one and only Carl.
We're still seeing deliberation.
But that's not the same as the Carl I'm sitting here with.
Of course. And then we also have another URG fencer, very similar to yourself, who's a little more relaxed and a little more patient as far as I understand. Are we just doing Grinch impressions now? That's what we're sounding like?
That sounds like a Jim Carrey Grinch, not an original Grinch.
The superior Grinch by far.
I don't know that I agree with that, Carl.
Well, Mara, we'll have to figure this out in the ring now, shall we? And of course, Ted looking absolutely nonplussed at our ridiculous discussion.
All right, here we've got Ashton Warren from F3 facing off against Carl Weniger, sometimes called Carl.
It's very difficult to do these back-to-back matches, but it seems like Carl's playing a very reserved, provoking game, and he may have just paid the penalty for that. Not an actual penalty, mind, but a good blow to the face from Ashton. Cut. Oop, and what are we looking at for that score? I think that may be 7 to Ashton and 4 for Carl.
That is correct. Ashton has a 3-point lead with that first strike. Almost a cut to the hand from Carl.
He's got to step it up and get into that deep measure. 1 or 2 blows to the head and torso, and he'll have it in the vise.
All right, we are returning to our ring. It sounds like Hillary may not be returning in this one, but we will wait and see how that turns out.
And either way, we wish Hillary the best.
Oh yeah, she has been. So I'm afraid we will not be seeing Hillary again. It looks like we now will have a new match here. We're still in Pool 3, right? So this should be James Garvish against Hector Farias. Oh. So I guess Hector was on a wait list, and since Hillary didn't complete a match, they have placed him as a substitute for Hillary here into the tournament. So we've got James Garvish from On Guard, again local to this area, against Hector Farias from Einhorn, LA, coming in from Southern California.
We're seeing a lot more aggressive form. Hector actually making a self-call, it looks like, for a cut to head. But we're seeing them really stroke at each other and trying to work their way first to the weak, then to the strong, then to the body. Crab, Hector favoring shoulder Vontag. May have been a cut to hand there from Hector.
Again, for those of you watching, that's James with the red armband in the gray jacket, and Hector, being our white fencer, is wearing the long red jacket. James taking commanding lead now, 7-2. Hector and Crone, and then trying to cut low, but judges might think it's an afterblow.
The only doubles we like to see at these tournaments are double stuffed Oreos, and sadly, they are in low supply.
Indeed, they are. Judges deliberating, trying to make sure that they call this correctly.
Hector's really got to step up his ability to provoke, parry, and riposte if he wants to take this match. But at this point, I don't know if James... Oh, looks like James has this one in the bag.
Yeah, they did call that last exchange in favor of Hector striking a blow to the body, but this will be a hand strike for James, and that's match James Garvish from On Guard Fencing.
On Guard proving once again that they produce excellent fencers of not only high tactical quality, but also fairly decent honor.
This next match will be between James Garvish again from On Guard Fencing against of Tosetti Institute of MMA and Fitness. That is 2 Northern California fencers. Both of them in gray, both of them with black leggings. Louis happens to be wearing blue socks, and James has the red armband and the white bib.
The only great difference between these two, other than that, those bibs and the armbands, is of course the height, Louis being the shorter fencer, but by gosh, by golly, NorCal simply does not have enough room for 2 grays. They're going to have to dish it out and see who can be truly as stoically fashionable as possible.
And they close, both of them point forward. Louis looking like he might have a sport fencing background. Oh, and James taking that hand shot. Was it a double?
I'm not sure. I didn't see anything land from Louis. It looked like he may have been going to parry.
And it was a double. Both of them went straight into the hands.
Well, that's what you get for going to shallow targets. You get shallow.
Up.
Louis
Nice.
cut around. Beautiful work. Looks like
That
he
looked
had
like a
good
good
control.
hanging schnappen into a cut.
Absolutely.
Louis covering himself there. Seems like a very athletic, energetic fencer.
Absolutely. We saw him yesterday in the Rapier and Dagger event. Oh! And that point control shows off with a clean thrust to torso from Louis.
Table hasn't caught up with the score yet, but oh, and there's a cut to the hand, possibly an afterblow. James has that reach, but Louis doing a pretty good job protecting his openings. Second double.
They need to close out and constrain just a little bit better. Otherwise, we're going to have this doubled out.
It looks like they didn't give Louis any points for that thrust earlier. All right, another strike from Louis.
He's really working those hand strikes, getting those advanced targets to get it to work for him. Honestly, did Louis get a flat strike to head in afterblow, or was that?
That's
purely
right.
to hand?
James hit his hands first, and Louis was clearly flat, but the judges may not that. Oh, they counted it just as a hand strike, ignoring the afterblow.
Looks like Louis took that initiative and may have gotten an afterblow to hands as payment.
Yeah, it looks like Louis ended up on the hands there. Judges are debating whether or not there was an afterblow.
Yes, indeed, a little Council of Nicaea going over here, but with significantly less historical consequence.
So that thrust earlier from Louis, we thought it was called good, but it doesn't look like the table has recorded it. It is possible there's been a mistake, or it's possible misheard. But sounds like Louis should have already... Oh, and look at that thrust from Louis, locking out his opponent's attack by winding up and covering that opening.
Absolutely exquisite work with that blade. May have actually... James now needs his back of head and full head covering to be adjusted a little bit. That's what you get in these tournaments.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Louis has a better control of measure, knowing how close to get. And despite the fact that his opponent, Louis, is controlling the match better. Did I just hear no exchange? They gave him a penalty for that thrust.
Holy moly, was that a calibration issue?
I think it's the fact that James was walking into the thrust, and they said it was excessive force.
Oh,
Oh, it
absolutely
was a cut.
exquisite.
Oh, so it sounds like Louis cut in after the thrust had landed, and so they washed it and took the thrust away. But we definitely saw that thrust there.
And clean with Louis bouncing out with some quick footwork. I'm not going to lie, though, that previous call, that's a wee bit ridiculous. But that's what you get at these tournaments. Sometimes the judges, they have to make a decisive call, and sometimes there's disagreement.
All right, well, that was match one by Louis Jung of Tossetti Institute of MMA and Fitness. Our next match here.
Louis and Hector.
That's right. We got Hector Farias from Einhorn, LA against Louis Jung from Tossetti Institute of MMA. NorCal, SoCal matchup. Hector in red, wearing red. Louis in white, wearing gray and black.
We do want to point out this may be a NorCal versus SoCal type division, but there are no Jefferson flags flying over this fight, and we are deeply, deeply thankful for that. And here they go for the approach, both taking low guards, trying to get those invitations, and Hector taking high guard, sort of a guardia alta, or a Oberhut. And Louis sort of sneaking in with gathered advances. Will Hector seize the advantage? Oh!
Was that a double? I saw a cut from Louis.
I think Hector may have acted in the after. Oh, interesting. They called that as Louis' cut to arms. Interesting.
All right, here they come in. Hector bring his point forward. Oh, and it is coming around fast.
You gotta watch out for that Umschlagen and Umschnappen, signature moves of anyone who just immediately feels that pressure and can wheel right around. Gotta watch out for it.
Oh,
And we've got a
grapple!
grapple. That looks like that ended with Hector left hand on Louis' blade and a sword.
But Louis was in the middle of its fair how when Hector grabbed his blade. So the question is, are they going to count that as a cut against Hector's arm on the way in? No, they're counting as a cut against White.
Interesting call.
Shallow. They're not giving him the thrust.
Really, that is interesting. I frankly think that getting cut in the hand would have been a little debilitating, but then again, if you've already got one hand mangled, you might as well just thrust in with the other one. If you've already
Post Dakota Longa coming out now. Identity Sincado. Louis cutting around to the arm and retreating under cover.
Hector taking a little more of a patient approach in that beginning. Still, such a complex little matchup. The judges have got to deliberate. Somebody play the Jeopardy theme real quick.
We're seeing a lot of this today as the judges confer and try to decide what happened. They are taking their time, doing their best to make sure that they can do what they think is going to be the thing for the fencers in these matches.
Indeed, and some of these judgment calls do take about as long as Second Vatican Council, so grab your popcorn and your bathroom break while you can, folks.
So for those of us that are not as familiar with our ancient Italian history, can you remind us what happened at the Second Vatican Council there, Carter?
Well, it is ancient history, as in the 1960s. Second Vatican Catholic Church basically just decided we're not going to do Latin as required. Vernacular languages are allowed, among other canonical changes. But we just saw an excellent exchange. That looks like Louis, thrust ahead from Louis to Hector. Excellent control there. Good opening from Louis.
And that is going to be match for Louis Chong of Tosedi.
And I'm just now realizing Louis got a Davis Historical Fencing Club patch sewed onto the shoulder of his left arm. I myself was the president of the Davis Historical Fencing Club, and I am proud to see Louis representing our group. Even though he may be a long-forgotten veteran, he is no longer forgotten as someone who is still connected to the club myself.
Is that club still around there?
Oh, absolutely. The Davis Historical Fencing Club is currently under the presidential leadership of one Elias, very close friend, and Sabermain. Here we've got Hector back in the ring, back-to-back match. Who is his opponent?
This is Hector Farias from Einhorn, LA against Jack Stewart of the United Clan Swordsman Association. Ooh, an excellent Oberhau there from Jack.
Jack looking like the shorter fencer, but I feel he's got the aggression, he's got the dexterity to be able to close out and strike to Hector pretty consistently. Judges deliberating very briefly on that last call. Quick think, Michael, do you have a favorite source from the Historical Masters?
Love them all. Ooh, and that's a Spherecopter exchange there. Neither of the fencers paying any attention to their own defense as they sling into each other's forearms.
Not exactly the most martial exchange, but still pretty common.
Again, with this rule set, you don't necessarily have to cover yourself. You just have to land your cut first.
Seize that Vor, baby.
All right, they've assigned 2 points to Jack on that exchange. I guess they didn't like Hector's return cut.
And Hector taking a longer posture. Ooh. And can Jack take him out? Ooh, we're into a grapple.
Looks like Hector might have landed something on Jack's arm as Jack closed.
Judges will deliberate. But sorry, as you were saying, favorite master for Longsword specifically?
Oh, Longsword specifically. Goodness me. You know, I don't really have a favorite master. I love so many different sources, and I learn so much from all of them that it'd be like picking a favorite child. And
I don't want to challenge you on that, but I get the feeling that maybe Meyer is a bit more of your senior than he is your child. Just as an example.
Okay, Meyer's the one I don't study, so we could call him my least favorite source.
I can allow that. Meyer's a bit of a long-winded fellow.
Yeah, but I have, you know, I've dabbled in Meyer a little bit, but I haven't done any serious study like he would deserve, we'll say.
But who can we say truly deserves? Meyer was a silly little fellow. Just a Freifector from Strasbourg. Isn't that the name of a song? By, not Owl City.
If it's not, it ought to be.
Just a Strasbourg Freifector, living in a lonely city.
Enjoying music by Carr today.
Will be the new name of my band. Grumble Grumble C.
All right, that was a 3-point strike from Jack in that last exchange. Jack only needs one, waiting for his moment. Hector landed that hand shot a fraction of a second before Jack got in.
Marvelous control. I was almost afraid that Hector was going to be wrung out, and he looked like he was going to be aiming for our camera.
On that border, Jack taking control of this ring. Ring presence is important here because if your opponent pulls back, and they do that over and over, Jack having given himself plenty of space to move in. But that was indeed a hand shot from Hector, followed by an afterblow by Jack.
Coming back, Hector back in that shoulder Vomtog, and looks
Jack.
like Stewart is inviting low, now inviting high in his own Postididona version. And they're in!
That looked like a double to me. How are the judges calling it?
It looks like they're prone to calling it an afterblow.
The judges do prefer that. They don't like calling things doubles, even if they're clearly in the same tempo as that one was.
Just a quick reminder to folks at home, you double out 3 times, you are out of that match. It's a loss for both.
They are indeed calling that one a double. So we've got our first double of the match. Jack coming out and extended. Oh, there's a Postidona again. Switching sides. You can do that with that guard.
And of course, Hector staying high in a high. Vomtog looks like Hector gotten an afterblow in after...
Yeah, Jack definitely landed on the forearm there. The question is, will they consider this a double or an afterblow? All Jack needs is that initial. Oh, it's a double.
Bit of an interesting call. Got some Helen Keller-style judging out here today, folks.
Some of the table here a little bit annoyed with the call, but that's all right. Jack keeping it in. He's trying to extend. Hector got his point into Jack's arm.
That is a lot of damage to that sword. It looked like it got tangled up in Jack's double rings, and it has got a severe bend. Hector looks like an Enzifer blade may need to have it bent back or replaced.
That is severe blade damage. You know, you come here looking for good fencing, but instead you get blade carnage.
Absolutely. It is bent like a politician's spine, folks, and my goodness, they have to push that back against the floor like it's a sport foil. That is tough to do on an Enzifer. Enzifer is notoriously unforgiving in the thrust, but my goodness. Oh, but now if you bend it back the other side, the longevity of this blade is... It's going to break. That's going to break within the next match, I can guarantee you. I've broken 1 or 2 saber blades in my time. Once you start getting that S-curve, bending it back and forth all the time, that severely shortens the lifespan of that blade. My goodness. Oh,
they have assigned that to Hector as a 2-point strike onto Jack's arm. Jack is now down to a 2-1 lead with 5 seconds left in the clock here.
Looks like one of Hector's friends may be grabbing a replacement blade or bringing it over to the little blacksmith station they've got.
That would be sensible. You know, after our comment about favorite sources, my children are wondering which one is my favorite child. And let me tell you, it is both of them equally.
That is the biggest cop-out answer. I have it any other way.
I really do love them both, though. And it would be very hard for me to pick a favorite because it's not like one of them is just a different version of the other, you know?
You know, that's
just
fair.
like Fiore is not just a different version of Lichtenauer.
Oh, good God. I love how you switched it back. But bringing it back to that favorite child, whenever I ask my mother, she seems to take another sip of her wine and step out of the room awful fast, especially when I'm in the room. Anyway, as for my own favorite source, I think I haven't studied deeply enough to get a firm answer, but ooh, it looks like Hector going back into the ring. Hector's got a...
Hector's your favorite source.
No. Not what I was saying. Don't put words in my mouth. Hector's got a new sword out. It looks like a Siggy Concept Lichtenauer blade. Beautiful fuller on those ones.
So Hector and back. We are now out of time, so this is the final exchange. If Jack were a conniving man, he would just walk out and ring himself out. But it looked like a double to me, but they're calling it an afterblow.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna challenge you on that, Michael. I think that was Hector's initial blow to hands.
Followed by an afterblow, Jack, and that looks like the judges are agreeing with you on that. And that gives us a tie match. 1-1.
Not too bad, not too bad. They were pretty evenly matched. The athleticism versus measure difference, and of course, both fairly aggressive, both willing to risk that.
Garvish in red from On Guard Fencing. He's got the gray jacket, red armband, against Jack Stewart once again from the UCSA. Jack coming all the way down from Utah here to the Bay Area today.
One of the beautiful things about Utah, you love to see those giant salt plains, just absolute nothingness and sweltering heat with nothing but salt for miles and miles around you. I wonder what he thinks of our hideous forests and our hideous coastline that stretches for miles out to...
Tell if you're being sarcastic, Carter, but having made that drive many a time myself, I have to say I prefer the environment around here over driving through the salt flats, but it does bring back lots of childhood memories.
You know, I'm going to apologize for my lack of clarity for the sarcasm. It's the autism. Anywho, we are just waiting for the judges to get ready, and looks like we're about to start Jack versus James, and we are happy to see this matchup. Two aggressive fencers, two point-hungry fencers who are looking for gold.
Definitely expect to see some athletic fencing from Jack again. James, maybe a little more hesitation. Out for those arms. Jack waiting for his moment to strike. Parry, parry. There it is, and he comes in. Jack loves to clobber that head and then close in hard.
Yes, indeed. Might have been after the call of hold, though. It is good to see Jack keeping up his endurance. Those back-to-back matches will absolutely wreck you.
They definitely tire you out. All right. 1 point being assigned there for Jack. There must have been Jack strike with an afterblow. Oh, Jack going in. Looks like James may have landed a cut to his arms as the initial action.
But a lovely afterblow from Jack, methinks. Cut to arm?
That's right. So that's going to be 2 points now total against Jack. 1 point for each of those. Yep.
As they approach again, can we expect to see a double? Is Jack going to charge in? Or is
James
he
trying
going to wait?
some one-handed thrusts. Oh, and Jack swinging at the head.
Did he miss that? It looked like he had gone over. Was he expecting James?
I think he may have been overturned and just a little bit off to the left with that strike.
Gosh darn, you hate to see it, folks, but sometimes people just... The technique just tweaks itself a little bit. Sometimes the control of those weapons just goes out of hand for just...
Jack down now to 3.
Ooh.
Oh, there was a cut from Jack.
He may be taking the lead, especially if he takes one more, or gives one more blow to head, I should say.
Yep, that was a 3-pointer from Jack. James let down his guard just a little bit. You gotta make sure you shut down your opponent's attack.
Absolutely, and that looks like James may have gotten that thrust to torso. But, you know, if
Jack landed something, too.
Was that to arms? Was that to head?
My question is, was it a double?
That is fair.
Oh, they're giving that one to James for the head cut. Apparently the thrust was no good.
Fair enough. I know
that thrust definitely was a gamble from James, leaving his head wide open. Or from, yeah. James and Jack. Those names actually are the same.
Yes, indeed, when you break it down. Of course, I do know quite a few fencers who would target just the head, and they just keep on repeating that to themselves. Just get head, just head, get head, give head, get head.
Here we've got a double. All right. Jack, again, waiting for his moment. James charging in, and a cut from Jack should seal it.
A lovely parry riposte via Zverkow.
That is indeed match Jack Stewart.
Absolutely excellent.
UCSA.
Radio.
Now we're going to switch over here to ring 2. We got Pool 5 going on. And here we've got Andy Huang of the Black Tigers against Yuheng Liu from Lone in Lead.
Absolutely. Big fan of Andy's work. He is a rather controlled fighter. And I don't have anything against most Black Tigers, but Andy stands out among them for his control, artfulness, and exceptional sense of timing.
Now, Andy here is actually a fellow Reno native from Northern Nevada. Yuheng coming in from Seattle, so neither of these are Californians here. Andy trains regularly with the Reno HEMA Speakeasy. He actually spends more time with them than he does with the Black Tigers.
You know, that's fair. He's actually said many times he's sort of a soft-core Black Tiger, and it does show up in his rapier. Oh, it looks like he went in for a one-handed cut. Not sure if that landed or if it was a little too constrained.
So, yes, indeed, Andy here is using a Castile fetter from one of our sponsors today. One of the interesting things about this fetter is this is an exceptionally light fetter. It is so light that it can be held in one hand, and to me, feels about like a spadroon.
Really, that is interesting. I had the great fortune at the Rose and Thorns, hosted by the Diamond Rose Academy Arms, and that Castile fetter had exceptional heft to it. Absolutely dominated in the bind.
You can definitely see some good light one-handed work from Andy. Andy's currently down by 1 point.
Looks like he may have actually been wrung out after the call of hold, though. That looked, they were awful wide on that.
Looks like Andy landed a cut to the arm before that, but we will see how the judges call that.
We have the pools coming together on. We will be competing in that in a few moments. But for right now, we're going to stick with Ring 2 and see how Andy does.
Yes. We've got Wakuzi helmet on his opponent there as well.
Yes, indeed. Big thanks to Wakuzi. Wakuzi, manufacturers of a helmet that'll probably outlast all of your pets.
Those are indeed tough helmets. Waiting for the judge to finish their call. That 2 points.
Andy seizing this center. Looks like he is actually favoring some Spadroon and Arming Sword guards or some Black Tiger rapier work. He's going to be waiting for that proper opening and just thrust in with absolute power.
Using that sword like a rapier.
Hanging on the back, again, some Alfieri-esque work, although Alfieri only has that one-handed cut as from above.
That was a double.
That is astounding. I was not sure if I could see Andy land a thrust. Oh!
Yep, cut to the leg from Andy. Looked like it was clean.
Excellent range, excellent control of measure from Andy in this fight.
That is a fast fetter. Andy now down by 1 point, 3-4.
If he can land one hit to the deep target, absolutely incredible. I've seen many foilists and many sabers do that, posting on the pommel like that.
Oh, beautiful thrust from Andy. Yuheng struggling to deal with the lightness and speed of that sword.
He could have gotten off an afterblow, but my goodness, the absolute power and the wonderful calibration from Andy.
There may have been an afterblow, but it doesn't matter.
Andy's got such a lead, eh?
Yep. So, funny thing, Andy, of course, is not primarily a longsword fencer, though he does train longsword with the Reno HEMA Speakeasy. It is great that he is, here trying things with this nice light Castile fetter. And now that he's won this match, I want you to know that Andy has told me that if he wins, we should boo him and not cheer him on. So, Andy, boo to you.
Boo to you, Andy, and boo to all of your Black Tiger training that you don't actually use. And, of course, we are going to be switching over to Ring 3, to our next set of pools, where we are seeing, who are we seeing here, Michael?
I believe this is now Jeff Fryer's School of Fence against Lucas Carr from On Guard Fencing. These are two Northern California fencers. We're jumping in the middle here. Jenna's currently at 3 points. Lucas is at 4.
Not such a terrible gap. I think Jenna might be able to take it. Jenna, of course, made it through to the top 4, if I'm not mistaken, for the URG Longsword just an hour or two ago.
That is correct. She actually took silver. A very effective fencer, very competent. Gave the gold winner Rochelle a run for her money.
Of course, this pool also contains Sakima's very own Arthur Henry. And Arthur took this slot last minute, as a matter of fact, but I'm sure he'll do us proud. But this fight that we're seeing right now, ooh, looks like we may have seen a thrust arm.
That's what it looked like to me. Both these fencers kind of testing each other in the bind, waiting for an opening to bring that point in or cut around. Oh, no exchange on that one.
Interesting call. They're coming again, taking low point forward guards. Oh, looks like may have gotten a cut to arm. Cut to arm from Jenna, methinks.
That is correct, and Jenna has taken the match against Lucas Carr. Jenna Johnson from Blackfriars School of Fence, coming in from, where are the Blackfriars? Are they out of Chico?
I might know. It's a little sad that I didn't know that and that I don't know which HEMA club is in Chico, as that's quite close to my hometown. Could have started my HEMA career a few years earlier.
Anyway, from the Blackfriars School of Fence, nice match there for Jenna Johnson. We're going to jump in now. In our next match, we've got Arthur Henry in red against Joe Calistro. Arthur from Sacramento Historical Fencing, Joe from Indus Ferox Gladio.
And they run at each other, but they are controlling measure. Ooh, does Arthur have cut to head? No. Ooh.
Thrust on the back there, which I would assume would be off target at the end.
And I would assume that, given that it seemed like that landed after the call of hold, might be excessive, but of course it didn't look like there was sufficient bend in there.
Oh no, the Blackfriars are from St. Louis Obispo, Central Coast.
Louis?
A little further away.
All right, no problemo. Do love to see this north-south.
There is a school in Chico, though.
Yes, indeed. I can't recall the name. Sadly, if you do know, folks, here in the comments, please comment below. Oh, looks like Arthur may have been touched. Was that thrust torso?
The first one was no exchange. We'll see what they call this one. Yep, that's going to be a thrust against Arthur.
Arthur's got a bit of point deficit. He has to be careful, use more compound actions. Oh, is he? Oh, looks like
Great
Arthur...
athleticism.
Oh, absolutely, but Arthur may have just been given a Zverkow to his torso in an afterblow. Looks like he may have taken the head initially.
That is right. Under Arthur's attack?
I think so, but Arthur, it looked like from here, looked like he still landed that blow. Yes, they're calling that a red strike to head with afterblow.
All right, here we go.
A little too much. May have been a little too
There's
much.
a yellow card being pulled on Joe Calistro for that strike after time.
You gotta keep control, folks. You gotta keep your head, and you gotta watch and listen for hold. And Arthur's wearing a Wakuzi helmet, but my gosh, no one wants to get hit with an afterblow to the back of the head. Way too dangerous.
These guys are
Your form. And they're coming together yet again, changing off, playing at the edge of each other's measure. What will they do? Point forward an awful lot.
Oh, and a crash in, both of them trying to bring the point online. I couldn't see. Looks like it's a double.
Looks like Arthur might be self-calling for quality.
Fair enough.
Again, a man who notoriously tells his students, do not self-call. Or shall I say, do not self-call. Ah, that's yet. He is self-called the quality on his previous hit.
That gives Joe a lead here. Arthur's going to have to... Oh, and then they close. There was a pommel. Bit of sword.
Ooh. Youch.
What did the judges see out of that?
I don't know, but Arthur lost control of his weapon after that break from the grapple. Arthur may have been trying to hold back. I've seen him do a couple takedowns.
A bit of that Meyer style. And Joe still also moving around quite a bit. Arthur, of course, is the one wearing the pseudo-hosen in black and orange, and his opponent in largely burgundy outfit with red and yellow socks.
The SAC Historical Fencing Academy trying to talk as well. There may have been something our cameras caught that they didn't, or some correction to the call. Looks a little impassioned, Ted, with his hand on his hips and such. Arthur just simply standing there, clutching his sword, trying to maintain composure. Doing an awful good job considering what Joe has given him, all things considered. And one of Joe's buddies may be coming in to speak with him. Joe looking a little frustrated, look like a little confused. Looks like we've reached a consensus, or at least reached an end to that discussion.
We're waiting to hear the judge call.
Radio, we are reviewing targets. It is that strike to Arthur's back that we are debating over. That, as we said at the start of stream, that should not be called a deep target. But the judges initially called it. Quite frankly, I think that was very clear to everyone on this side. And again, Peter Morrow, friend of the Academy and teacher, small sword teacher with us at Sakuma and at the Diamond Rose, speaking to help us out. Yes, indeed. Small Sword Pete, the creator of Small Sword Pete's Quality Meat. It's the best meat you'll want in your mouth this day. It looks like we've got one of our cameras is out. It's not the one that we're streaming with, of course. But again, still deliberating. Arthur may need to get pretty frustrated, including here and yesterday. Yesterday, especially in Rapier and Dagger.
Sorry.
Michael was
that results in some frustration and difficulty. As an update to the other ring that we're not following, Andy has won yet another match.
And they called that last exchange between Joe and Arthur no exchange.
All right, we are starting over again. Was there a cut to the hand there? Oh, leg.
Might have been, yeah.
That was
in order to take this
squaring off. Parry, riposte. Joe cutting around. It looks like he had struck first and then cut again.
Arthur's got to have a little bit more patience and a little bit control to constrain his opponent, but Joe taking the right footwork especially.
That looked like Joe landed the strike first there. And that whoever lands first in this exchange will win. And that is correct. That is match for Joe Callistro of Indus Ferox Gladio.
Nice. That's a good opening match, I think, for Arthur. It might set him in a bit of a frustrated mood, but quite frankly, he's got plenty of other opponents to do honor to his name and to his champion status.
All right, our next match is going to be Arthur Henry, again from Sacramento Historical Fencing, against Lucas Carr from Unguard Fencing.
Today, be like Michael and drink some nice high-quality water. Water, literal aqua vitae.
I don't know that this was high-quality water. It came out of the drinking fountain here at Pioneer High, but it will at least keep me from dehydrating.
If there's no visible lead, I feel like that's decent enough quality.
Oh, the standards in high school water quality.
Listen, I grew up in Bella Vista. Our water quality was not comparable to Flint, but we were getting close.
I grew up in Reno, Nevada, where we have excellent tap water, and I kind of miss it right now.
You utter fool. I am so jealous.
Waiting a moment here. Just as a reminder for those watching, we will be live streaming Battleborn in 3 weeks. Right now we're here at Sword Crush 2024. Enjoying some...
And ready, and of course, Arthur entering the ring, being helped by Peter Morrow. Peter Morrow, as a matter of fact, is our very own Small Sword Pete of Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats, one of the excellent sponsors for Wine Country Sword Crush.
And those were good meat. They are good meat.
Absolutely.
Something.
Oh yeah, he could really put it out. It would really be excellent, both local and nationwide. Everyone wants a taste of Peter's meat.
That is right. All right, and our match is about to begin here. Arthur and Lucas. Lucas with the black officer's jacket, white pants. Arthur in the pseudo-hosen. That was a nice cut to the arm from Arthur, maybe to the upper opening.
Just when you get hit. Or when your opponent gets ahead.
Oh, they're calling there was a thrust there initially.
Interesting.
From Arthur.
I did not see that. It's always interesting how...
Must have landed and then he cut around.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, looks like Lucas may have landed a thrust against Arthur's hands.
Ooh, interesting.
Calling that a strike to the arms from Lucas. Oh, no, against White. Against White from Arthur.
All right, judges jumped the gun a little bit. Table was not ready for that, and they got a reset real quick, just briefly. All right, Lucas being a little more cautious, getting to the edge of the ring.
And that will be the match. Match in favor of Arthur Henry from Sacramento Historical Fencing.
Rightio. Good on ya, Arthur. Some good, clean work. Good to know that even though he technically lost the last match, he's still keeping a cool head.
Yeah, shut down that one. This next one is going to be Joe Calistro from Indus Farks Gladio. Lucas Carr staying in white from On Guard Fencing. Joe is in the burgundy outfit, and Lucas has the white pants.
It'll be interesting to see how this matches up. I'm curious as to see whether or not Joe will use the same sort of explosive and very tricky close measure work that he used with Arthur, and if Lucas can actually keep up with him. Joe is a slightly bigger guy, and they're both pretty athletic looking, but I believe Joe might have the measure advantage and possibly even athletic advantage, but it's going to come up to technical skill ultimately.
That was a very exciting match between Joe and Arthur, and he definitely is an athletic fencer, and he definitely has a significant height advantage against his opponent Lucas here today. Look at Joe on his shoulder coming out. Oh, going for a bind, little spread fenster. I did not see the clash.
That looked like Lucas may have gotten, cut too white shallow? Interesting, all right.
No, that was Joe. Joe got a cut on Lucas.
Oh, excellent, okay.
So Lucas just lost 2.
Oh. Joe trying to go for a quick Gaisland
Lucas,
and then
knowing
recover.
he has to close, looked like he landed one on the hands.
Excellent work.
The judges are maybe debating the quality of that cut. It did look slightly flat to me, but usually cuts don't get called flat here. Flat. Yes, it's been called flat.
Oh, thank goodness.
Nice to see some quality judging here today.
Absolutely. Oh, looks like Joe cut to head. He definitely got that strike to body.
Lucas may have had a strike on his hands first.
Interesting. I could not see that from my angle. Again, always interesting what we can see from various judging and camera views.
That's right. They're counting that as a strike on Joe's hands, but Joe did get the afterblow in.
All right, you were right. Hell yeah.
All right. Joe possibly looking for a thrust. Lucas knowing missed Geisland there.
It looks like Joe's playing a little more conservative game, having fun with it, working with an upright stance until he lowers it back down, sticking with this sort of shoulder Vomtog or sort of, what is it, Vadi's Corona almost.
So those of you who are watching Joe, he's crouching down very low. One of the interesting things about that is that enables him to spring out and get much more reach with his attack, like he did just there, than he could if he stayed tall.
Indeed. But then, of course, that narrow stance is that really invites someone to come in and grapple you, or if not, really take advantage of your inability to spring out. And Joe did not let that invitation be taken. Like, my goodness. He may have landed out of the ring, though, for that last attack. What do you think?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, did he land a blow before he jumped out of the ring there? And it's not clear to me that he did, but we'll see what the judges say.
I will say one of the great things coming from Olympic fencing back, and they're back at it again here at the Krusty Krab.
They gave that one as a 3-point strike against Joe. Lucas taking a clear lead here.
Did somebody accidentally strike the ground? It sounded like... Ooh,
oh, that's going to tie it up with 2 points against Lucas for that cut to the arms. Anyone's... Lucas kind of wanting a bind. Joe now deciding not to give him, going into, is that a Vexel or Schronkhoot?
That looked more like Schronkhoot. Ooh, failed Gaisland, and...
Oh!
Big duck from Joe. He might have gotten that strike to body, but it looked like Lucas may have gotten a simultaneous.
Yeah, it was, the question is, was that a double? Was that an afterblow? Both of them clearly hit.
Before, been contradicted by judges before.
They are not giving an afterblow for that. That is going to be match Joe.
Interesting.
Surprising, but judges have a better view of the action than we do. That was Joe Calistro from Indus Farks Gladio.
Indeed.
Now we've got Joe staying in, Joe Calistro.
Looks like Joe will be using his minute to socialize with some buddies outside of the roped off area and drinking some much needed blue milk a la Star Wars or Gatorade.
Jenna Johnson there standing in all black, waiting for the match to start. I do like Pluderhosen style fencing pants.
Looking a bit more, I'm gonna have to push back on you right there. Look less like Pluderhosen, more almost like trunk hose.
Oh yes, that is. They don't go all the way down, do they?
Yes, and there's no puff that exceeds the pains.
That's right. I am certainly no.
Of course, should be noted that Ted also spends many, many hours agonizing over his own hand-stitched Pluderhosen for Renaissance Fair work. Can't say I'm jealous of that, but I am looking forward to making my own rather soon. And now, as the match begins, Jenna approaching Joe, immediately taking point forward, breaking off distance real quick, going
There's
into
a little bit of a bind. Joe is short like that. It's hard to tell, but he is a giant of a man.
Oh, absolutely. From this far away, they almost look even, but that is Joe's low stance deceiving me.
That's right. Jenna threatening the leg, not committing. Joe ready. Keeps switching things up, trying to keep her guessing. There is that athleticism.
Athleticism and tempo. Remember, your speed and your celerity only make up for half of the art. You have to be prudent. As Fiore says, you must balance prudence with haste, and of course, with stability and audacity.
Yeah. Excellent.
Jenna sees the vor. Oh, looks like not. Joe may have gotten that hit to head. Judges are conferring and hopefully reaching a good consensus. Looks like blow to head is the judgment.
Yeah,
yes,
Joe is very athletic, leaping in there.
Now that's much closer to a flèche or a flunge than we've seen so far, but otherwise very stable footwork. Joe making an changing cuts.
Showing off there. Didn't like his cut earlier. Barely touched her if it landed at all. And there's a set up into Oaks and a Zwerhau from Joe.
Indeed. Up into the arms or into the body?
It looked like it may have been on the body, but the judges are currently debating. I don't know if there's a pinning rule here. They are calling that against. And that is match Joe Clistro.
Indeed. Very nice, clean match. And now Arthur is getting back into the ring. Arthur Henry wearing Leo Kalige's pseudo Pluderhosen. Excellent, high quality, historically inspired, athletic fencing wear.
All right, this is Arthur Henry from Sacramento Historical Fencing against Jenna Johnson, we just saw, from Blackfriars School.
Match blow to blow with Arthur. And Arthur's approaching for just a little pre-fight congratulations and a little bit of joy. Again, as you said earlier, Arthur is a very nice guy until you start doing unfair crap to him or hitting him in the back of the head. Then he starts showing that his weight and his structure can absolutely blow right through you. But
I mean, really all it takes to make anyone's bed.
I hope the judging is clean and clear on this. It might very well be a more difficult match. But again, if we check over on Ring 2, we've got Sakhima's own Andrew Bradford versus
our match has
Andy.
Begun. Here, Arthur closing in against Jenna. She's backing up. There was a thrust there. It looked like it may have been passé.
Indeed. Could he have recovered that into a cut? It looked like Jenna had him locked out and tried to go for an afterblow.
I think the judges are debating. It looks like they think it might be passé, but we're going to wait and see.
Just a clarification on the rules. Sliced ahead counted in Longsword? Yes, it is. Ted's giving me the nod.
That's right. Go ahead.
Thank you. I might personally... Oh, no exchange. They're washing it. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
They're calling that passé. No slice.
Right. Fair enough. Arthur's got to plant and get some sufficient bend on there with his signature.
There's a thrust from Arthur.
Lunge just goes to prove that to you.
He's also an excellent longsword fencer. He got a goal at Battleborn not long ago. Oh, nice cut to the body, it looked like, from Arthur there. Possibly preceded by a cut to the head. Yep. They're calling that a double. Both of them cut in. Arthur again, not happy with the call.
But as you said, it's kind of inevitable.
Oh, I definitely saw a thrust go in there. Couldn't see if there's anything from Jenna.
Didn't look like it. Arthur's just going to got this one strategy. Thrust in, use that deep measure. Some people have the bad habit of just cutting a little too close and not thrusting enough, but Arthur makes good use.
It was a cut to the back of the head on Jenna here, which is not allowed under the rule set.
Be a terrible shame if he had tried to land that back of head If it's top, it's all clear. All right, judges. What's that? All right, was that blow red with afterblow?
His attack on her head.
Ooh, Jenna kind of spinning around, trying to change around.
Up, she made it onto his arms.
Yes, indeed, but
That
did he
might
get
have-
that afterblow?
I think it was parried and then second intent, so I think that's going to be a clean cut for Jenna.
Righty-o, she's doing much better in this match. She's got the audacity and she's got the adrenaline hopefully going.
Oh, they're calling that a judges seem to think the cut was good, and that is going to win Arthur the match.
Fair enough. Sometimes that edge alignment don't matter. No matter if it's flat or sharp, that steel going to your hand or your head, it's not going to feel good. 3.5 to 4 pounds of steel does not feel good.
That is definitely true, and most of the time they've been ignoring edge alignment here, but some of the...
It does seem to be more of that discretion from the judges, and simply, can they see the edge alignment? You know, I myself struggle a great deal seeing that. They're simply moving very fast.
That is correct. They are moving incredibly fast, and it brings some excitement, but it does make it more difficult for those of us who are watching to see what exactly is going on.
Awesome. Looks like we're moving on to pool.
Our first match here in Pool 9 is going to be between Mark Olson, again from the Blackfriars School of Fence. That's the same school that we just saw Jenna Johnson fighting from. And he'll be squaring off against Rochelle DeBolt from the Noble Science Academy. Rochelle happens to be one of my students, an excellent fencer.
Marvelous. Nice
Mark's
to hear
not
it.
bad himself.
All right, some good judgment all around. And we've already got the next pool going in Ring 2 with Alec, the Honey Badger Villanueva of the Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy against one of our URG champions with the red band and the big old smiley face mask.
For those of you who are watching along, you can earlier in Ring 2 when we were following Andy Huang, we want to let you know he did win all 3 of his matches, mostly one-handed with that very light feather from Castile.
Absolutely exquisite techniques. You love to see some people clowning around, but you know, clowning around can do wonders. I'm personally excited to see if my buddy Ronan Rat King Richards is able to pull something or other similar to that. A fool, that remains to be seen.
It's always nice to see someone trying to exploit loopholes in the rules.
Indeed, playing to the meta does get you some gold medals, and as they say, C's get degrees. So long as you don't pull any party fouls, you'll stay and enjoy the show.
All right, Mark Olson, Rochelle DeBolt, good buds. They've been fencing each other for a long time and get along marvelously. Blackfriars are very friendly, nice, lot.
It's always good, I think, when you're fencing your friends. Maybe you know what they'll do. Maybe you can read their body cues. But quite frankly, in a tournament like this, that's a match that you don't really care so much about. The stakes feel lower, and it just feels like you're here to have a good time.
Rochelle taking a couple breaths.
Judges also seem to be getting ready and gathering themselves.
Rochelle is using a Kvetten Lichtenauer fetter right now.
And it looks like her opponent is using a Regenier?
That may be. Regenier should have a little bit more of a presence. The Lichtenauer is a little more of a nimble fetter.
Indeed. Though we do love to see these varieties of weapons. There is...
Post a breve there from Rochelle.
Nice.
Yep. Nice
There's
bind, retreat. Mark testing, looking for an Rochelle keeping it closed down. Oh, and Mark taking a cut to the arm, possibly as a double. That is indeed first double of the match. These doubles can really hurt these fencers in the long run.
Indeed, we're only in the first round of pools, and of course, the more doubles you get and the more of them you accrue.
Thrust from Rochelle with afterblow.
Exquisite. As I was saying, the more doubles you accrue, the worse it is for your score. I, myself, only got 1 or 2 doubles for my URG longsword, and I made it 2. Goes to show you got to fence clean, folks.
Yeah, going low when your opponent goes high, not a good way to win a match.
Looks like they're playing a measure game, trying to parry and riposte each other.
Each waiting for an opening.
Just hanging out right on measure.
Testing the water. Mark trying a blow. Oh. Cut around. Looks like Mark may have landed a cut to the arm first. Judges seem to agree with afterblow. Kind of reverse of what just happened. That's correct.
Right on. Good eye on you, Mike.
All right, two very similarly matched fencers here.
And
Mark
with
testing some
smiles
thrust
under
from
those
Oaks.
masks.
Oh, a nice
Oh.
cut to the arm from Rochelle.
Oh, but Mark did a little spin. That's a little dangerous here, folks. You never want to show the back and the back of the head to your opponent. I've
Looks
made
like
that
that was
mistake.
a 2-point blow from Rochelle. So Mark is down to 4 points now. Rochelle keeping her openings a little thing in. I didn't see anything there.
I know, looked like even though she redoubled that Zornhow, it just couldn't quite find the target.
Yeah, a little too light of contact maybe. Rochelle going into the arms. Mark self-calling a cut to the head. Great integrity there from Mark.
Absolutely splendid on her.
Yeah. Always nice to see that, and Mark is a wonderful person.
Indeed.
All right.
Coming together again. Relaxed,
Rochelle.
shoulder Vomtag Flug or Flug-like, maybe post breve.
Is that cut around? Mark may have had a strike on Rochelle there. Couldn't quite see, or if she landed that afterblow.
Looks like he probably landed that to head, right?
It looked like that may have been a cut to the head. Edge alignment was a little iffy, but I suspect these judges will call it good.
Yeah, they're giving him a warning for that back of head.
Because he hit her in the back of the head, sounds like.
Yep.
Okay, so they're not required to give a yellow card for turning the back of the head, but it's at the judge's discretion in this tournament. So no points to Mark on that exchange for turning his head.
Oh, yep. Looks like he may have gotten that thrust to torso.
It looked like a cut to me.
Interesting, okay.
It looks like they're debating whether or not Rochelle's cut landed, and if that was a double. I couldn't see it. It looked like he may have parried Rochelle's attack off, but it wasn't clear to me.
Mm-hmm. Looks like...
Oh, they think that she hit him first, and he hit her second. That's going to give Rochelle the match.
Fair enough. Match white,
right.
Yes, indeed.
And that is a match for Rochelle DeBolt from the Noble Science Academy.
Excellent conduct so far. Good honor all around, and some excellent overall technical work.
Our next two fencers are going to be Ronan Richards. He was here commenting with us earlier from Sacramento Historical Fencing against Cameron Rasmussen from F3 Sword Academy. Two Northern California fencers. Right now, you can't quite see Ronan. He's at the edge of the screen, but he is standing here in pink, looking like Cupid. We're going to turn the camera briefly for a moment, and there he is.
Wearing those pink Pluderhosen from Leo Kalige.
Pseudo-hosen from Leo.
Thank you. My bad. All right, and we've got opponent's mask. They're playing at each other's measure. Ronan, a very twitchy, athletic fencer, but also a very good counter fencer. Very good working in contratempo. But can he use it now? Playing with each other. Let's see.
Keeping measure, looking for those openings, testing each other out, waiting to see if their opponent will cover. And then there it was, a nice attack from Cameron, parried by Ronan, and Ronan attacking into the body, it looked like.
Indeed, and I can almost guarantee the advice that Arthur Henry is giving Ronan right now, probably thrust long. Oh, they're calling that thrust cut shallow from Ronan. May have been to the arms.
Yeah, it may have been to the arms. Again, little playing lightly at Punta de Espada. Ooh, an attack to the leg.
From
parried
Cameron.
off.
Ronan trying to hang out in long point. Oh, calling a hit. That was probably cut to hand from Ronan. Might have actually been cut to hand from... Yes, never mind. That was Cameron to Ronan on the hands.
Tying it up. Sometimes these fencers get stacked in our vision. We have trouble seeing the action clearly, just as you watching the camera angles might be in a similar situation.
Indeed, and Ronan trying to play it shape.
He's got high tog, threatening his opponent, and now working back towards that bind.
He's playing it real cautious and twitchy, folks. Can he get the bind and wind in? Oh,
like that looked like a double to me. Arms as Ronan hit Cameron in the head.
That's fair. And Ronan, to show in the viewer, he's not wearing any Vam braces. Hopefully that was hitting in the elbow.
Yeah, that was a double, in fact.
Oof. You hate to see it, folks. But you know, Ronan's got to play it dirty. He's got to live up to his namesake and be a rat and sniff out the right opening, provoke his opponent.
You know, he sure looks a lot more like Cupid than a Rat King here today.
And he is honestly a very sweet fellow, but
Like followed by an afterblow to the arm. That should be a point for Cameron. That's correct.
Radio Cameron just taking the lead.
Oh, they didn't call the afterblow on that.
They didn't. Interesting.
Yep, they keep a really quick tempo for these afterblows, and sometimes what's obvious to us, they won't count. Ronan attempting a Geislin, flat and short.
He simply has to step it up and seize the Vor, or alternatively seize the knock and act with a good parry repost.
The Vor, for those of you who are not familiar with German longsword, means the before. It's taking the initiative in an exchange like this.
And knock meaning the opposite, meaning after, being able to respond. Oh, looks like, did Ronan land to the head? Judges didn't call hold.
No, they didn't. It did look like Ronan may have landed something above his opponent's sword, but it's unclear as to the quality. There may have been some concern.
But did Cameron land anything in return? They broke distance.
I didn't see any. Oh,
interesting.
Cameron's calling a shallow strike on himself, and we are out of time. That is a tie match between Ronan Richards and Cameron Rasmussen.
All in all, not a bad first match for either of these fencers, and they've got plenty of opportunities in the rest of this pool to show us what they're made of.
Now Ronan is going to be staying in for the next match. That's Ronan Richards from Sacramento Historical Fencing against Rochelle DeBolt from Noble Science. Ronan, again, being from Sacramento, and Rochelle coming from Reno, Nevada. All right. This should be a fun and friendly match with Rochelle and Rat King Ronan. All right, and we are about to begin. Bow from Rochelle and a curtsy from Ronan. Rochelle coming in post to Brevi. Ooh, a little bit of bind work. Opportunity for Spresh Fenster. Ronan trying to snipe the hands a little short. Rochelle keeping measure, waiting for her moment. Attacking around. We get some cuts around, a little contact on the hands. I couldn't see if there was a clear blow there. Possibly a ring out. Rochelle needs to make sure she stays in the center of the ring. Again, your first ring out, if this was a ring out, will not be a penalty, but any following ones will receive a point penalty. Okay. It looks like we have... oh, they've called it a ring out against Ronan. I guess Ronan may have stepped out of the ring as he was moving around Rochelle there. But unfortunately, the timer was not set correctly, and the match has been registered as a tie, and now the table has to work to fix that. So our fencers are eagerly awaiting to begin the action again. Ronan looking fairly stoic. Rochelle smiling and grinning, very happy to be here fencing with a sword. Always a good time for her.
Well, Michael, I'm just going to say, jumping in here, as somebody that's running my own table at the moment, you have to give the table at these events a little bit of leeway and credit. It's not an easy job. It's easy to make a mistake.
That is very true. And working with software you may not be familiar with all the time, it's easy to have things mess up. No shade on the table there.
Indeed, and it's also easy to mess up here in this longsword tournament. Again, blows are common, over-calibration from adrenaline, it happens. But what was that exchange we just saw between Rochelle and Ronan?
A little bit unclear to me. They are calling that a point against Ronan with the afterblow, so that'll be 1 point. Giving Rochelle a slight lead here.
Radio, Ronan's really got to step up his control if he wants to make it out of this match with victory laurels.
Rochelle, not an extremely veteran fencing for over 4 years now.
Whoop. Looks like Rochelle may have gotten a cut to body or planted for the thrust while Ronan was trying to throw that Gacelin.
That's how it looked to me, that not quite enough control on that cut. It missed. Rochelle landed in. There may be something up for debate for the judges here. No
Nothing
exchange.
done.
They didn't think it was good.
Shocking. Absolutely holy mackerel of a match.
No, no worries. There's I saw that blade land. It was into Ronan's blade.
Indeed, but will that... Yes, that's a cut against
Again,
red.
they are counting that. That's going to be 3 points against Ronan. Now, how long has Ronan been fencing?
Just a little over 2 years, maybe a month or two longer than myself. Ronan has taken exceptional liking to the longsword. It is, in fact, his main weapon. Oh.
That is in. Rochelle having, I guess, about twice the experience, but a lot of tournament experience here. And sometimes it shows, but this is turning out to be a good match. Ronan having a little bit of a reach advantage against Rochelle.
Indeed. And Ronan is also a very explosive, some would say twitchy fighter. Can the little rat scurry his way through an opening and find the right point advantage? There is quite a point deficit right now.
I'm actually a little surprised that Geislin he threw earlier didn't land.
Ronan doesn't throw a lot of Gacelin. He does not train those.
They're calling that last one as a cut to the shallow target against Ronan.
Gotcha.
This might be our last exchange. Will Ronan land something first? Attempt to the thrust and a cut from Rochelle to the arm. That should finish out the match.
He's just sticking too long in that bind.
Yeah, Rochelle has lots of experience working in the bind. That is one of the things we really like to spend time on at the Noble Science Academy. Excellent match there between Ronan and Rochelle. Rochelle DeBolt from the Noble Science Academy taking the win.
Looks like Ronan had quite a bit of fun there. He's got to reconfigure for his next fight. And who do we have next?
And it's always sometimes more important to have fun than whether you win or lose. Our next match, Rochelle DeBolt is going to stay in white. And she's going to be fencing against Cameron Rasmussen from F3 Sword Academy.
Rightio, I do hope Cameron can give Rochelle a run for her money. But of course, Rochelle also did quite well in the URG longsword, did she not?
She took gold in the underrepresented longsword tournament.
Exquisite.
Rochelle, given a fist bump, always happy to fence a new person that she hasn't fenced before.
Indeed. Very bright smile, whereas Cameron giving a bit of a stoic face. Hopefully
more of a professional courtesy coming from Cameron there.
That's fair.
Yeah.
The hand of Saruman on his mask. A little bit of a sort of a iconic sign that he's not one to be trifled with. But will Rochelle trifle him into...
Well, if he fences like the orcs from Isengard, then she may well indeed.
Just knock Ryson and lots of thrusts, and Rochelle will have that in the bag if that's the case.
That's right. So let's hope that hand of Isengard there, hand of Saruman, does not reflect his fencing skills today.
Of course, Rochelle may be in a disadvantage if Cameron pulls a real Urukai and shoots her with a bow.
Or starts casting spells like a wizard.
Oh, God forbid. Fireball, fireball. How much D&D do you find yourself playing these days, Michael?
These days, not much.
Fair
I'm
enough.
a little too busy running a fencing school and spending time with my family.
That's fair, honestly.
But, all right, here we go. Both them point forward. Cameron going up and down, trying to create a tempo, hoping Rochelle will attack into it. Up, a snipe of the hand, a little bit short. Rochelle was ready. And Rochelle waiting, possibly cut to the head.
Rochelle loves redoubling on those attacks. That may have been a clean strike for her.
It looked like she landed one to the head, but is it enough for the judges? Nope. They are saying that cut was insufficient, and Cameron took a cut to her arms after it.
That's fair. It did look a wee bit tippy.
It was.
Rochelle's just got to get a little deeper in the measure. Commit just a little bit more.
Yep. Cameron backing up. Rochelle looking for that. That may have been a double.
Both stuck in the bind just a little too long, but they immediately got the same idea as the other right at the same time, I think.
Looks like Cameron is trying to cover Rochelle's attacking angles as he comes in, but did he succeed in this exchange? That is a double.
That's a double. I'm sure if we had seen a little more circular footwork, we would have seen more of a clean attack right there. Either one of them.
Again, are we going to see another cut in the bind cut around? Rochelle
Not
kind
taking the
of.
bait from those beats.
Nope. Waiting for her moment. Cameron trying to pull. There's a cut to the hands. Didn't quite land. Rochelle just out of measure, attacking into the face.
Landing into camera out of the ring. Not too bad, if I'm going to say so. We've seen much worse ring outs before.
That looked like a clean cut from Rochelle to me. What did you think, Carter?
I was not at a good enough angle to see whether or not that landed, but I do not doubt that Rochelle had something. Too
Cut
white.
shallow to white. Apparently, he must have hit her arms on the way in. I didn't see it.
Challenging that a little bit. Oh, and Cameron self-calling.
Okay.
All right, changing.
Okay.
Cameron's excellent honor, changing that call.
They're giving that an afterblow. I think that's still going to be 1 point for Cameron against Rochelle in this exchange.
Indeed.
That is correct. That's Cameron taking a 3-point lead now. He's strikes in before Rochelle can come around, it looks like. Oh, going for her leg. Geisen on the leg. She wasn't ready for it that time.
Good control from Cameron. That didn't sound too loud either.
No, that was very light, very well controlled. Rochelle complimented it as a beautiful leg cut.
Absolutely, Rochelle. Absolute sweetie. And yet, still an absolute menace in the match.
Oh, that was a thrust from Rochelle. Did Cameron have anything on her arms as she was coming in? Oh, he's calling that a ring out. I guess Cameron stepped out right before Rochelle could land it.
Gosh darn it. Rochelle clearly dominating the space, not necessarily dominating the bind, though.
Yeah, keeping Cameron at the edge of the ring most of the entire match here, but he's still able to kind of get in against her arms and legs.
Very
Possible thrust. There may be another ring out, though. Okay, that's going to be a 1-point penalty against Cameron for stepping out again before any action happened.
Darn shame. You hate to see it, folks. But is Cameron challenging the judge to make a... Oh. Is he challenging? The judges seem to be debating something or other.
There should be a 1-point penalty here for this. 26 seconds left in the clock. Will it be enough for Rochelle to come back? Yep. All right, that is a 1-point penalty. 26 seconds.
There you go.
Rochelle and Cameron. Rochelle had better come in with a good cut soon if she's going to have any chance of taking this match back. Thrust from Rochelle. An attempted cut to the leg. That was a double.
Oof.
That going to cost both of these fencers in their standings after this match.
Is that a second double for this match?
That was a second double. One more, and they are both out.
Radio, they need more control, and they need to be more
Cameron
reactive.
going for those snipes. Rochelle trying to come in deep. There was a ring out there, but was there a cut on the hands first? Looks like Rochelle might have been on the hands. Yep, that was a ring out against Rochelle this time. 12 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Won't be a penalty for Rochelle, but if she goes out again, it will be.
Yes, indeed. And Cameron seemed to have kept 1 foot in the ring, and they've only got 1 second left on the clock. This will be the last exchange.
12 seconds.
Oh, my mistake. My apologies, folks.
Yep. Was that a double? That might be a double out. Third double. It's a double out. Cameron had the lead, but now he loses the match with Rochelle. Brutal.
Gosh darn it.
Those doubles. Going for those. One of the things about going for those shallow targets, Cameron's been taking a lot of shallow targets, and for the most part, he's been able to successfully strike before Rochelle could and get those points. But if you keep taking those, is that risk of a double. And here we saw it 3 times.
Just tale as old as time, folks. And one of the other things, always dislike these doubles, but quite frankly, sometimes people simply act out of time, and it's a good thing to keep in mind. We're all just here to have fun. We don't take each other or ourselves too seriously. We're all just a bunch
some of us do, but
that's fair. Some of us more than others. But we all just try to remember that we're just here to have fun and swing a bunch of swords. We're a bunch of nerds just trying to have fun. Even if the prizes are real, ultimately it's just a friendly little competition. Well, as friendly as little as we can count, 40-plus competitors.
We're going to have Cameron Rasmussen coming back in from F3 Sword Academy, staying in red. He's got the navy blue and black jacket, fighting now against Mark Olson from Blackfriars School of Fence. Mark in brown and gray with black arms.
Now, I do hope we don't see another ring out, or excuse me, another triple double to end the exchange. Frankly, it'd be a damn shame.
I do believe we can expect Cameron to try to snipe those limbs as his opponent is closing. It has worked mostly well, except for that last double out.
And he's right on the edge of measure.
Looks like Mark is going for those hands too. Looked like a cut to the hands from Mark, possibly with an afterblow.
Good control, I'd say, from Mark.
Yeah, definitely no excessive force here.
Cameron being pushed to that edge, he doesn't seem too worried about a ring out.
I missed that call. Oh, Cameron managed to get his point in.
Excellent.
Deep attack there. 3 points against Mark.
Lovely winding from Mark there. Oh!
Up. Another thrust from Cameron, possibly with an afterblow from Mark.
It was on the opposite side of Mark's body, but that might have been into his shoulder or into his flank.
They're not assigning the afterblow. That's going to be 3 more points against Mark. Cameron almost has this match.
Radio Mark's really got to step it up if he wants to take this.
Yeah. Can't give those thrusts to Cameron. Cameron,
and Cameron
easy target.
Takes that lead leg.
Yeah, Cameron perhaps going more for the thrust now after his sniping didn't work out against Rochelle. Much better match from Cameron Rasmussen of F3 Sword Academy there.
Indeed. All right.
This will be our final match of this pool. Ronan Richards from Sacramento Historical Fencing against Mark Olson, staying in from Blackfriars School of Fence.
Rightio. Mark is taking his minute, it looks like, and he's probably going to need it. Ronan is going to push him hard and push him long with those. He may have a shorter sword, but gosh darn, Ronan has got that reach. Mark looks to be about average height, 6'3". Ronan with the black coat and black and pink pseudo-hosen. Then Mark over there with the gray and brown with black sleeves. Resting up. Ronan just slightly out of measure. Waiting for his time. And there we see Ronan with Arthur Henry on his corner. Arthur probably going to be given high-quality technical advice. What are we seeing in these other rings?
Looks like we are about to start here.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Never mind. Back into ring 3.
All right, Ronan against Mark. 2 California fencers here.
Yes, indeed. But who will leave their mark in this match?
Well, Mark will leave as Mark, regardless of the results.
Oof, there you go.
Match.
Oh, a little bit of a safety call for shoelaces. That boy needs to learn how to tuck those in or tie him off.
He does seem to have a lot of lace hanging off of his person there.
Now, part of that's the Pluderhosen.
That was 2 points against Mark. Ronan taking an early lead here.
Right on.
Ronan again having that great lanky reach there. Mark going back. Ooh, almost a thrust from Ronan. Nice parry from Mark. Ronan switching feet. Mark attacking the hands, parried. Possibly a strike on the hand with it.
Yeah, Ronan finishing with that hanging to make sure there wasn't anything to his head.
Yeah, but it looks like Mark may have tagged the hands. Judges are debating whether or not the afterblow was good. It did look like it landed to me, but I can see the uncertainty.
Absolutely. Again, this is very hard to judge.
They are conferring with the table, waiting.
Rubbing sleep from their eyes, looks like. Ronan making
They are giving the afterblow, so that's going to be 1 more point against Mark. That leaves Ronan with a 3-point lead.
Excellent. If Ronan just played defensive for the rest of this time, he'd have this match in the bag, but Lord knows Mark won't let him do that. Mark is going to close.
Mark is pressing, pushing Ronan back. Looked like some attacks onto the hands, parried off. Nice back and forth. Excellent volleys. Parry riposte. Finally, 1 strike at the end.
Absolutely. Ronan gives those X from his parries that hang. Judge is calling that as... Oh, it's
That was
Ronan's cut
another
head.
strike. Yep, from Ronan onto Mark's head. He just missed one of those parries at the end there.
Ronan may have this match in the bag, his first victory for this pool.
A very clear lead he's got against Mark.
Can
Mark
he keep it up?
being a little more cautious now. Up, giving Ronan a chance to try Geislin. Looks like both fencers stopped. I didn't see the action, but it looks like Ronan may have landed arms.
I didn't see anything of quality that would call hold, but evidently they stopped. They felt it.
Yeah, both the fencers clearly saw that something happened there, and the only thing I could think that would be plausible is if, as Ronan was bound over Mark's sword, one of his cuts ended up into Mark's forearm. That would make sense to me.
I could see it happening. Oh, they're calling that as no exchange. Watching.
No exchange. That's a reasonable call, given that the judges were not sure of the action there.
Yeah. Not quite the best conduct for fencers to simply stop in the ring.
Mark threatening. Ronan taking a snipe at that torso there and then pulling away. Clean cut for Ronan. That should be the match.
Exquisite.
That is the match for Ronan Richards of Sacramento Historical Fencing.
Rightio, and Ronan has made himself the big cheese of this match. And
that is the end of Pool 9.
Rightio, we look forward, might be able to take a little peek-see at some of our other rings. We've still got the other pools going on here. Let me just check with the rest of our tech real quick.
Now watching a different ring in the action here.
Looks like we are on ring 2, where we've got... Who's in ring 2?
Who do we have? Sorry, ring 2. Let me go and find out. Ring 2.
Good.
Is that Pool 10?
Might be, actually.
Who would he got?
again. Ooh. Looks like going in for that.
Oh,
Ooh.
one-handed thrust after a grapple.
Nice. Izzy just needs a little bit more control. That aggression nearly paid off for her. But Sawyer's got a little bit of a measure advantage being a wee bit taller fella. Judges are deliberating. Seems like there may have been an after blow, or they might be counting that one-handed thrust as after blow. Seeing an awful lot of celebration in the first ring over for probably the end of their pool. Ring 3, we're still getting together our open longsword pool. Pool 9, I believe?
For those of you who are watching along, you may notice some occasional disruptions in stuttering with the video. We are working with high school Wi-Fi, and so it is a limited connection. We're doing the best we can, but the infrastructure is not what you might expect from a high-level professional sports fight. But bear with us, and there should be plenty of good footage to keep you entertained.
Yes, indeed. And the Historical Fencing Network is a one-of-a-kind opportunity for fencers to not only accrue that footage, but also this is a great opportunity just as a general service to be able to stream even with this level of quality across multiple rings. It is absolutely astounding what Ted Elsner has been able to put forward. Anyway, on ring 2, we've got Sawyer seems to have gotten that cut on the arms.
Cutting back to that right now. It looks like our own match in ring 3 is about to start very soon. We are still waiting on one fencer, however.
Judges are still deliberating on ring, just getting our last-minute preparations set.
Up, and we have another fencer. All right. It looks like we're about to start here on ring 3. Let's jump into it. Which pool are we on?
Pool 8, methinks?
I think this is actually pool 10.
Pool 10, never mind.
We've got Aaron Yong from F3 Sword Academy against Sihong Fu from Academy Duello. Sihong coming down from Canada, Vancouver, Canada, to come and attend this tournament. Oh, yeah, sorry. We were not on the right camera ring, but here we are back again.
They're calling that initial strike Sihong's strike to arms, it looks like.
Hung there in the Wakuzi mask. And Aaron Young in the red jacket. Was that a strike on the arm or possibly a double?
Righty, and our judges here at On Guard do like making their judgment calls with a full narrative of the last 2 or 3 actions. A bit like one of those flashbacks you see in How I Met Your Mother, in and of itself.
They're giving that 3 points against Aaron. Seong only needs 2 more now to win. All right, Seong testing. Aaron trying to maintain measure, maybe looking for a thrust. Oh, cover cut around, cut to Sihong's hand.
And I think that is clean for Aaron. Can he make a full recovery? Is this the start of his new momentum pushing forward to victory?
Almost a low schnapp in that movement. Taking that cut onto the guard, rolling around and attacking that up, waiting for Seong to attack in. Aaron in a Vexel type of position there. Up, sweeping around, cutting in. Sihong.
Aaron getting pushed to the edge. It's almost a ring out.
Looks like Sihong may have landed that thrust.
Excellent work. With no return blow or no after blow, it looks like.
I didn't see one.
Idea.
No penalty for this first ring out. But Aaron will have to be careful. Definitely being a little more careful with his usage of the ring now, coming forward. Indeed. Both looking for those openings.
Trying to change on each other.
Waiting for a mistake. Sihong sliding back on these slick floors.
Oh yeah, very hard to keep your balance when there's so much polish and dust on post-a-breve posture.
That's right. Seong cutting low. Now, did Aaron land that thrust? Yes, he did. That was a double.
First double of the match.
Never makes the fencers happy when they double, because under this system, these doubles are cumulative and logarithmic in their penalty. Really brutal.
Indeed. Although kind of a Vomtog or a shoulder Vomtog posture, again, they're both very cautious at this point.
Cian cutting in, didn't look like it landed. Aaron possibly with a cut to the head. Judges are not acknowledging much.
Absolute time delay. We've got a bit of a time delay on our machine right there. It seems like the judges have one of their own.
Only thing I saw there was the cut to the head.
Aaron may have gotten off a shot to the hands beforehand, but it did seem more like a tag.
All right, they are giving that cut to the head, and that is time, putting us at a tie between Aaron Yang and Sihong Fu.
Excellent work all around other than that one double. All right, we're seeing Claire up against another fencer in this excellent pool.
Bruner against Claire Leahy. That's Rodney Bruner from On Guard Fencing. Again, same club that's hosting this tournament against Claire Leahy out of Einhorn, LA.
Radio good, another NorCal, SoCal kind of match-off. Can't wait to see the civil war that erupts from this one. I think most of our got to be mindful of being more reactive than proactive. Some people just run off scripts and end up getting doubles that way, but sometimes it's just a matter of adrenaline.
Longsword shish kebab. We expect that out of Rapier and Dagger, but not here with Longsword.
Indeed, a little more difficult to actually get off those thrusts here in Longsword. It's
closing in under cover and then cutting around with that sphere.
Absolutely. She crowds in on any opening you give her.
That's right.
Excellent level of audacity and stability balanced out with each other.
And it helps her to overcome that reach deficit she's got as a short fencer. And there it is, the same thing again from Claire.
You know, I said earlier, some people run on a script and that gets them doubles. Claire's just found her bread and butter. Speak all Italian.
Yeah, those sneaky Italians that try these low guards, right?
Absolutely. We are a very tricky bunch right now. Looks like Rodney being a little...
That looked like a double to me. It looked like Rodney went low and Claire went high. How are the judges going to call it? They won more of those, and they're both out. They need to be careful. Rodney should not be taking those low tacks without taking the tempo first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, throwing for a hand snipe.
Does look like he is prone to losing his balance and balancing on just the lead leg. Claire may take advantage of that.
Yep. Closing in. There was a cut to the arm, followed by possible. I didn't see that leg shot, but she may have started with that. They're calling that a cut with afterblow.
Interesting. All right.
So against Claire. So it looks like Rodney may have gotten his sword somewhere. And there's that double spare again.
Oh, and Claire just double-checking after that hit to double-check on calibration. Rodney seems pretty nonplussed.
It didn't look that hard to me personally.
Claire's got a very nice Siggy and a very excellent control. Claire actually, she was my first fight in the Rapier and Dagger pools. She cut right onto my fingers because I was parrying with my hand and didn't even break anything. Absolutely excellent calibration and control from her.
Never a good idea to parry a cut with one's hand.
Oh, yes, I've learned that.
Academy Duello. Sihong again being the furthest traveling person here, coming all the way from Vancouver. We do see Sihong at a lot of the California events. Rodney, usual in HEMA world for the host of an event to provide all of their own judges, but they have spent a lot of time training up these judges, and they've put a lot of care and effort into this event.
Absolutely, and no matter where these judges come from, there's always going to be some vices and virtues to conduct. In this case, that highly trained ability comes sometimes at the cost of, well, you know, diversity of opinions or diversity of experience.
All right, closing. They're both kind of checking measure, waiting for the opponent to get close enough that they feel they can strike.
Seems like maybe both of them have seen the other fight, and they're fully ready for what the author has to offer. Ooh, looks like we may have gotten grapple.
Yep, Sihong going in with a thrust. Looked like it may have been passe, followed by its Fairhow. That looked like it landed, followed by another pommel that may not have landed. But I think that is going to be a cut to the head for Sihong, and the judges agree. test that bind, seeing if he can land that thrust. Right now, he's just waiting, going up and down, trying to provoke an opening, looking for that thrust. Zverhau. And Zverhau again, no clean shot.
Ooh.
Nice parries there from Rodney.
Sihong just double-checking with the judges about some loss of equipment for safety purposes.
Everything looks okay to me. I don't think there was there.
Yeah, no, I think they had just paused. Sihong paused and then pulled back, I think, due to something at the blacksmith stand over there in the corner.
Okay. Seung again, maybe looking for that thrust. Oh,
Ooh.
Nope, feinting it out and then coming and attacking into that left opening.
And beautiful closure from Sihong over his head in a kind of ox position. Absolutely great.
Looked like a strike to the head. Judges are calling it strike to the head. That's going to be another 3 points against Rodney. Seung only has 1 point left that he needs to win this match.
Sihong seems to have this one in the bag, but can Rodney push and get at least another blow in his favor, hanging out in a kind of short point almost posture.
Seung probing against the hands, thinking of a hand snipe. Yep, oh, going for that thrust, and that thrust looked good to me.
And Sihong, absolutely exquisite recovery to constrain his great conduct.
Coming from Canada to win it.
Getting some clean fencers out here, eh?
Next match, we're going to have Claire Leahy from Einhorn LA pairing up against Sihong Fu from Academy Dwello.
And I'm just going to hazard a guess. Sihong seems like he's reserved quite a lot of energy for this one. I think maybe Claire's going to have to push him real hard, real fast. They both got excellent Zverkaus, so it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
It certainly will be.
The match has begun. They've both coming into the center. A little more reservation on those blows. Claire trying to seize in. Sihong having none of it.
Okay. Claire playing with measures.
Sihong get off that blow to head, or was that an afterblow?
It was unclear to me if that was covered or not, and the judges couldn't see it either. Will they wash the exchange? I would wash the exchange. Sensible call. The judges are washing the exchange. Up. Seung testing that bind, looking for that cut. Up. Looked like Seung came in and landed his Zverhau. Claire's was very flat, but one of the judges thinks it's good at least. They're calling that a double.
Rightio. I'm not sure if I'd 100% agree with that. It looked like Sihong may have had better coverage, but nevertheless, judges have definitive power over that.
That's right. Seung probing a cut to the leg. Claire trying to get in. Seung bringing that point to bear. Was it passé or did it land?
I think that might have counted as false edge cut.
That is 3 points against Claire.
Radio.
All right, Claire again. Seung does a very similar cut around as she does. Oh, there's a cut from Seung as Claire was closing.
I think that might have been Sihong's.
Seung again probing those hands a little bit, trying to get Claire to make a mistake. Didn't quite land that thrust, just passé.
Holding almost a flug or a guardia de fiance type posture.
Oh. Yep. And there's a final cut with excellent cover from Sihong, locking out Claire and giving him at least 2 points to the hands, if not 3 to the body.
Judges seem to be deliberating real quick over that.
But either way, that's going to be match Sihong Fu from Academy Dwello.
Absolutely exquisite conduct. Remarkable control. You do love to see those attacks that naturally close out themselves, and that is one of the great virtues of the Zverkau, or thwart cut. Those of you not familiar, Zverkau is one of the classic Vera Versetzen in the Lichtenauer tradition. As Meyer calls them, they are the Meisterhau. We're seeing plenty of those thwart cuts, or Zverkaus, in this match. Right now we've got, is that Aaron? We've got Aaron Yang and Claire Lay.
That's right. We've got Claire Leahy in red from Einhorn LA against Erin Yang from F3 Sword Academy in white. Erin has the red jacket, despite being the white fencer.
Do love this color coding. Makes everything so much more fabulous.
Excellent parry. Here they come back in. Aaron knows he's got to be more careful. And the same thing. Parry, cut into the body from Claire. Oh, they're calling it arm, perhaps, followed by an afterblow by Aaron this time.
Yes, indeed. It does look like Claire's bag of head protection has come off with that afterblow or with a different blow out of tempo.
Aaron is Claire here. Easier to get onto her head.
Claire's practice of closing may indeed come in handy. She's already got a bit of a lead. As they come forward.
Yep, that's 2 more points. They didn't give Aaron the afterblow there. They're calling that afterblow too late or possibly passe.
Both taking point forward guards.
Yep, Claire just looking for that opportunity to close. Aaron swinging out of measure. And that looked like a double, but they might call it. Oh, that was a double.
Double.
Yep.
Looks like they both went into Zverk's to the body.
Very unfortunate. No one wants a double here. All right, Claire. Ooh. Oh, one-handed thrust from Aaron. Did it land? That was a double. Claire cut into his arm right as he landed that thrust.
Unfortunate. That is one of the huge risks of those one-handed thrusts. Your loss of control, increased range comes at a steep cost.
Very high-risk technique. Aaron again looking, or Claire again looking for that opportunity to close. Aaron knowing he has to be a little more careful, or he'll double out, or Claire will get that Zverhau on him.
Both playing out with these different guards. Claire trying to seize the
looks like one of our judges may have thought that landed. It didn't look like it landed to me.
Not at all. Yep, other judge contradicting and correcting. No exchange. Excellent.
No exchange. Good call from the judges.
Finally, they've taken off the blindfolds.
All right, here we go. Aaron being a little more aggressive,
Ooh.
Cutting into Claire's arm, possibly with an afterblow. Yep, one of our judges is calling that an afterblow. That's going to be a single point against Claire.
Claire's still keeping the lead, though.
Yes, she is. She has a 3-point lead. A single strike could win her this match. Claire again looking for that opportunity to close. Aaron measure, see if he can get something in. Looking for a cut around. Looked like Claire might have landed that one. Aaron also possibly.
Afterblow to head?
I wonder if they think that Aaron landed something as Claire was closing in. Who is this being called against? Oh, it's being called against Aaron, and they're calling it clean, no afterblow. So that's match Claire Leahy from Einhorn, LA.
Excellent work. That ability to wait for the right opportunity and other strikes. Claire is truly a formidable fencer in this tournament.
Yes, and that brought her all the way into the finals for the underrepresented genders longsword tournament earlier today, where she took, I believe, 3rd place it was.
What I'm most astounded by is maybe the endurance that these fencers are showing. Not only the people who doubled up in the URG and Open Longsword, but the people who doubled up on previous tournaments yesterday. I don't understand. What are these fencers eating?
I know that Rochelle DeBolt did Rapier and Dagger yesterday, URG this morning, and now Open, and she's a pescatarian.
Fascinating.
All right, here we got a final match of this pool between Rodney Bruner from On Guard against Aaron Young from F3 Sword Academy.
Looks like Rodney may have gotten a strike to arm or a thrust to torso. A bit of a disagreement between the judges.
Rodney's there in all black, wearing the red armband. Aaron is the white fencer, wearing red and a little bit of black as well. Rodney taking a decisive lead in the beginning here. Nope. A cut. Clashing into the bind. Yeah, and then the cut around from Aaron looks like a cut to the arm for Aaron.
Absolutely exquisite. We do love to see, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I'll say it until the stars go cold. We love to see clear, clean fencing here.
And this is some lovely fencing this exchange. Aaron seeming to work better against this opponent than he was doing against Claire. Up. It looked like it may have been a cut from Rodney with afterblow into the arms.
May have been out of tempo, though. That was quite a large circular action.
It does look like the judges think there was an afterblow. So that's going to be 1 more point against Aaron. Rodney having a 2-point lead now. Rodney possibly looking for another limb to attack. Aaron trying to probably wind him off and cut around, and there it is. cut to the arm from Aaron.
Excellent patience from Aaron. He hung out in that bind, tested it, gave it the old
Now it looks like
California
one of our
stop.
judges may think that Rodney landed a cut to the head.
Really interesting. All right.
Aaron may have just barely failed to cover that attack.
Oh, gosh darn it.
And that could cost him the match.
Just that angulation and structure to the body. It's what makes or breaks most fights.
Sword fighting, dear viewers, is not an easy sport.
Hell no.
That is indeed being scored as a strike to Aaron's head. Aaron didn't quite have coverage as he closed in, and that's going to be a match for Rodney Bruner of On Guard Fencing. And that is, of course, the last match of this pool. And I think we are done here in Ring 3. We will be turning our camera now so you can enjoy the action.
One of its next fighters might be its last.
I think I think they've got more going on here in Ring 2.
Excellent. Never mind. All right. Who've we got? Who we seeing so far?
Is that
I think I may recognize the fellow in the red jacket closer to our side of the ring. He had the arming sword that broke and hit his toe yesterday. Is that right?
yes, I believe it was. I will be right back.
Rightio.
I will leave you here in Carter's capable voice.
Certainly not my capable hands. After all, I was absolutely smote in both Rapier and Dagger yesterday and in URG Longsword yesterday. But in the meantime, I do want to talk about our marvelous sponsors. We've got, of course, Wakuzi Armory, making masks that will outlive you and your parents. And we've got Castile Armory, one of the best, highest quality sword manufacturers here on the West Coast, giving us high quality rapiers and longswords featured in today's tournament and yesterday's. And Art by Amber, making the forearm and shoulder guards, featured in not only my own armor and the armor of my friend Eric and mentor Arthur Henry, but those of many other fencers here. We owe a great deal of thanks to many of our sponsors, including the last one I'm going to mention here today, our exquisite Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats. An absolutely delectable sausage. You won't want anything else in your mouth. Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats. Sponsor here at Wine Country Sword Crush. All right, I am joined now by ya boy, Ronan Rat King Richards, who's taking a break until the second round of pools starts up. Ronan, how you feeling coming out of first round of pools, my dude?
That's right, Carter. I am back. And can you hear me?
Absolutely, you are not muted. Remember, mute icon on your little microphone bit.
Okay. I am feeling great, Carter. Hey, I just got out of my pools matches, and I gotta say, I'm feeling awesome. I scored 1.5 wins, one draw. You were watching. 1 draw, 1 win, and 1 loss.
You know,
I do feel like my rib cage is going to implode.
Of course, that is a very common occurrence. I've seen many at this tournament, of course, but over at Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy, where I regularly have asthma attacks due to overexerting myself.
I've just looked at the scorecard, and apparently I'm number 22. That is not good.
It's not great, but at least, you know, it's a catch-22 situation. Now you get to rest, quite literally, at catch-22.
All right, now, Carter, what are we looking at?
Fencing. Right here in Ring 2, if you'd like to pull up HEMA's scorecard on your phone, since your phone is the one that's functioning. Or not, never mind.
Nuh-uh.
Rightio, we've got the red fencer in the gray shirt and white socks up against the Wakuzi helmed red jacketed fencer. This is actually the fencer. You may not have seen this yesterday. You may not have had the view that I did. The fencer on our right here, for you folks on the screen, that is also to your right. He's just barely blocked by his friend. The Wakuzi mask with red jacket. That's the fellow whose arming sword broke yesterday. It broke off and stubbed his toe. Bit of a nasty injury, but he still kept on fighting, and evidently it has not stopped him today. Ronan, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I have absolutely no thoughts on that, as I have received several too hard strikes to the head, and I'm no longer capable of counting, not even on my fingers. But I have met that individual, and yes, he is very classy. I do appreciate his choice in armaments, but not in his taste in weapons.
Now, what the hell is that supposed to mean, Ronan?
I mean, maybe, just maybe, if your arming sword shatters into two, you shouldn't have been using it in the first place.
You know, now that you've clarified, I am prone to agree. I myself have a Purple Heart arming sword. Not exactly, or Purple Heart's VB arming sword. Not gonna lie, it's a bit of a chunky boy. I've thrust you in the throat once with that. It did not feel great now, did it?
See, I am not used to things punching me in the throat, and honestly, that kind of sucked ass. And finally, we're fencing once again. It took 2 hours to get the judges and the fencers ready to fight. Finally, we came here to do, and we're no longer delaying the tournament for another half hour.
Exactly as I said last time. Takes about as much time as the Second Vatican Council. But you know, that's what we get here. We're sword nerds. We tend to be rather close to our more spiritual roots. Martial artists tend to be that way. Ronan, what do you think of these two fencers here? Do you think they're representing the art well with those strikes we see here, possibly a double?
I do love that twirly ballerina-esque series of flourishes from our fencer on the right.
And we do see that he landed an afterblow. Unfortunately, please stop coughing into your mic, Ronan. I'm the guy with the recovering chest cold, and I gotta tell you to stop coughing.
Carter,
That's saying
you
something.
can cry about it. Anyway, we're going back to it. Both of these fencers are very speedy.
Absolutely, they are trying to maintain measure and bait the other little feinting, probing at call a hold of that. Looks like Red Fencer got struck in the arms in that exchange. We've been seeing over in Ring 3 that usually ends in a couple doubles, but as we press on, hopefully we're seeing more clean exchanges. Keeping measure, pressing in on each other every now and again. Oh, they're clashed, and Red Fencer may have shown the back of his head. I wonder if they'll call a penalty on that.
It would seem that both fencers were going for the other guy, charging at each other and ending up at each other's shoulders. Let's see what the judges have to say about that chicanery.
They called that as match red, with that last blow going to Red's favor as a strike to the torso.
Okay.
I do love the fact that you are so exhausted that you're not nearly as quippy. It actually matches my pace now.
Carter, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. I'm legitimately, it's so good to see
Carter,
that you've put so much effort and so much energy into this sparring.
Up. Carter, do you want to step outside?
No, because I cannot feel my legs. Again, I fenced rapier and dagger yesterday, and URG longsword earlier today. I am fully numb and tingly. I hyperextended my right elbow, and now I don't want to move anything.
Yeah, and how'd that go, Carter? How'd that go?
As you damn well know, you rat bastard, it did not go well for me. We're going to focus back in on Ring 2. We've got Eric the Red over here. That's not his surname, of course, but that's just a little nickname we got here at Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy for the taller fencer with the blue jacket. Eric is about a year or two into his longsword experience. He'll be facing off against the fencer in the red jacket and Makuzi mask. Appears to be repeating. Ronan, did you have to do any matches back-to-back?
No, actually, yes, indeed I did.
Forgetful little cretin.
Well, like I just said, literally 30 seconds ago, I've received so many CTE-inspiring strikes that I no longer know where I am.
Sorry, folks. That was really good.
Carter, it wasn't that funny.
I am terribly sorry, Ronan. I just need a bit of humor to refresh me after a humorless but nevertheless exciting day. So far, it looks like Eric is doing quite well. Oh, looks like he's been hit in the hand. May have gotten that after blow to head. Not quite sure. Previous exchange. Yes, that was a deep target, actually, to Eric. He needs to close up his defense and tighten up his actions. Ronan, you've fenced Eric multiple times. What do you think of his general longsword prowess?
I do think he is a rather competent longsword. Trouble with his tempo. And he does tend to swing a little bit too hard. I'm hoping he doesn't smash his opponent like I smashed your mom last night. But
Okay, we can ease up on that, boyo.
my bad, G. My bad.
There are children watching. Specifically, your children, born of my mother. Actually, no, never mind. Please scratch that record. Looks like that most previous exchange, another deep target hit to Eric, may have been with an afterblow, actually. Nope, I don't think they are calling that with an afterblow. Eric unfortunately froze in a sort of hanging forward position. And that looks like that is victory to the fencer in the red jacket, which is confusingly referred to as the white fencer.
It does seem, folks, that I've come down with a classic case of hemosickness.
Hemosickness, and pray tell, what are the main symptoms of hemosickness, Ronan?
Well, it starts with a light cough, and then eventually, usually, ends with heart failure. But currently, I am feeling up to fighting a little bit more. I'm yet to go into cardiac arrest. Let's see how that develops throughout the tournament.
Damn good thing we got a medic on hand. See, I thought you were referring to something else. I'm familiar with Hema out with actual martial arts, and then decided to start swinging longswords.
And no, that's not a sickness. That's just people coming to their senses and making the right choice. Anyway, what's going on? Where are fights going on? I believe this is our final pool for today, if my mind doesn't deceive me.
For once, your mind does not deceive you. Unfortunately, the folks at home do not have any cameras trained onto the ring one, but Open Longsword is indeed keeping up its final match for pools. We might be able to change up the cameras. Let me see if I can grab Ted Elsner. I'll leave the folks watching on this stream and the capable little furry, little grimy paws of the Ronan the Rat King Richards for just a brief moment.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, and parentheses other, we are waiting for in which I will be fencing a little bit more. I'm wondering when finally this pool is going to wrap up. It's been a while since we've started these pools, and like every other HEMA tournament to ever be run, we're a little bit behind schedule.
All right, Small Sword Pete of Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats has given me the stink eye and wish to wither into oblivion.
Good.
You were so quick in the draw with that. That was good. Listen, come in to our ASMR channel. I do love that the two goofballs have now taken over the stream. I deeply appreciate the fact that Ted has stepped away, meaning that we now have full control. Probably, so we're just going to be chatting while the folks are watching an empty stream, essentially.
Thank you, Carter. While I do agree with you that I am enjoying the absence of Ted Elsner of the Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy, I do not appreciate being called a goofball. I am the Joe Rogan now of the HEMA community, and I wish to be taken seriously. What do you think about that, Carter?
I don't think the label Rogan of HEMA really works for you, and forgive me, I don't think you're racist or sexist enough.
That is true. While I do not have those negative traits.
Yet.
I could say so much right now, and yet I'm live on air, and later I will be driving home with you, Carter, so we'll handle that then.
It's all right. We all know it's just good, friendly fun. Ronan is a virtuous young fellow, quite supportive and quite nice, in spite of the fact that in the ring you'd think him a tricksy little bastard. But then again, this is competition. You got to do what you got to do in order to get that gold. Hopefully, you do, unlike what some others did, you do as they did not, which was fight without trying to land blows to the back of the head. Ronan, have you ever had to receive blows to the back of the head in competition so far?
No, I have no head offense, and and
Wow.
fortunately, I have not had the experience of being slugged in the back of the head. That may change as I continue to participate in this longsword tournament, but we'll see. I don't expect to be taking blows to the back of the head. What about you, Carter?
Well, I'm not in the open longsword tournament, so the only blows to the back of the head I expect are when Ted or Peter or you slap me up. It's making some really bad joke. Yep, like just now. I don't know if you heard my headset come off, folks, but that was indeed Ronan slapping me upside the head. Hashtag just like my dad. I'm joking, obviously. Dad, I love you.
See, now we got to go back to our original statement right as Carter was getting out of pools. He does need therapy for serious psychological trauma. We'll get back to you later.
Was that legit a conversation you guys had?
Yes, we did.
Are you serious? How did
Yeah,
that conversation?
100%.
I wanna hear this conversation. Please recount it.
Well, you can watch the stream on your own. I'm not your babysitter. You can pull it up on your phone if you would like to.
I refuse. Just tell me what you think. Because I'm a very fearful fencer. This is my first official longsword tournament. This is my first real tournament in a long time. I've done some SEA work since Sword Crush 2022, but by gosh, by golly, I am a very tentative, fearful fencer. I really do struggle with seizing the initiative, but what are your honest thoughts regarding how I can work against this? It may help some people at home who are considering fencing in competition.
Well, I do think you have been showing some great control, some great virtuous fencing here today. While uh, it is notable that you have participated in the SEA, we all know here, even the audience at home, that that's not real fencing. Uh,
Oof.
I do think, anyway,
Oof.
I do think you've been performing well today. Let's see if you can you keep that up in later events.
Who could say? It may not even be at very many later events. I don't think I've made the cutoff for signing up for Battleborn. I will probably, however, be making it out. What's the next one? What's the next? Because we'll be at Battleborn in about 3 weeks over in Nevada. We'll be in Reno. Don't at home have the great advantage of seeing Ronan's face up close when he's disappointed and disgusted with you. I have the great fortune of seeing that face every single time we talk.
And thankfully, that's nearly every day. Um, it's okay. I'm not disappointed in you, not like your father was. Anyway,
All right, we can
uh,
ease up on that one. My dad loves me very much. I'm going to be very, very serious and honest about that. My father loves me very.
uh-huh.
Listen, man. Listen, bub. No, but I get what you're saying. Um, yeah, no. It's a good time. I definitely need if I may return the favor, Ronan. There was definitely a little more tentative fencing than I normally see from you. It was just about as athletic as I normally expect. But I will say there were times I was expecting you. There was one or two Gaistlin you threw. Expected you to have those in the bag. You've got regularly a very fine measure and an excellent sense of tempo.
That is true. I am not on my best game today due to my bum leg that I twisted yesterday. I'm trying to make it through anyway and keep up my artful fencing without having to slug a little bit harder. But it's becoming difficult. It's becoming difficult to maintain that level of speed while still having a bum leg.
Did you just burp on stream, my guy?
Yeah.
Christ.
Breaking news, there are apparently still slots open in Battleborn.
All right, I've been told that there are 3 left in Rapier, about 5 left in Longsword, and how many in Broadsword again, Michael? At least 10. Marvelous. That's 10 slots off because I would like to not have any broken bones. But I may actually take up that offer. That news being just given to us by our friend Michael, who's been helping us with this stream. Battleborn does seem like an opportunity rife with the possibility of victory, or if not, at least some very fun fencing. I'm not going to lie, I think that's my biggest mental block. So, I'm going to ask you about this real quick. When you fence in this competition, are you mainly thinking to relax and have fun, or the first blow?
I'm looking for a little combination of both. I think my primary concern is art, but I am here to have a good time, and I don't believe in the idea of sacrificing the art of your fencing for a more decisive victory. I think your tournament play should reflect your ability to perform the art as a fencer. We all are here to show off our skills, and if we're not showing artful fencing, then why did we even show up?
That's a very good, rather eloquent point from Ronan Rat Kings Richards. Second round of pools has just been announced. They're starting up the rings. Ring 3 over here with our main cameras are about to be filled. If Ronan, you might be announced rather soon. Arthur Henry being called to rather quickly. Rightio, we're going to have the opportunity over here in Ring 3 to see our best bud from Sakima, Alec the Honey Badger Villanueva, over here in Ring 3. I am legitimately exhilarated to see him fight. We're going to see Louis Zhang, I believe I butchered that surname, but we're going to see our buddy Louis return to Ring 3 as well. I legitimately cannot wait to destroy everybody in this ring. Honey Badger is an exceedingly athletic fencer. He's got a really fine sense of temper and, not temper, tempo and measure, and he's a bit of a shorter fencer, but as we all say, Honey Badger don't give a shit. Honey Badger's got an excellent sense of vivacity, and he just knows when to seize that initiative and clash right on through. Right now we see Ronan's gone a little quiet, checking his stance for which pool he'll be jumping in on. Hopefully you'll be staying with us until then, eh, Ronan?
That's right. I did just pull up Hima's scorecard. It does look like I am in Pool 5, which may well end up being in Ring 2.
Amazing. Who are you fighting in Pool 5?
I'm fighting Jeffrey Campbell, Christopher Suhu, and Aaron Yang.
May want to tap down your volume just a little bit with the voice, but I am watching you from here, even if I'm not commentating on that. Right now, folks, have our main camera trained on the second ring where we see Arthur Henry getting ready for his matches. We're going to be shifting that camera over to Ring 3. We do hope you enjoyed that little break. Maybe you bounced off to use the bathroom. That would have been wise. I recommend, if you haven't done that already, do that now, folks, because the action is about to begin in just a minute or two. Ronan, do you think taking any last-second preparations before you jump into your pool today?
I do not believe so. I think I'll be all right, Carter.
Fair enough. The Rat King, as always, with his mostly cartilage body. Isn't that right? That is the real reason you're named Rat King, is because your entire body is mostly cartilage?
I doubt that.
Really? Because it seems like most of you is pretty soft, except you're very hard-headed.
All I have to say about that is that that insult was very poorly constructed and that you need to work on your witty commentary.
Look, I'm trying, doggo.
Yeah, I know you are.
You broke character for that. That sounded like you broke character for that, my dear. All right, we're seeing some interesting turnouts. a good mix of a couple of these different fighters. Arthur's going to be fighting folks I don't think he's ever fought before over in the second ring. And Alec, same situation. I don't think Honey Badger, Alec Villanueva, is going to be fighting anyone he's fought before in this tournament for Open Longsword Pool Set 2. And we've got pools 1 through 3 in this second set or second round of pools coming up.
Jan.
Thank you. All right, we are looking mighty fine. Fencers are making some last-minute stretches, adjustments to jackets and what. It is genuinely a fantastic turnout, I gotta say. I do love how the HEMA community has been gradually growing and making itself larger, not only on longsword and not only on rapier and broadsword, but being able to expand in general and broaden our horizons across many different audiences. Whether you're a fan of Star Wars or if you maybe prefer to binge watch Lord of the Rings over Star Wars, you'll always find some of that and some folks who share some of those interests here in HEMA. And it's biggest reasons why I personally have stuck around in HEMA. Ronan, what is your favorite thing regarding the HEMA community?
Carter, I'm going to be so real with you right now. I zoned the hell out. I have no idea what's going on, and I still don't know where I am. Back to you, Carter.
That's fair. Ronan is rightfully cooked, as they kids are now prone to say, because they don't know how to speak proper English. And right now, Arthur Henry is getting ready in second circle over there. Second circle, seventh seal, it's all the same. Getting ready for his first match. He's the opening match in Pool 2, Round 2, in the smack dab middle of this floor.
I would like to make a clarification, Carter. Carter has just been informed what the slang term cooked means, and in the instance that he used it, it would imply that I've consumed a massive amount of marijuana. This is not true. What he's trying to say was that I am, in a way, per se, screwed.
Okay, that was a complete 180 from what you told me at Black Bear today, but all right. Match is starting, and we are seeing none other than Louis up against Yan Wen Zhu. So Louis Zhang versus Yan Wen Zhu. Yan Wen in the white jacket with red band and yellow. And then Louis in the gray. Oh, looks like Yan Wen is making some self-calls. Might be calling for quality, as a matter of fact.
Yan Wen just...
Ted remarking there was visible flex on that thrust. I'm not sure if the judges are calling it. Yeah, all right. Fair point. We are back at it again. Oh, looks like Yan Wen getting that cut to leg and immediately breaking distance rather smoothly. Nearly toppled, but quite stable.
A very dexterous movement and quite risky, slipping that Zorn by an inch.
And we're back at it. They are playing with each other's measure. Yan Wen being a little aggressive, getting that snipe and possibly getting a riposte to head after Louis tried to get off a counterattack to head. Ronan, what did you think about that?
I think you pretty much summed it up, Carter. We're seeing a lot of very quick, agile fencing from Yan Wen.
Yeah, but I think Yan Wen actually, I think they ended up counting that as Yan Wen's attack with afterblow. And now Yan Wen's clean thrust. All right, that clean, beautiful thrust with very much sufficient bend, but not excessive. Are they going to call that with an afterblow? Ooh, doesn't look like it. Louis having a severe point deficit now. Ooh, chasing. Ring out. All right, they are washing that exchange due to the ring out. And Yan Wen correcting his head and mask. Ronan, your thoughts?
I do believe Yan Wen did light forearm cut in before the ring out.
That's a little questionable. He might have had 1 foot barely in the ring when he landed that. Definitely Louis' afterblow or answer and return was out, but I'm not so sure about Jan Wen's cut to arms.
Even if he was still in the ring, I'm not even sure if the judges would have called it anyway.
Both of our fencers very athletic, springing to and from each other, playing with a measure. Ooh! I'm not going to say that that strike was... Jan Wen's thrust was great, but I think Louis' afterblow may have been out of tempo.
I would tend to agree with you there. In fact, I'd say it's significantly out of tempo. And partially, I would say that the judges should have called hold a little bit sooner.
Yes, indeed. But you know how it is, a little hard to judge. But that victory goes to Jan Wen. Next, we've got Alec Villanueva, the Honey Badger from Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy. And we've got... Mind up pulling up HEMA scorecard for me. Ashton Warren, I believe, is coming from On Guard? Or... Well, anyway, they're coming in. F3. My apologies, Ashton is from F3. Honey Badger and Ashton playing the measure game. Honey Badger being a little flighty and trying to circle around Ashton. Oh, looks like Honey Badger got an afterblow to arms, while Ashton may have gotten something to Honey Badger's shoulder or head. Judges are calling that with no quality. Oh, and Ashton is calling self-call, it looks like. All right, in that case, it is a double. That is first double of the match, 2 more, and they are out. Isn't it interesting how so many rules, including some American laws, go by baseball rules, Ronan? Never mind, scratch that from the record, my apologies. Rightio, we are playing with that measure yet again. Going through. Honey Badger playing a little more tentative, trying to draw each other out. Oh, looks like Honey Badger is out, but did he get that thrust into Ashton beforehand? Ronan, thoughts?
I have no thoughts in my head. I do believe, Carter, that I have mid-match reached nirvana. I'm hoping that this match will bring me back down to reality. Both filling each other out in the center of the ring.
That looks like another double to me.
That looks like another double. I do believe that exchange broke my perfect understanding of the universe.
I don't know if you ever had a perfect understanding of the universe, Ronan, considering you're a Longsword main. Anyway, so, looks like they're playing with each other again. Oh, looks like Ashton probably got a cut to head. Did Honey Badger get that afterblow? Badger get that afterblow? Judges look like they're calling that hit to arms.
You love to see that quality parry or riposte. Unlike Carter, it seems that Alec has a great understanding of yes and.
Wow. I mean, fair, but wow. Oh, Ashton trying to probe with a few more Zornhaus, looking a little flat, but still coming in. Honey Badger having none of it, giving answer. Oh, did Ashton plant that? Something to their hands, but they were sort of stacked in our vision, folks. Looks like they are calling that as blows against Honey Badger, blows to his arm. All right, renewing the initiative. Ashton coming in a little later. Honey Badger taking the center. A little more reserved in this one, both taking sort of Vomtog or Posta di Corona-like postures. Oh, oh, Ashton misses for a plunging cut. Ush comes around. Honey Badger comes around with a cut to hand. Might have been an afterblow from Ashton on that one. All right, and Ashton takes the victory on that match.
You know, it has been a while since I've had the opportunity to fence Ashton, and it does seem that Ashton has come a very long way as a historical fencer, doing significantly better in tournaments recently.
I didn't have the pleasure of fencing Ashton in any previous match, and sadly I did not get to fence Ashton in the URG tournament, but I am inclined to agree. Ashton's work seems quite artful. Next match lineup. Looks like we'll have Honey Badger or Alec Villanueva returning up against Louis Jean. Louis is, of course, a bit of a taller dude than Alec, at least. And Louis got an exquisite track record with us today. Have you had the opportunity to fence Louis today?
No, in fact, I have not.
All right. All right, we've got Villanueva and Louis. Hopefully, we don't see any clownish moves, but we do see Louis hanging out in a fool-like position. But will he make a fool of Honey Badger? Looks like he may have. Blow to hands or possibly a thrust before that. All right, looks like they are washing that exchange. Judges could not see any quality with any strikes there. Honey Badger trying to tentatively seize the sword. Louis cutting around. Excellent control. Oh, looks like Louis got a cut to either upper leg or lower torso. Honey Badger may have gotten a strike to head. All right, that was a strike to Honey Badger's arm, it looks like. And they are returning to it. Back at it again here at the Krusty Krab. Playing it tentatively. Honey Badger knowing he's got a little bit of a disadvantage, but he knows that he can seize the initiative. He can still take the laurels of victory. Oh! Honey Badger plants a thrust in Louis' mask. Louis may have gotten an afterblow to hands. Nope. Judges are calling that. Rightio, deep thrust from Honey Badger. And of course, for those of you who don't know, Louis, again, is in gray Honey Badger with the black and white mask and the yellow socks and red jacket. Ooh, looks like...
Now it does seem that our buddy Alec, or Honey Badger, is having a hard time breaking his opponent's measure.
Part of that is, I think, Alec was injured yesterday in Rapier and Dagger. It wasn't a huge injury, but it's still slowing him down ever so slightly in causing an equipment malfunction. Ooh, looks like Louis got a cut to head. Honey Badger may have gotten off that thrust to arms, though, in the after. All right, they are counting that as they strike deep against Honey Badger to his torso. Looking like a pretty decent matchup. Honey Badger using an Ensifer fetter up against Louis' Siggy. Mobility is in Louis' favor, but Honey Badger's got springy footwork. Let's see if he can use it effectively to steal victory from the jaws of defeat. Oh, lots of cutting around. Honey Badger loses control and has to reverse grip to reclaim his sword. It looks like they're calling that Louis cut to head. All right, that looks like Honey Badger did indeed land an afterblow. May not be enough to save him yet. Honey Badger really needs to seize the initiative and strike some deep targets. Roden, what do you think?
I would tend to agree with you, Carter. Alec's opponent is seemingly a rather hard hitter, and it seems that Alec is having a hard time breaking that first series of cuts.
I wouldn't necessarily... What are the judges? All right, that looks like, yeah, Louis' clear cut to head might give him the match. Yes, indeed it does. All right. Honey Badger really seemed like he just could not get into that deep measure required. Ashton will be given the red band around her arm. We may have... is it Louis Zhang or is it Yan Wen? Rightio, so we've got Louis Zhang again in gray. If you're just tuning in, he's off on the right and in frame. And we've got Ashton in a black jacket with a little bit of purple going underneath and some neon yellowish green shoes. Sadly off camera, but we're sure to see a pretty decent matchup. Ashton, very much a artful fencer. Louis is going to have a tough time with this one. Ronan, what do you think?
I honestly think that Louis is going to have to play this very aggressive. Ashton has been very neat with her measure control, staying on the outside, getting those nice top half cuts. I'm excited to see how this plays out, Carter.
Rightio. And with a salute, we are in. Ashton claims the center. Louis kind of sneaking in, playing with the low guard. Playing it very tentative. Very different strategy matches. Oh, and with the clash, that may be Louis' cut to arm.
I do believe that's going to be called as Louis cut to arm. Yep.
Rightio, and we are back at it. Returning like Palpatine. Oh! It looks like Ashton tried to go for the grapple, but Louis may have gotten off a hit just as she went for it.
I do believe that's right. Ashton may have been able to get that pommel in if Louis did not go for the wrist cut, but unfortunately for Ashton, Louis got that Longsword, stopping her attempt to grapple.
Interestingly, our judges are having a bit of a moment to discuss. They may not have been at the perfect angle to see what was going on. Let's see what they'll judge. No exchange. They are washing it. All right. Some exchanges, they're just too hard to judge. That's all right. It happens. All right. Again, Louis is tentative. Ashton tries to seize. Oh, might have that cut to arm, but did Louis get to the high line first?
All right, they're calling that as a cut from Ashton to Louis.
On the shallow target, they are now tied. Somebody's got to go to the deep target or really get a couple more shallow hits in before we definitive. Oh, do we have the grapple? Looks like judges are calling that. All right. Looks like they're calling that a deep target strike against Ashton. Louis just getting that tip in beautifully.
Ashton once again is going for the grapple and it's not working out for her.
We need to play this measure game. Sometimes you need to seize in and crowd, and sometimes you just need to be patient. Like they're both favoring the patience, but it's hard to switch between that strategy and other ones. Ashton may have gotten the grapple off this time.
Ooh, Carter, I don't know. That was a bit of a toss-up exchange. I think it's all in the hands of the judges at this time.
All right, that looks like Louis got a shallow target. Ashton having a single point left. Oh, and Louis goes in. Does Ashton have the grapple? That may have been a thrust from Louis.
I don't believe that thrust landed. See what the judges have to say.
Looked like one of them said that Ashton had a first cut to head. Red gets deep target. Yes, Ashton landed that target initially. Excellent work from Ashton. But ultimately, it could not save her. Match goes to Louis Zhang. All right, Ashton will be staying in. She's going to take her minute to rest. Ronan, can you see who our next opponent? It's Yan Wenju. Rightio. Now, have you had the opportunity to fight Yan Wen yet, Ronan?
Once again, Carter, I have not had the opportunity to fence Yan Wen.
You know, that's fair. Sometimes you don't get to match up with the people you want. But that's all right. Is there any particular opponent that you're looking forward to fighting once you get into your pools, Ronan?
Honestly, I do believe we're looking at her. I am very excited to rematch Ashton. It has been a while since we've had the opportunity to fence, and I want to see how she's grown as a fencer.
Exquisite. We love to see that sportsmanship, and I think that's one of the other bright spots in the HEMA community is getting to learn from each other and to inspire each other to grow in ways we sometimes never thought imaginable. Or possible, I should say. Rightio, we had a little double red cuff situation going on, but now we've got that sorted real quick. And with the salute, they are off, taking the center, playing with each other's measure. Ashton may be a little tuckered out from that previous fight. Yan Wen is fresh, though. Yan Wen landing a blow to body after the call of hold. I don't think they'll accept that, but I think Ashton landed that blow to head.
Ashton seems to be reacting to Yan Wen a little late. Ashton's going to need to quicken those parries.
Ooh.
Oh!
Ashton shoves Yan Wen out of the ring, chasing him solid, but I think Yan Wen still managed to get to land a blow to the leg. Ashton's leg protection actually needing to be adjusted at this point.
To one knee, I do believe could have been intentional from Yan Wen, trying to get a thrust to the low line. But then again, I'm not entirely sure. That could have gone either way.
Yan Wen gets a brutal thrust to the upper opening. I think this match may be Yan Wen's. Ashton has a massive point deficit. She really needs to step up her reaction time. And never mind, the opportunity is not going to be had. Yan makes the victory. Yan Wenju, excuse me.
All right. Stepping up to the plate, we've got Alec. And
Alec
I
Villanueva, the Honey Badger from Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy.
Once again, I do believe he's taking his 1-minute nap right now.
Nap may be a bit of an exaggeration, but nevertheless, I like the spirit. Wiped off his feet, and now I think he's ready to not slip on our extremely slippery and dusty gym floors. And with the salute, they are off. Alec pretty twitchy chasing in. Yan Wen trying to go for the low line. Pretty hard to do that on such a small guy, but I think he just got a shot to the hand.
Yan Wen is very tall and very swift. I do believe it's going to be very difficult for Alec to break Yan Wen's defense.
Oh, but did he ring him out or did he land a blow?
Let's see what the judges have to say.
Calling that Alec pulled off a strike. Oh, never mind. Honey Badger gave an after blow. Not the best, but still there. Shortens that point deficit by a single point. Oh! Yan Wen closes with a thrust, looks like to the head. And that point deficit must increase again. Alec really needs to step up. And I know he can. We fenced this guy many, many times. He can absolutely claim that center. He uses... Oh! Looks like Yan Wen got a thrust off to head. Actually pushed some of Alec's head protection off. And I think that's Yan Wen's match.
That's right, Carter. Alec fails to parry a little higher and catches a thrust to the head.
I think that is the end of this pool. That's a tremendous challenge. That's not a challenge you have to face very often, Ronan. Have you ever had a problem of not parrying high enough up against a taller opponent?
No, in fact, I am 6'3" and proud, but unfortunately, some of us are vertically challenged.
That's fair. And looks like we're getting ready for the next pool. I believe that's pool 4 getting ready over here in our 3rd ring.
Alrighty, Carter. I'm going to have to pass off the mic as I have to prepare for Pool 5 in which I'm fighting. I wish you luck in the commentary field. I'm going to pass over to Ted.
Right on, Ronan. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Rat King. Radio. And looks like the 2nd ring is also getting ready for their next set of pools, or their next match of their pool, I should say. It looks like it is our own Arthur Henry of the Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy getting ready on guard. And then, of course, we've got our next set of pools with, looks like our old...
Joe Calistro, this is going to be Pool 4 coming over to Ring 3 where we're month watching today. And it looks like Joe is going to be up. Joe is a great fencer, one of the leaders of IGF. I can never pronounce it properly, up out of Portland. We'll see how this goes. Should be quite the...
Oop, looks like one fencer is late to Ring 3 for this Pool 4. One Mark Olson, I believe.
Yeah, definitely want to pay attention when your name is being called in these matchups. The goal is to get this running as smoothly and quickly as possible. And right now, you know, it is 5 o'clock. We've been going since just after 2. We still have a bunch of pools left and then eliminations and finals. So any delay really kind of hurts things. So hopefully the fencers will get in the ring, get going here as quickly as possible, and we will get back to the fencing. For the moment, I'm just going to take us over to camera 2 while we wait for something to happen here on the screen. Ignore the score on the screen at the moment. That's just because I don't want to have to reset it up again.
Right here.
Arthur Henry coming in over here on
looking strong.
Ring 2. Looks like he's intimidating a smaller opponent. Not uncommon.
Yeah, very, very common with Arthur.
Arthur's a fine example of how, you know, maybe you're not such a big guy initially, but a bit of hard work can put a lot of size on you. When I first met Arthur, he was a pretty small guy, like tall, but didn't have as much mass packed on. And then a couple of years ago, he started eating right, working out a lot more, doing weightlifting, some strength training, and now Arthur really does quite well. Anyway, we are over on Ring 1, or excuse me, Ring 3.
All right, looks like Joe and Carl. Joe immediately claiming the center, Carl taking almost a posto D by Corno, and Joe changing off between his postures quite well, closing in measure ever so slightly. Careful footwork, Carl tries to seize in. Not very many earnest probing actions, but many changes off. Changing off postures, trying to counter guard each other. Oh, Gaisler attempt.
Yeah, one-hand Gaisler taking an opportunity. If he's, you know, he's using a kind of a short sword. It's an Arius. If it was a little bit longer, he might have been able to land that.
Oh, that looks like that might have been Carl's hit.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we have an agree. It looks like they're calling a deep strike against Joe. That's going to cost him 3 points.
That is a truly demoralizing start, but I'm sure Joe can bounce back from it.
Yeah,
Joe's
he's a great fencer, should be able to handle himself in there.
And he looks absolutely fantastic. Carl is unfortunately accidentally struck with an overhow into the ground. I get to hear that through my headphones, but gratefully he took it with a smile. I think we're all grateful it didn't cause any damage. Oop. Coming to the center yet again. Joe flicking at him to see if he can probe a little beating action. Carl keeping pretty solid form. Oh, Joe strike to head it looks like. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Judges did not call that.
Yeah, didn't feel it was quality.
Oh, looks like the grapple is on. And strike to head.
Go. Joe definitely not afraid to close in distance, and yeah, he's landing a deep cut against White, landing that cut from the grapple on the head, so very nicely done. It's going to tie things up for him. My timer's a little bit off on the screen. We've got about 40 seconds left, so I'm going to let it catch back up a little bit. I do appreciate you guys bearing with us. Let's see. Yeah, Joe. One of the things I love watching about Joe, right, is he really likes and positions to kind of work with opponents that maybe, I don't want to say aren't as good as him, but maybe are a little less experienced than he is. He sees it
Ooh.
as an opportunity to try out some of those techniques. What we got?
It looks like that Joe might have landed a back of heads Varric. Yeah, they're going to watch that exchange, it looks like. I think one of the judges might be saying they didn't see it quite well.
No, there's concern about whether or not it hit the back of the head.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But we got a great judging team over here with lots of experience. I'm going to trust what they go with on this.
Absolutely.
Looks like they're calling it as a cut to a deep target on the white fencer. That should, yeah, it's going to take him down to 1 point remaining. I think that even coming in, it was quite controlled from Joe.
That's fair, that's fair.
And he was willing to throw it away, but the judges said, no, we're going to keep it in there.
Honor really counts for quite a lot in these fights. Some people discount it because, unlike in the SCA, it's not a purely honor-based system, but gosh darn it, when you show that you're willing to throw a hit like that, or you're willing to control, and you're willing to throw out any point potential, that really does change the judge's mind.
Oh! And finishing it with a...
That was a good throw.
Oh, yeah. And I think with that thrust,
Yeah.
Joe has taken the match.
Yeah, that's going to be a lovely thrust to torso against white, and that is going to end it for us. Yeah, with a very nice set of outcomes. All right, up next, it looks like we're going to have Justin Beck and Mark Olson. So Justin Beck and Mark Olson going to be coming in next on this.
I am excited to see this. I don't think we've seen Mark in the previous pool.
Mark is one we've seen quite a bit actually. Justin, though, another member of F3 Sword Academy out of Berkeley. A group that's been going on for a couple of years now, and honestly doing quite well. Oh, here we go.
Radio, Justin keeping a long point and going deep. Oh, he might have gotten that cut to hand.
Okay, let's see if they, yeah. Looks like they're calling the cut to hand. There is some question of an afterblow. Let's see what the judges have to. Yeah, so we got it as a cut to the lower opening against the white fencer with an afterblow, so that's going to be worth 1 point deducted from Mark's score.
Not a terrible lead, but not a terrible deficit. I think Mark might be able to turn it around if he seizes the initiative and really closes in.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, a 1 point difference isn't going to be a huge issue, especially this early in the fight. Lots of time to work, but we'll kind of see. It's with this rule set and 3-point actions, things can turn around really, really quickly. Looks like we have an acknowledgement from Justin, though, of potentially a strike as well. Yeah, so I think what we might be seeing is that a strike to the arm of Mark followed by an afterblow to Justin's body.
Judges seem to be deliberating from distance real quick.
Yeah, it's going to be a strike against the white fencer with afterblow. I think it was, a lower opening. But regardless, in this rule set, it's going to be 1 point. So Mark is down to 5 points.
Ooh, Justin may have gotten
there
that
we
cut
go.
to
That looks like
clear.
it was a clean strike to Mark's arm. Yeah, that was a shallow strike. Mark is down to 3 points. So he is in that danger zone where a single thrust or cut to the head, nice and clean, any deep target could end it for him. Still lots of time left on the clock.
Absolutely. Plenty of time to change up this game. Oh,
no, judges didn't see anything they like out of it. Oh, maybe a hand strike there.
Did Justin land to the torso? I was a bit of a slanted and stacked angle.
Looks like we got that hand strike from Justin to Mark, landing and sniping the hands, bringing things down. Here we go, here we go. This is going to be it. I mean, at this point, Justin can really take his time, choose the attack he wants, but it doesn't seem to be his style. He's just gonna take one more arm.
Just to be secure. Very hard to fight when you only have one functioning arm sometimes.
Very true, very true. If you don't have a hand, it makes fencing very, very difficult. Not impossible, but especially with these two-handed weapons, difficult. All right, and that's going to be the match for red fencer, which means we've got Justin Beck is still up, and Carl Weniger is back on deck. So this will be a fairly local battle with F3, and if I remember correctly, Carl is from the Napa Solano Historical Fencing Guild. They train out of Napa, surprise, surprise in the name. They're a relatively young club as things go, only a couple of years old, but have filled a nice kind of niche in the market as there wasn't really a club in the area, and so they decided to start one of their own, growing nicely. They've picked up some of the Sacramento members that were coming from a little further away and had to stop because it was just too far. And so it's nice to see people that sometimes live a little far away, can't make it out to class all the time, suddenly have a club that's right there next to where they live that they can actually attend, right? As much as we all over the place. Ideally, you don't want to be driving for hours on end
Of course.
to get to class.
Location, location, location.
That's
And
right.
we're going to see, hopefully, location, 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 as these two take command of measure. We're just waiting right now, I think, for the table and the judges to finish setting up. But we know both of these fencers to be fairly, not jumpy per se, but definitely tentative as they approach measure, and definitely those who like to beat in order to seize the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times that tends to be a feature of a newer fencer, one that maybe isn't quite as confident. But hey, they're showing us a little bit, showing us up. They heard what we were saying, coming out a little bit more calm and reserved, maybe because their level of experience might be a little closer to each other. They don't feel that extra pressure. Ooh, got a Gaistlin attempt there from Justin, trying to do that little slinging down at the leg, not the ankle, because that would be off target. And let's see if we can see what's to us. Nothing better. Oh, wait, there we got a one-handed strike. Nothing landed. Judge says keep fencing. Doesn't like it. Oh, another
Another
Gaistlin
Gaistlin.
attempt. There we go. Looks like we finally got something that the judge likes. Ooh, we're seeing a disagreement here among the judges. Looks like we got a head strike and an arm strike being called. The question is it a double? Is it an afterblow situation? Was one of them no good? So one judge clearly signaling that he saw a cut to the head.
Radio, and as these deliberations continue, we do want to remind folks of our lovely sponsors, and of course, in this opportunity for a bathroom break or what have you, do please note that judging is extremely difficult. We gotta be fair to our judges. This is extremely difficult as people are moving so fast.
Okay, so we got a strike from red to white. I didn't see if they said with afterblow or not, so let me see on that. It looks like it was clean.
Fair enough, fair enough. Not a terrible call.
Oh, there we go.
Justin got a clean.
Yeah, nice clean strike to white's arm.
Nice little change through the rows underneath and onto the other side.
Yep. All right, here they come in.
Justin's got a severe point lead. They're both in sort of shoulder Vontok. Ooh, and I think that will close the match for Justin.
Yeah, there we go. The strike landed on white's mask, and that's going to be the match to Justin. Oh.
Came in just in the nick of time.
Going on now. Yeah, Carl's still in. We got Mark Olson coming up against him. So back-to-back matches is kind of the thing. When you're in a four-person pool, things go pretty quickly. So you got to be ready, and especially if you don't choose to take your minute break between, there's not a lot of opportunity.
Yes, indeed, but 1 minute sometimes isn't enough to repair or recover.
Looks like we had a thrust to the leg, followed by a strike from above. Then that is a double.
Oof, you hate to see it, folks, but sometimes these things just happen. We've said it many times. Sometimes just a matter of tempo, sometimes just a matter of adrenaline. Oh, judges call hold?
I think, yeah, he called it as a hold, but I think that strike landed on Carl's cross, not actually on his hand or arm. The sword did its job, but sometimes, especially with gloves that are made of plastic, you hear that pop and you think it, even though it was the metal. Can be a little bit tricky at times to tell the difference of what we got going on. All right.
Carl goes
there we
for
go.
that
I think
thrust
we're
to hand.
seeing
I think he got
a
it.
thrust to the hand. Yeah, landed a thrust against Red's hand there. All right, here we go.
Excellent matchup. They're posturing at each other yet again. Carl seizing the initiative, and I think that looks like Mark. Ooh,
Shallow
never mind.
strike landed against red.
Rightio, Mark's got a point deficit he's really got to work back up from, but Carl not giving him the opportunity. Lovely parries. Not very many riposts. That may have landed in Mark's hands.
There we go. Got it.
Yes, indeed. Shallow to red. Carl's got very nice form changing off postures right on the edge.
By Corno thrown in there. Maybe Mark's been studying a little bit of Fiore.
Oh! And a lovely thrust from Carl.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
gonna
indeed.
do it. Was a nice thrust. Kind of snuck in there as a cut, but then transitioned to being a thrust in the last moment.
Lovely form.
Stuck itself and landed. So Mark is going to take his 1 minute.
Who will be joining him in the ring next?
No, we have one match left. We do indeed.
But we do see, sadly it's not on camera, but it's all good, Ronan the Rat King Richards in Ring 2 fighting his current fight. Appears that judges are deliberating for Ronan. Sadly, we're not going to be able to record him. I know he'd love to have that content, have something to critique himself on, but right now we've got Mark versus Joe. Mark, our buddy Joe Calistro. This, I think I don't want to place bets, obviously. Joe, I think, very, very hard match for Mark to go up against.
It is definitely, I think, a potential challenge, but we'll see how it goes. Oh!
Mark's head protection appears to be off. Hold on, let me see if we can get a judge in on that real quick. Gonna have a buddy going in correct.
Yeah, there we go. Jenna into correct.
Awesome, thank you, Jenna.
Want to make sure everybody is safe, right? We're here to hit each other with swords, but not actually see injuries.
Oh, yeah.
It's the thing we're looking for with this. Kind of the great irony, if you think about it. We're doing unarmored fencing, but we don't want to see anybody get hurt. But then you have things like bow hurt, where people are wearing nothing but armor, and injuries are not uncommon.
Oh, absolutely. And I do think, just to clarify for those folks at home, I do believe that Mark got the cut off around Joe's parry. Joe parrying in a kind of posta di corona, kind of a vadi type thing, or a very low Vomtog, and Mark just whipping right around with a powerful diagonal descending cut. Excellent work from Mark.
All right, coming in. What do we got? Oh, there we go. Joe said, you're going to hit me in the head. Well, I'm going to stab you in the throat. A man after my own heart.
Joe getting that beautiful thrust. Excellent, artful. Oh, looks like Joe may have gotten off of that Zverk onto, or excuse me, Mark may have gotten off that Zverk to Joe's thigh, and Joe may have gotten off that cut to head. Looks like they're going to deliberate with Joe real quick.
Yeah, I didn't hear what the judge said, so I'm going to have to wait for the update from the table. All right, looks like it was against Mark with afterblow. And they are going.
Yet again, posturing just on the edge of measure. Mark trying to probe out Joe. Joe is having none of it, even though he is changing off. Oh! And that back of head protection just waffles right off with Joe's thrust. At least we know that it's there and that it's not going to be tacked on when it needs to be replaced.
I think that's going to be blow. So I think that's going to be the end of the match. I think that, yeah, there we go. Joe does take home another victory there. Nice exchange.
Absolutely, and yet another match that proves that artfulness will out.
And it looks like Joe doesn't want his minute. He's ready to go. So we're going to finish off with Justin Beck of F3 Academy versus Joe Calistro of IGF. Let me see if I can try and pronounce this. Indes Ferro Gladio. There we go. IFG. Indes Ferro Gladio. And
Joe just taking a quick swig. Mark approaching, probably talk about either calibration of force or armor as presented. see if they all have gorgets. I think they did check, the judge on one of those last exchanges checked with Joe to see if he was wearing a gorget or gorget, and I do believe that was confirmed. Joe is wearing that proper neck protection. You ever been thrust without a gorget on, Ted?
Sorry, what was that?
You ever been thrust without a gorget on, Ted?
I have, actually. It hurts.
Yar. I got, you remember Phil?
I do remember Phil, our Dr. Phil, yeah.
Yeah, Phil thrust me through with Purple Heart fetter to the neck without a gorget once.
Oh,
He had
well,
excellent control.
that is not a good time.
No, I mean, the bib was there and he had excellent control, but thankfully no one here in this match has so bare of armor as I was. And, oh, looks like
You know,
Joe.
that was textbook out of Joe. He knew where those strikes were coming from. Yeah, so we got a deep strike against red, and then Joe picked up the remaining strikes like he knew exactly where they were going to be. Very textbook. I'm actually really happy with the angle. I'm going to want to watch that back later on the stream. Like that hanging parry. Oh, yeah, he's loving it. Joe's having a lot of fun today.
Lovely hanging parries, absolutely exquisite. Reminds me of Ronan, actually.
Yeah. Oh, a little wind up. Oh!
You are not lying. Joe is having a ball.
Absolutely. Oh!
XO looks like to leg.
Yeah, I think that Mark's trying to claim that there was a strike to head there. Or excuse me, Justin. Do I have the wrong name on here? I got the wrong name on here. I apologize, right?
Oof, sorry about that, folks. Sometimes we get a little mixed up. Oh! I think Justin had that thrust ahead, but Joe definitely got that afterblow, if they're counting that.
Yeah, so oh, there we go. And then we managed to get one on Joe. That was very nice. Oh,
Ooh, that may have
double.
been a double.
I think I have a prediction. I think Joe, he's been playing around a little bit. He's trying to get some fun, but he got a double, so I think he's going to come out and just finish things because he doesn't really want to take more doubles. You don't want to get up where you only need one more point on your opponent and have him come in and double, right? So he's calmed it down a little bit. He's slowing down the tempo.
And he's reserved. You can see him posturing in, getting that parry.
Well, he just doesn't want to risk that double situation.
That's fair.
And
I
that'll
think
be shallow against red, and that's going to do it.
Rightio. Great work all around. An excellent match. Did that close out our pool?
I believe that does close out our pool as well, so we'll have a little break here. While we wait, let's go jump over to Ring 2 already in progress. And we'll see what's going on over here. Yeah, some action happening.
We've got
Judges
the
are meeting to discuss.
and we've got the red fencer, ironically not wearing red, but in the black jacket with white armor and the white bib. In the camera view, that looks like he's over on the right, and then just out of frame is our white fencer, ironically in black.
The white fencer's actually wearing red. If you look over here, he just can't be seen.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a lot of red. He's got a little black on top of it, but he's wearing a nice outfit in red with black accents. It complements his hair nicely. He's got that really long hair going all the way down his back.
Exquisite.
So you got to accessorize to match your personal attributes. I think is what we're seeing there.
Indeed, I do believe that gentleman with long hair was in our previous.
Yeah, we've seen him. I believe that is Aaron Yang. Coming on out, right? So mostly red. Got that little bit of black from his armor and protection going on. And it sounds like a little singing.
Looks like Aaron got stabbed. He might be self-calling that to the chest. Definitely felt that one. Seems like he's rubbing. But our next pool.
Oh, there was a mistake. I think they were trying to call Pool 6, but Pool 6 is actually already over in Ring 1 going, so I'm guessing they're going to move on to Pool 7, as that would be the logical course of action. Indeed. But maybe they jump ahead to 4, 5, 6. Maybe they're going straight to 9. What do you think? Yep, there we go. Going to Pool 7.
And as we see Pool 7 coming into Ring 3, I do want to note that I think we may have had a warning in Ring 2. Someone may have accidentally hit the... Eric got a cut to head, I think.
And we did have confirmation. Our own Peter Morrow was checking in with Joe Calistro, and he did indeed have a blast in that last fight, as though those of us watching couldn't tell the amount of pure joy and fun that was radiating off him. Well, anyway, I have been Ted Elsner, and I'm going to be stepping off for a little bit so that Michael Maserveri can take over from me and provide some lovely commentary.
Thank you, Ted, and we welcome back Michael. Michael, how you feeling?
Michael Forrest Missouri back here. Glad to be back. Sounds like there's been a lot of fun happening over here. I've been over at the other end of the tournament watching some excellent fights. And eager to get stuck in here with Pool 7, sounds like.
Yes, indeed. And in the meantime, we do see that in Ring 2, we've got Ronan the Rat King Richards of Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy facing off as the white fencer up against our previous red fencer who's taking his minute to rest and recenter himself. Judges are getting ready in that second circle. Looks like Ronan has the good fortune of having Arthur Henry in his corner helping him out. Arthur's probably going to be... Whoop. They're looking for Ivor for our next pool over in Ring 3.
Looks like Ronan's about to get started here, and all of you, of course, were just listening to Ronan provide some, I'm sure, very colorful commentary here on this show.
Indeed. Colorful, fitting, given the pink Pluderhosen. We're seeing some probing actions. Ronan not delivering those cuts, but...
Cut around.
All right, I think that thrust to Ronan may have landed beforehand. It looks like it may have indeed been point to red. All right, Ronan squaring up. Probably needs to take, oh yeah, that lower stand, calibrate, sitting right on the edge of measure. Big Hema habit of sitting right at the edge of measure. Can't say I'm guiltless, of course. But we simply like to sit and wait sometimes. Some of us do not have the audacity. I know I'm one of them. Oh, that looks like a double. Thrust to Ronan as he delivered that cut head. Jeepers, criminy, you hate to see it, but honestly, sometimes they are unavoidable.
Looks like we are about ready to switch back to Ring 3 here.
As we get ready, Buddy in the Rakuzi mask. Who is that gearing up in Ring 3 over here?
Right now we're still watching Ronan the Rat King. We're almost ready to switch over to Ring 3, where the action will be starting any moment here.
Idea, Ronan making some probing actions, some invitations.
Strike to the floor.
Ooh, you gotta watch out for that. That's one of the really bad things, not only about the one-handed strikes, but one-handed Gaisling going to that leg.
Yeah, don't let go of that blade, folks.
Hurts. It would hurt like hell to get.
All right, switching over to Ring 3 now. We've got our first match here against from Sihong Fu from Academy Duello, fighting against Ivor Leventhal of Einhorn LA Historical Fencing.
Did they call that a ring out on Sihong?
I'm afraid Yes, apparently that was a ring out against Sihong.
That is unfortunate. He did recover back into the ring, but it was already too late.
Nope, you're not allowed to dance in and out of the ring. That would be a hoedown. Wrong activity.
Indeed, and wrong stream for it. Sadly, we don't have any country music blaring, some twang in our ears as we go through this, but the judges do seem to be deliberating over whether or not they don't penalize that first ring out now, do they?
No, they do not. That first ring out comes free of charge, but any more and Sihong will have to pay the price. Waiting for the table, looks like. Ivor taking off his glove.
Resetting, hopefully, and those are some mighty fine-looking heavy gear that they're all wearing, and thankfully, got plenty of
Sihong, ready, point forward. Ivor going into a low guard.
Oh, Gaisling from Ivor does not land.
Sihong pushing away his opponent's blade to clear it, and then cutting around to that arm.
Exquisite control from Sihong.
That's going to be a 2 points against Ivor.
Ready, and they're coming back to middle.
Oh! Sihong tried a one-handed thrust, but displaced with a counter thrust by Ivor. Good control of that bind.
Absolutely. Yet another reason why you kind of want to resist the urge to go one-handed with these longswords. Can't really maintain your leverage.
Yeah, and Sihong with those ring guards is going to be a little bit slower.
Ooh, simultaneous, I think.
Yep, that was definitely a double. Neither of them caring about cover in those attacks.
Very beautiful seeing those simultaneous Milanese, though. Absolutely.
Yep. Pretty, but deadly.
Ooh. Did Sihong get that cut to body?
It looks like they are calling that one just against. Oh, yes, that's against Ivor. 3 points for Seong.
Ooh,
Up
Sihong for
again.
the arm.
Same as before, displacing that blade to clear it and cutting around, and that's going to win Sihong the match.
Absolutely. Sihong keeping that lead. That was rapid. That was absolutely rapid.
Fast match. That's match to Sihong Fu of Academy Duello.
Up next, it looks like Ivor will be staying in as the white fencer.
Nope.
Nope.
He's going to be rotating out. We've got Harry Levinson from Academy of Arms in red against Scott Lipsig of F3 Sword Academy in white. Harry coming from Southern California with the Academy of Arms, and Scott, of course, being from Northern California.
Gotcha. My apologies for that, folks. Obviously, we've got Harry in the solid blue outfit. Lovely coordination for that.
That's right. And Scott wearing the
mask.
notable codpiece.
That's exquisite. I love that. Scott playing it a little more defensive, going in for the throw.
Oh, that looked like a cut to the back of the head. How are the judges going to rule on that?
It looks like Harry had good control, didn't really go in percussively. They might call that a slice, but they are deliberating real quick. What would you call that?
I mean, it seemed relatively safe to me. Under the rule set, right, there really isn't clear guidance on how those types of exchanges will be scored. It is entirely left up to the judges. I'd probably consider it okay, but they may not agree. Oh, they are going to score that as a cut against Scott.
Rightio. Fair to allow for the such control. Now they're coming back into measure. Ooh. Scott.
Tapping the hands. Strike from Scott.
Very
Looks
nice.
possibly flat, but judges seem to think it's okay.
That might have been a thrust. I don't know. It seemed like he was coming forward, but at the same time, it was definitely flat.
It could be that it was point. That could be.
Coming back into measure.
Yep, Scott staying very low, threatening those thrusts. Oh, Harry changing tactics. Shutting down that thrust, but now he got...
Yo, you always got to watch out for that hand sniping. Such a dangerous game to play. But everyone's got to extend, so it's honestly not a terrible strategy.
Sounds like Scott is declining that cut. Thought it was too tippy. Good integrity of Scott there. Very honorable.
Absolutely. You love to see it, folks.
All right. Harry deciding to stay low there. Up. Not anymore.
Ooh. Oh.
I didn't see anything that looked good to me. Maybe a slice.
I think Scott tried to go in for a thrust, ended up transmuting it the wrong way, and then Harry kind of pulled back because as he was snapping up, he might have gotten Scott in the head. But Harry's got excellent control, very considerate.
Yeah, they're calling that no exchange, which I think is the right call on that one.
Agreed.
Nice judging today.
Absolutely.
Yep. I heard it. I didn't see it.
Looks like they're calling that in.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be 2 points more against Harry.
All right. A single point deficit, but Harry can still come back.
Harry leaving those hands out there, and Scott really wanting to take them.
Playing a little more conservative game there.
You know, with all this, ooh, a thrust from Harry.
And Harry had the right call of planting that and just keeping it there. Even if they go for the afterblow, that thrust is such a good point value. Oh, gosh.
Because he left it there, the judges were sure to see it.
Absolutely.
That should be 3 points. Oh, nope, they said there was an afterblow.
Oh, okay.
Only 1 point against Scott.
Some more beating actions. Ooh, I think Harry might have gotten off a cut to hand.
You know, with all this hand-to-hand here, you'd think these fences were playing patty cake.
Criminy. I'm supposed to be the Joker here.
Well, this is no playground play here. Oh, they're giving that a deep strike against Scott. So Harry Levinson from Academy of Arms taking the win in this match. Oh.
Rightio. Quite a fine match. Scott's been shifted out, I believe, for Ivor, yes?
Yes, Harry Levinson of Academy of Arms staying in. Ivor Leventhal from Einhorn, LA is coming in as white. That's Harry in the blue is red, and Ivor in the black is white.
Yes,
It
indeed.
makes perfect sense. This is historical fencing.
There you go. And of course, for those of you who did not see it on because it was off screen, Harry gave a little heart shape through his gauntlets over at Ivor. This is a buddy-buddy match. They are doing a little crab standoff, widening their stance at each other. Oh, I love it. You love to see this kind of camaraderie during and after matches. With the judge's call, we begin. Ooh, I think that's Harry's cut to head.
That was indeed 3 points for Harry. Harry coming in from Fumtog here, cutting into a bind, then trying to get the hands. Oh, that one-handed thrust from Ivor may have landed.
Absolutely excellent work there. You wouldn't have expected that to be in range, but I believe he might have been left foot forward with that. So
Well,
yeah.
and he did go one-handed with that, giving himself a little extra reach. Dangerous, but it can play off. Ivor sniping the hand.
Little falso manco for you.
Falso Manco being a rising false edge cut from below.
Ooh.
Oh, nice cut to the head from Ivor there. Harry just entirely missed with his attack, and then missing the bind just left himself wide open. That is going to be match to Harry Levinson of Academy of Arms.
Or match to Ivor, I think.
Oh, sorry. Yep, that's right. Sorry. Match to Ivor Leventhal of Einhorn, LA. They both have names that begin with Levin. And with...
This is a Carter Wenner, Carl Vinegar situation again.
That's right. And with red being blue and white being black, I got myself turned around for a moment there. Our next match will be between Scott Lipsig of F3 Sword Academy in red against Ivor Leventhal again from Einhorn LA in white. Can Ivor pull off another win?
Ivor from Einhorn?
That's right. It's Einhorn Ivor.
Excellent.
We should call him Einvor.
Hey, there you go. And he does seem to be seizing the initiative a little bit, so he is definitely in the vor. He is Einvor.
That's right. Ivor is in the four. All right. So we had an attempted one-handed thrust, but Ivor may have landed. Oh, they're calling that a double. They both landed a blow against each other.
Those binding and winding actions tend to make it.
Oh, that was an excellent wind into a thrust from Ivor. That winding movement that he's taking helps to displace his opponent's blade so that he can land that point safely.
Ooh, looks like Ivor is self-calling an afterblow. Excellent honor from Ivor Leventhal.
Wow, what integrity there. I didn't even see that afterblow, did you?
No, I did not. Ivor, however, received it, so he is quite an authority to it.
Good for him.
Oh,
there was a snipe on Ivor's hands. It looked a little like it barely moved, but they are going to call it.
Pretty
That's
quality thrust.
Yeah, 2 points against Ivor.
Scott maintaining a single-point lead.
Oh, nice cut to the leg from Ivor. That may have been a Geislin. It looked like the right hand briefly came off the handle there.
Might have, yeah. And with that, Ivor changes things up and claims the lead. Can he maintain it?
Sniping at those hands, sniping at those legs. Scott maintaining measure, doesn't want Ivor to take those limbs.
Yeah, Ivor going defensive,
close,
landing a thrust to torso.
Did Ivor land that thrust?
It looked like that hit center and then slipped off a little ways as Scott went past. What will judges say? Waiting for the table.
They were saying there was an afterblow after that.
That makes sense.
So that's going to be a 1 point against Scott here.
That's fair. Some of these afterblows, you got to really watch for them. Ooh, but I think Ivor got that blow to head?
Yeah, possibly with an afterblow. Oh, yep. Yes, they're giving that 3 points against Ivor on this last exchange, taking him down to 2. Did
Beautiful.
it land? Nope, just out of measure, maybe.
Talking about Ivor, I thought I saw
No, Scott.
Scott.
Yeah,
I could have sworn Scott's thrust landed in the head.
it looked to me like it was a centimeter short.
Ah, gosh darn it.
Very, very close. Excellent work from Scott. Too bad it didn't
Indeed.
land. Up, cut to the arms.
And I
Yep.
think Ivor takes it.
No, he'll need 1 more point. That should only be worth 2.
Ooh, my apologies. Never mind. Thank you for keeping me up.
1 more point needed by Ivor to win this match. 31 seconds on the clock. I'm sure we'll see something happen before then. Oh,
Did the
Scott
one-handed
leaping in with a one-handed thrust. But did it land?
I think Ivor may have gotten, if not afterblow, then solid hit to hands while Scott extends.
There definitely was a hit to Scott's hands, but did the thrust land? Up there, washing that exchange. Fair
Ooh.
enough. Scott again trying it against Ivor. Ivor being a tall fellow.
Yes, indeed. Not a particularly deep stance.
Oh,
but
I saw a thrust from Scott, possibly one from Ivor as well. But for sure, Scott's landed. Are we calling this a double? We are calling this a double.
You know, that's fair. It did look like both thrusts landed, if not exactly the same, almost the same. Oh!
Scott
out
did
of
put
the
his
ring.
point in, ran out of bounds. I think it was a good throw.
May have been. That may have won him the match.
Ivor unfortunately didn't manage to get his blade on Scott until Scott was passed, and that gives Scott Lipsig from F3 Sword Academy the win.
Very close match. Absolutely fantastic to watch. Not even gold yet, and we're already on the edge of our seats.
That was a fun one. Scott is going to be staying in. Scott Lipsig from F3 Sword Academy and facing off against Si Hong Fu of Academy Dwello.
Radio Scott's going to have quite a hard match, a great conservative game, but Si Hong is absolutely wicked, as you said, displacing with a little wrenching to get his cut around to land. And what I really love is Si Hong's recovery over his head to make sure he doesn't get any high line afterblows.
I've been watching Si Hong's fencing for a few years now, and Si Hong has increasingly improved his technical ability and his ability to adapt to the situation as time has gone on. Coming from Canada here, coming from Vancouver to this event, one thing many of our viewers may not know is that Si Hong is actually the representative of 2 of our sponsors today, both Wikuzi Armory as well as Chongqing Historical Fencing Guild.
Fantastic. Great to see it. A little 2-for-1 deal with that. And we do deeply appreciate Wikuzi. Wikuzi gave one of their signature helmets as the prize for gold of the UR.
There's Chongqing Historical Fencing and Wikuzi Armory on the screen there. Just as a reminder, so we can thank Seong for helping to set those up for us at this event today. All right, the action is starting between Scott and Seong. Yeah. Scott not having to deal with that reach disadvantage this day.
One thing I will say, they're both slipping and sliding ever so slightly on that floor.
Looking for their opening, waiting for it, testing its strikes. Now Scott did land the point there. Looks like Seong got an afterblow.
A good one to head, methinks.
Yep, for sure.
Oh, yeah, and Scott just...
Oh, yeah. They gave Si Hong full score for that.
Fair enough.
They didn't see the thrust, I guess.
Interesting. I think it was just maybe angle of the view. All right, that may have been Si Hong's cut to head on Scott.
Yep. All right, now we're now even 4-4. Scott and Si Hong after that last exchange. Oh, they're getting into the thick of it.
I think that might have been Scott's blow, but I couldn't quite see. What do you think?
Looks like it might be getting called against Scott. They were swinging at each other, and I didn't quite see where it landed. viewers, you guys actually have an elevated view of the action that makes it slightly easier to see. We are down here at ground level, and sometimes bodies and equipment and the fencers themselves can obscure our view. Oh, they're washing that exchange.
You know, that's fair. Might have been difficult for the judges as well, and evidently quite difficult. All right.
Scott testing a cut to the head. Sihong waiting. Thrust from Sihong.
Excellent bend in that sword.
That's going to knock Scott down to 1. This match is almost Sihong's. Scott leaning forward.
Taking a little bit of a narrower stance for Scott, but Sihong is just keeping him just on the edge until he's
good
ready.
control of measure. Ooh, another thrust from Sihong.
Lovely control, excellent closeout from Sihong.
That is going to be match Sihong Fu Academy Duello.
Absolutely exquisite fencing from Sihong.
Sihong continues to impress us today with some nice technical fencing, well-placed thrusts, and the ability to adapt to that bind and cut when appropriate. And his use of measure also very good today.
Oh, absolutely. And that is, I think, a key that maybe sometimes as beginners, people at my level and below tend to often forget. Ooh, my apologies, thank you. And then Harry Levinson and Sihong Fu. Looks like they are judging that for Sihong's cut to head.
Yeah, again, that's Harry Levinson from Academy of Arms and Sihong Fu of Academy Duello.
Again, they're standing off. Low postures, trying to invite
Look
Sihong.
at that thrust from Sihong.
Lovely.
Knocking Harry already down to 1 life left.
That is exceptional work. Very efficient. If there's one thing you can be, you should.
Nope.
Ooh. A Sihong giving a little congratulations to those blows to Harry, though nothing landed. Sihong's parries are solid.
Oh, a nice cut in undercover from Sihong. Good control there.
Oh, absolutely. I thought that was going to blast right in, but he just sort of paused, let
Just
it come
laid
forward.
it very gently.
Beautiful work. I do believe that we've moved as a point from in this match and in our previous matches. They're coming to guard once again. I think we've fully weeded out all the buffaloes from this pool. Absolutely exquisite blade work from these two.
There's a flat cut from Sihong. Looks like they might be calling it good. In the previous exchange, they gave Sihong is self-calling flat. Excellent honor from Sihong there, showing his integrity.
Expect nothing less.
Yeah.
Coming to guard once again, and Sihong gets that blow to head.
I saw a thrust. Yep, that thrust from Sihong. Those thrusts, he has been wicked with those thrusts today.
My goodness, absolutely. We love to see these thrusts. We often think of Longsword as such a cut-centric, and forget that point does excellent work, not only to displace, but to just penetrate so deep. And you can penetrate your hunger with Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats.
That was Sihong Fu from Academy Duello winning that last match. But there's nothing quite like Small Sword Pete's Quality Meats.
Indeed. And oh, we're on to pool 10 in the 3rd ring. That'll be set up in just a minute or two. Oh, Lord, that was exhilarating. All right, they're calling out the names. Got 4 or 5 competitors.
Oh, we're going to have, sounds like, we got pool 10 here. We got Andy Huang is going to be joining us in this pool. And for those of you who don't remember, we were watching Andy earlier. Andy happens to have an extremely light longsword from Castile Armory and using mostly one-handed, and it has been a whole lot of fun to watch him fence a rapier with a longsword.
Absolutely exquisite, and it really does show not only his ability to sort of code switch, if you're familiar with that phrase, but Andy is also just, he's fun to fight, let's be honest. A lot of these guys, especially in this second round of pools, we're seeing a lot of high-end fencers, not just like Joe and Andy, but folks like Ronan as well, who are bringing something unique to the table, but are all a fun defense. We've got more than a few fencers walking around, giving each other a bit of time to warm up, collecting gear, getting the right gloves in order, finding their tables, finding their rings. And looking at...
We've been given a request to do commentary highlights. That may happen, that may not happen, but I'd like to think that all of the commentary is a highlight today.
You know, that's a fair point. We did have a commenter earlier in, I believe, either the URG stream or this stream who did say that they came to support one of the very specific fencers. I believe they said, I came for Iz, I stayed for the comments. Very much appreciate that comment. Right now, we're still waiting on pools getting ready in Ring 3.
You know, this live stream is only possible with support by viewers like you. So please like, comment, and subscribe, and support us to grow real commentating in HEMA tournaments. A live stream worth watching.
Indeed, brought to you by the Historical Fencing Network, predominant labors of Ted Elsner. Right now, I'm watching a fight we unfortunately don't have on screen. Peter Morrow, that small sword Pete.
Here we go, now on screen.
Hell yeah. Looks like Peter...
Oh, that is small sword Pete, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Looks like he may have gotten Unterswerk, a little rising Zwerkau, to his arms.
Right now, he's standing and looking imposing, but you know that's a man with quality meat.
Absolutely. A man who knows how to cure it and cook it. And thankfully, I do believe Peter, a very artful, graceful fencer. In particular, he knows how to win with grace and lose with it in equal measure. And Peter is exceptionally considerate and kind on and off the ring.
And that crash.
That may have been a double thrust.
Here in Ring 3, Andy has finished combing his hair, and we are ready to... This is going to be Andy Huang of the Black Tigers against Elliot Cosgrove from Indes Ferox Gladio. Neither of these are Californian. Andy coming from Nevada, Reno, Nevada, and Elliot coming from Portland, Oregon.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of excited to see this. They're both dressed quite snazzily, and Elliot's got an exceptional get-up. If you can see that, folks, he's got the puffed and slashed hips and sleeves over his shoulders with a gray jacket. And then Andy's got those nice big white shin guards.
I'm expecting that one-handed work, and there it is coming out from Andy using that longsword like a rapier. Absolutely. And his opponent is looking to match. Are we watching longsword? Are we watching sidesword? I don't really know. Oh, and it's a disarm!
I'm not sure if that counts as a disarm or so much as Elliot tossing the weapon in shock. I think maybe there was a cut to head Andy.
We came for the fencing, but we stayed for the fun. Self-call from Andy. There was contact from Elliot.
Good work on Andy's part, keeping it honorable. Very nice work. Expect nothing less from the gent.
That's going to be an afterblow. That's going to be 1 point against Andy. Andy coming in. Elliot moving between guards in Meyer style.
Very fluid work from Elliot.
Andy, one-handed cut to the arm. He comes out so fast with that longsword.
Exceptional tempo, exceptional speed. Absolutely marvelous to see it. Lovely little counter on the inside. Underneath that, was it Posture of Ox that Elliot was using?
We're talking about Andy?
Sorry, no. It seemed like Andy came underneath.
Oh, yes, that's right. He was in an O's position, Elliot was. Andy again coming out like a rapier or sidesword, almost strike. Little short. Yep. Elliot not quite sure what to make of this opponent. Coming in fast. Can he get that hand? Nope. Elliot trying to wait out. That looked like double thrust.
Yeah, Andy just couldn't get out of the way fast enough. It almost was too late or out of tempo, but gosh dang, Elliot just has such a long stride. He can just tower right through a lot of that empty measure.
Siggy Light will have on HEMA Longsword tournaments, and I think we've got a very good example of that here today. Watching Andy fence one-handed with this longsword from Castile Armory.
Absolutely excellent work, and I am inclined to agree. While the Siggy Light doesn't appear to reach the short length that this maybe 42-inch or 40-inch Castile blade is, that light sword altogether, we're going to see, thrust like that. Judges calling it. Thank you, judges.
Looks like Elliot may have just, yep, they're giving that one to Elliot. That Elliot might take this match, the first loss. Oh, no, Andy did land that thrust against Elliot. That was 3 points for Andy.
Nice.
All right,
can
Elliot
Andy
thinking he
maintain
might
this?
try to do blade engagement because Andy doesn't have a lot of control over that sword with one hand on it.
But Andy can disengage. That's the one thing. He can do those quick.
He's fast, he's athletic, and he knows how to use it.
Ooh, Elliot trying to do his own one-handed work. Gaislin and thrust before that. Not landing, not finding purchase. Oh!
Up,
Oh!
Andy coming in with the lunge, then turning it into a cross cut that looked like a cut 5 for those of you who follow British Saber.
Absolutely beautiful work.
Or sorry, that would be a cut 6, I suppose, came from the left side. Did it land? Was it good? Is that going to give Andy the match?
I think it might.
Oh, they're saying there's an afterblow. And that was against Andy, the initial strike.
We are
So a
tied.
2-2, a tie between Andy Huang and Elliot Cosgrove.
Not a terrible way to end this match, honestly. Very, other than that, I think single-double, quite clean. Excellent work from them both. Proud to see it.
That is true. A lot of fun here today. Next match, we've got Rodney Bruner in red from On Guard Fencing against Hector Farias.
Radio, excited to see Hector return to this ring as well as Rodney. Going to be interesting to see their matchup. If I remember correctly, they're both more of these tentative, choppy fighters, but they've both got, if I remember correctly, very decent swords and excellent sense of strength and power, as well as fairly good control over their tempo. What say you?
I think it is indeed going to be an interesting match to watch, and we've seen several matches already today, but from these two fencers. We've got a moment. We've got Hector walking over there. He's got that red jacket on, being the white fencer. Rodney in black is our red fencer. So again, remember that red is white and black is red for
Color
this
theory. Oh, man.
Rodney coming here from On Guard, which is hosting this tournament on an extensive amount of judge training, and they've provided all of the judges for this event. They have worked very hard, and it shows.
Absolutely excellent judging and consistently fairly high quality, higher quality than if I remember my SoCal Sword Fight streams correctly or anecdotes. There were many challenging calls at SoCal Sword Fight, but thankfully here at Sword Crush, we've got it seemingly in the bag.
I'm not going to throw shade on any specific events, but I'll just say that the judging here has been above average.
Ooh.
A nice parry.
Ooh.
2 whiffs. Oh,
Ooh.
It was a thrust and then a cut from Hector. Rodney maybe also getting something in.
Hector might have gotten a slice to body or a thrust that was passé. Nope, to head, never mind.
Yeah, looked like Hector actually landed the thrust and then cut around.
Gotcha.
All right, coming in for round 2 here. Hector keeping that point out, trying to keep Rodney at bay, not letting him close. Oh, Hector throwing a nice thrust right into the throat.
Exquisite.
Rodney struggling against Hector. Both of these fairly tall fencers here today.
Indeed, and almost evenly matched. It does seem like Hector has perhaps a not quite evenly armored.
Cut, and then as soon as Rodney went to try to parry that cut, Hector went around with either a schnappen or a zwerhau, and landed that on the arm. And that's going to be match for Hector Farias of Einhorn, LA.
Excellent and wonderfully efficient. Outstanding.
Rodney Bruner staying in from On Guard Fencing. And his next opponent is going to be Indes Ferox Gladio.
Rightio. Can't wait to see how Elliot deals with Rodney and Rodney deals with Elliot. I do think Rodney will be given advice. Hopefully he learns from his last exchange. It just seems like he wasn't necessarily acting appropriate to his tempo, but I think also he's been fighting real hard throughout all of his fights. He may just be a wee bit tired.
That may well be. I think everyone's starting to get tired. We're getting later on into the evening now, and still quite a bit of fencing left to go.
Rightio. We've got Elliot seems standing ready. Judges and table just reconfiguring real quick.
Some of our fencers here today have been fencing since this morning, as well as all day yesterday.
Jeepers criminy, what a busy and packed schedule. Absolutely exceptional to see this many people. And as we see our fencers come to measure.
Elliot moving between gods, Rodney just taking those hands.
Excellent, good strategy.
When you've got someone who's skilled and so tall like Elliot is, taking those hands can be a very safe way to score a few points.
Yes, indeed, especially when they're changing off guards in measure or just about in measure.
That's right.
Elliot's got to tighten that up and control a little bit better in order to avoid those. Oh,
another one.
Nope. Whoop. Rodney pressing the advantage, Elliot being a little more defensive.
Yep. Elliot using that reach there. Elliot does seem to be like he's trying to tempt Rodney into attacking those arms, and Elliot does have the reach to pull off a stunt like that. Ooh, Elliot dancing for us. We'll take it, Elliot. Nope, cut to the leg.
And that landed.
It was long arms and good reach.
Very difficult to move against that. You might try sweeping the leg, but honestly, it seemed like he may have hit the back leg, not the foreleg.
Yeah, Rodney's really going to have to close if he wants to put some pressure on Elliot here. Elliot threatening, trying to provoke a cut to those hands. He knows Rodney wants it. That looked like a double to me.
I think they might call that. Looks like.
Is that a cut against Rodney, or was that a double? That was against Rodney again. Right. Elliot tagging Rodney's hands. Rodney may have just missed Elliot.
With those big puffs, it is easy to hit cloth rather than human, I suppose.
Yep. Again, Elliot trying to provoke. Will Rodney take the bait? Yeah, he's closing in, and there's a cut to the arm. Very flat, but will the judges call it good?
Maybe. Did they call that a double? No.
Nope, they called that a cut against Rodney.
Marvelous, right on.
All right. That is going to be match for Elliot Cosgrove from Indus Ferox Gladio. Bringing the hurt out of Portland, Oregon there. Elliot's going to be staying in our next match, Elliot Cosgrove from Indus Ferox Gladio, and he will be facing off against Hector Farias from Einhorn Oracle Fencing.
Rightio, I am excited to see Hector. Hector actually bought some, or was interested in buying some tatami mats here at the event earlier. Not sure if he made his sale, but he is going to be giving us a run for our money, or giving Elliot a run for his money for this, as we've seen Hector switch up strategies pretty effectively. He's gone from one of the shorter measure into being those excellent thrusts.
Yeah, tatami mats. For those of you not from the Hemaverse, tatami is Japanese flooring that is sometimes rolled up, soaked, and used for cutting. In Hema, that was common until recently. Some insurance fiascos have left many clubs having a hard time finding insurance for cutting activities. All right, Hector and Elliot.
Matching in Vom-Tog-like postures.
A lot of Meyer guard changes, trying to provoke their opponent into an unsafe action. No one taking the bait today, but it sure is a pretty dance they're playing.
Indeed. How much time on the clock do you think they'll run through? This seems like they're being very patient. Oh, but Elliot comes in.
It looks like Elliot was passing that thrust, and then Hector came down on top of him.
I don't think yeah. Hector gratefully did not seize the opportunity as Elliot was spinning unsafely. So good control for Hector. And Elliot got off that
didn't catch
thrust.
the call on that.
Oop, cut to head.
That was a cut against Elliot. Okay. Elliot may be thinking again about doing that. Hector almost stepping out of bounds. Again, those long arms from Elliot.
He's just got such incredible measure, but Hector knows how to trap along the measure in and out.
Elliot fishing for those hand strikes. Hector not giving them then. Oh, a good parry riposte there from Hector.
Excellent work. And that's an Ensifer versus a Regenier. Hector with what appears to be the Ensifer fetter. And I believe that's Elliot with the Regenier. Very sturdy swords out here on the field.
Knocking Elliot down to 2 hit points left.
Hector maintains this. The match is his. He could just offensive for the rest of the match.
Oh, and there it was, a hand shot from Hector. That is going to seal the match for Hector Farias out of Einhorn, LA, taking down the giant Elliot in a flawless victory.
Absolutely exquisite.
That was an excellent match to watch.
Seems like maybe in his early matches, Hector wasn't doing nearly as good as this. I think Hector may have finally woken up and just like these last couple matches been awake, and not only awake, enlightened. Absolutely.
All right.
Excellent fighting.
Hector Farias from Einhorn, LA is staying in, and his opponent is, of course, Andy Huang from the Black Tigers, playing side sword with a longsword.
This is going to be fun, folks. Going to see marvelous athleticism and control across multiple weapons.
There it is! A thrust into a cut 6, Hector's flank. That's a 3-point strike for Andy.
Yep,
Did I say
Andy
Elliot?
coming
I
in.
meant Andy. Andy going one-handed here.
Tried to go for the thrust. Cannot. Ooh, one-handed
Oh,
thrust.
Hector trying the same thing. Little short. Andy testing, waiting to get into measure. Hector, again, not sure what to do. That looked like a double to me.
Yes, indeed. Different quality to the strikes, maybe.
Looks like they may be discounting Andy's strike. That's going to be 3 points against Andy.
Ooh, we're all tied up and the bases are loaded. Can't.
Up,
Oh, Andy.
cut to the leg.
Beautiful cut.
Again, those limb strikes are worth a full 2 points in this system,
Oof.
even to the shin.
Very
Andy
risky
taking
gamble,
the
but it
lead.
paid off. All right.
It was a nice feint.
Oh, yeah. And now Hector matching Andy's one-handed work, posting on the longsword. But Andy, I don't know.
Andy's sword is significantly lighter and faster, so it's going to be difficult for most opponents going one-handed to do it. Andy had a strike on the hand coming in there. I think this match is Andy's.
Right on. Hector might have been able to dominate and bind, but quite simply could not keep up with such an incredibly agile blade.
It looked like a clear strike to the hand coming in, and one of our judges seems to acknowledge that. What will the call be? Yep. Oh, they're giving it a strike to a deep target.
Yep,
And
that
that
is
is
a
gonna
later
be-
strike, I think.
Yep.
That's-
Match Andy.
Excellent.
Andy Huang of the Black Tigers.
Right?
So much fun watching Andy use this light fetter. It just goes to show what you can do with a light fetter that you can't do with a historically weighted fetter.
Absolutely true. Honestly, this makes me want to get either myself a Castile or a Siggy Light. Quite frankly, not in my budget, but obviously it could be in the budget for any of our viewers at home, because Castile Armory is one of our fine vendors and sponsors for
That's
Wine
right.
Country Sword Crush.
And if you too want to fence the way Andy is fencing today, go over to Castile and order yourself a fetter from Castile Armory. They make some fine quality, very reputable swords. They are based here in the United States, unlike most of our sword manufacturers. And do this style of longsword fencing.
Hopefully, of course, like Andy, you get super yoked and get some very high quality training.
And I'm sure most of my viewers would agree that what they want to see out of longsword fencing is what we're seeing here today.
A lot of one-handed tricks. Dirty. Oh. Oh, and
Andy declining the quality of that strike.
Excellent honor from Andy. Might call it a little dirty, but nah, that's just the game. All right, coming together, returning for the second exchange of the fight.
Andy going into foam tog. I haven't seen that before.
Not from Andy. I think he's getting ready to.
I think he's threatening high. I bet you he's going to take the leg.
Oh.
Oh,
Rodney
is he doing real longsword fencing?
No.
Oh, no, one hand. And that move, actually, for those of you who aren't aware, is not that dissimilar to one of the moves found in Fiore's treatise for sword in one hand.
That's right.
Cover with the sword and then cut around just like that. If only we had Richard Marston here with us to tell us for sure whether Andy's use would fit with Fiore's intentions. But that was 2 points for Andy there. Now we've got more of this rapier side sword style fencing here.
Oop, Andy
closing, cut to the head. That was a good grapple.
Control. Excellent work.
They're calling no quality.
No quality. Interesting.
It may have been flat. I wouldn't be surprised.
It is hard to maintain edge alignment in those heavy mitts from H&F Armory that Andy is using. Going back into his single-handed clowning. Oh,
yep.
Did he?
Oh, there was a thrust from Rodney there.
Andy acknowledging with good armor, good honor.
That puts Rodney in the lead.
Excellent switcheroo. The turntables have turned. Let's see how this plays out. Is Andy going to play more of this measure game, or is he going to keep to this one-handed?
Well, it certainly seems like his rapier style served him so far. Little rapier, little side sword.
My question is,
waiting for Elliot to try to chase his sword. That's what Andy wants.
Work a point decrease.
Oh, and a thrust from Andy. Did Rodney land one as well?
Didn't look like it. It looked like if he had tried, it had been passé.
Just passé. All right. That's going to be another 3 points from Andy.
Match
and we're at time. Andy wins again. And as Andy has requested, we'll give you a nice boo, Andy.
Boo to Andy.
Boo!
Yes, thank you, Andy, for the very booable but very lovable.
So entertaining here at Wine Country Sword Crush 2024 today. Those of you who are not with us, you have been missing out, but we hope that we've brought you a part of the fun we're having here through the live stream.
And indeed, hopefully we can get ourselves a little highlight so that we can circle back to not only our favorite comments, but our favorite exchanges. Pool 12 appears to be starting in Ring 3 very soon. They're announcing the names at present.
Pool 3.
And while that happens, we do see ya boy Peter Marrow, the small sword Pete himself, getting ready for another longsword fight over in the second circle.
Oh yes, that's Peter to the left of the camera.
Excellent work over here, hopefully. I think the judges are just
sword
finalizing.
Pete. He's got quality meat.
Many, many meats. But Peter giving a very nice little salute. And as I said earlier, Peter, an incredibly French fencer, if you don't mind me saying. His small sword carries well. It's taught him...
Pardon your French.
Of course. Merci. Peter is extremely graceful, extremely courteous, and remarkably considerate. We love to see him work on the field no matter what weapon it is. But he is a rapier main that just then believe we get to see him deliver a blow to head.
I don't know about you, but what I want to see from Peter, of course, besides his quality meats, is I want to see him stabbing people in the face.
Oh my gosh, yes. If you haven't had the pleasure, I actually got to fight Peter. He went into full tournament mode small sword because it was a birthday bear pit, and he just kept on disengaging, and he slammed into this person's like dead center in between their eyes. Didn't hurt him bad at all, but like, my gosh, just the shock of seeing that beautiful like 6-inch arc in the small sword. Exquisite.
That is what we like to see.
Now, hopefully we don't see such a severe bend. Again, these are long swords. You don't necessarily need, in classical foil, for example, 3-inch bend to count as sufficient. But we do see plenty of high-grade bends from these high-grade setters.
Pete in high Fumtag there. Ooh, and sneaking around with an Unterhau to the arms.
Absolutely exquisite, and Peter loves to pull that Unterhau from Tog. Teaches it every single time.
He's a tall guy, and so it really confuses some of his opponents who are not expecting him to come in with that.
Absolutely. Everyone just thinks, Tog, you're going to come straight down. Alas, Peter is a deceptive one. He's a tricksty one. Honestly, a bit more so than Ronan and myself. Looks like Peter got a thrust to deep target there. I think that matches Peter's.
It may just be each advantage in this case.
Oh, yes, indeed. But you know, as Master Yoda once said, size matters not. But in this case, it does very much matter. Peter has taken the prize over in that ring.
Now, wouldn't it be something if Peter won his own meat as a prize at this tournament?
Oh, now that'd be an interesting turn of events. I don't think he will. I think he would have to surrender it either to another competitor or to his favorite fight.
Winners are not required to take Pete's meat. They're actually given a choice between wine from a local winery or Peter's meat.
Yes, indeed. So
Peter could take the wine.
It's either carnism or alcoholism here at Wine Country Sword Crush.
There's no moderation.
Oh, well, except for force calibration.
That's right. That's the right kind of moderation.
Hell yeah. Now, we do see over... We don't have camera on it quite yet, but we do have here in Circle 3 Pool 12 being carried out. But we've got Peter preparing in Circle 2 for his next bout.
In Pool 12, Ryan Renfro, we're not watching it right now, but Ryan Renfro of the Noble Science Academy just won his first match, 7-0, against Jacob Zillifro. That was excellent work and fencing from Ryan. We're sorry you all didn't get to see it, but Ted is back now, and we will be switching over to Pool 12 very soon.
Looks like Peter having decent approach. Did not claim the center, being pushed to the edge a wee bit up against a more athletic fencer, and that fencer took his hand. But you know, that's just how it goes. Peter's one of those gentle giants who's slow in the approach, fast in the execution. Peter just wasn't getting to the execution phase just yet.
All right. All right, we're going to finish this match with Peter, and then we'll switch over into Pool 12. So Peter, the face, Peter, stab in the face.
Peter's getting ready, baiting, seems like he's taking his time.
Oh, did he receive a thrust?
That looked like it. But Peter may have also let go of his sword so as to surrender some of that force so it wasn't a terrible double.
That was a double!
Dang it.
Peter, I said the face, not the chest.
Peter knows how to constrain, and he knows how to do it well. I think he's going to be ramping up ever so slightly, taking center at stage right there. He's going to push his opponent, trying to cut in. Ooh, does he have it? I think he may have cut to head. Nope, we're there calling it to his opponent.
Concerned for his opponent's well-being, he went a little too gentle on that last strike.
I think so.
Peter is such a swell guy.
Oh, absolutely. They might, if they're generous, call that Peter's afterblow, but it does seem like Peter took... Yeah, that was the thing, that a clean strike to Peter's hands. Peter's going to have to tighten up his parries and windings in order to prevent that. He's doing excellent work so far.
Back in Pool 12, which we are not watching, James Garvish just defeated his opponent. That was James Garvish of On Guard Fencing, taking a match.
Peter self-calling. I don't think the judges necessarily need the self-call, but as you just saw on the stream, folks, Peter taking another blow to his, held that blade fast enough. His opponent is extremely fast, and Peter approaching the judges to self-call just to make sure they got that. Again, a very honorable, conscientious fencer. Peter is an excellent...
All right, we are going to be switching over now to Pool 12. Our next match is going to be between James Garvish on the left. That's James Garvish from On Guard Fencing against Jacob Zillifro from F3 Sword Academy, Northern California, Bay Area Schools.
California, Nevada, same thing.
I'm from Northern Nevada. These fencers are not.
Fair enough. You just want everyone to be because it's such a great place to live.
It is a great place to live. Let me tell you about it. Sunshine all the time, never too hot, usually not too cold.
Fair enough.
But back to the fencing. Oh, they're in each other's hands.
Yeah, that afterblow?
They're just calling it a shallow strike, sounds like, against Jacob. Jacob down to 2 points now.
James making mincemeat of his opponent, even though they both look absolutely exquisite. James in the gray and Jacob in the blue and black with a little gold insignia. James, unfortunately, may have shown the back of his head just now. Jacob pulled that force and did not land a strike to back of head. Excellent work from Jacob there.
And that's going to be match for James. Oh, sorry. Deep against red.
Right, okay.
3 points against James. James does have a significant height advantage against Jacob here. But I do like that blue and black outfit that Jacob is wearing.
Exquisite. I aim to have even half the fashion sense. Oh, looks like James may have gotten blow to the leg.
And it looks like Jacob got an afterblow.
Ooh,
oh, there may be a double. I would consider that. It was within a tempo.
That's fair.
Yep. It was within a tempo. James is going to have to be a little more careful if he's going to go for those leg shots.
Ooh.
Oh. Did he hit the arm there?
I think James hit the arm, and Jacob's tip may have hit the ground.
Yeah, that probably will be the end of the match. We will see how the judges call it. Judges being a little confused as to how they're supposed to show this. Many of these judges yesterday were scoring and judging for a system where you add points and you talk about who got the points. But for the tournaments today, they've reversed that, and points are being subtracted, and they have to talk about who gets hit. And so that is causing a little bit of a mix-up with some of the judges today. But eventually it got scored correctly, and that's a match for James Garvish of On Guard Fencing.
Excellent work by James. And again, to that change in the score setup, it is, both systems are pretty intuitive, but switching like that may be a little more confusing. And for the audience at home, if you ever get lost about that, On Guard does have their rules posted, and then of course you can always just like watch this recording back. But right now we're about to see Jacob Zillifro.
That's right. We've got Jacob Zillifro remaining in white from F3 Sword Academy. And his opponent now will be Nathaniel Montgomery from Napa Solano Historical Fencing.
I don't think we've seen Nathaniel over in this ring yet. Nathaniel actually good buddy with the rest of Sakima a number of times when they visited. And I've got to say, I do like Nathaniel's work. Let's see how he does up against Jacob. Just preparing here, folks.
Fences are ready. Nathaniel's stretching out. All right, judges are ready to go. All right, here we go, circling each other. A little cut to the arm from Nathaniel there, very light, very controlled. Unfortunately, Jacob also landed to cut at the same time, and we have a double. Nathaniel asking for clarification from the judges as to the call. That's our first double here. You can't just attack in. If you just attack in, you're likely to double. You have to make sure you constrain the blade on the way in or otherwise take an action that causes your opponent to move and leave themselves open. If you don't, you just get doubles. In this case, we have a strike with an afterblow. That's going to be 1 point against Jacob. Nathaniel trying to come in. Oh, Nathaniel finally landing a strike to the arm. Scaring our judge off a little bit there. Judge thinks it might be torso. Seemed clearly armed to me, but maybe it was a pinning type thing. Torso if the arm hadn't been in the way. They're calling that a strike to the body. Jacob now down to 3 points. Nathaniel doing some Meyer swinging around, up cutting around, closing in, trying to grapple and going with that sword. The question is, did Jacob strike him on the way in? Like they're counting that as 2 more points against Jacob. Jacob down to his last life here. Can Jacob come back? That spinning around makes it hard to predict sometimes where these fencers are coming from, but Jacob managed to parry that off and throw in a cut into that upper opening of Nathaniel there. Again, you'll notice Nathaniel using this kind of Meyer-esque style of moving around, making what is going on here. Jacob trying to go the short and direct route, a little more Lichtenauerian. The fencer's maintaining measure, waiting for a moment. Jacob just trying to overextending a little, and Nathaniel closing for the grapple. I didn't quite see what the sword action was there at the end, but judge is describing the action.
All right, going to call that as Jacob's strike to Nathaniel's advanced targets and all that.
2 more points against Nathaniel. This is a close match. Up. That may have been in Jacob's arms.
But Nathaniel is slipping and sliding on this floor. It looks like he lost a little bit of control of his footwork because of it.
With a well-polished floor like this, it's important to have very grippy shoes. But that was indeed a strike against Jacob. So Nathaniel Montgomery from Napa Solano Historical Fencing will take the win on this one.
Close work, but good work nevertheless.
Next match, Nathaniel Montgomery is going to be staying in, going for that Meyer style again from Napa Solano Historical Fencing Guild. And against him, Ryan Renfro from the Noble Science Academy.
Yeah, I don't believe, have we seen Ryan Renfro in this circle yet?
We have not yet. He did have a match earlier which he won, but it was off camera. We were watching Small Sword Pete.
That's fair. It's all well and good to keep an eye on our buddies, but I am looking forward to seeing Nathaniel and Ryan dish it out.
This should prove to be a good match. Nathaniel has done pretty well against his opponents so far in this ring, but Ryan is coming with a moderate amount of HEMA fencing. I think he's closing on to almost 10 years of fencing experience now.
Excellent work. And speaking of good experience, I think I'm going to hand this off to your boy, Ronan Rat King Richards, who might be switching in for me, and we'll have that colorful and zany commentary right back at you. I've been Carter Wenner. Thank you for having me.
And here they go. Ryan waiting for his moment. Nathaniel switching between guards, trying to cause a provocation or get into a moment. Ryan with one of our judges think that's one thinks it's an afterblow. I think it might be a double. We've got questionable call for quality here.
All right, Michael, I am back on the mic. How about you fill me in on this exchange that's going on right now?
Well, they've called that as a 3-point strike against Ryan on that last one. It's just begun. But you see Nathaniel using that Meyer-esque style fencing, moving his sword from guard to guard. I'm just waiting. There was a strike in the cross guard. Ryan cutting in, up. Finally a cut. Couple extra cuts at the end there by Nathaniel after time.
What a gorgeous exchange that was. You really love to see those long rallies play out without a double at the end.
Right, some excellent pairing happening here. You can see that Ryan is coming from a more Lichtenauer style tradition with more kind of going direct into the... That's tied it up now with both of them getting a deep strike. This really is anybody's match here today. Nathaniel coming in, Ryan waiting. Guards low, almost went for that hand cut, but Nathaniel pulled away just in the right moment. Ryan keeping that point forward. Is he going to threaten a thrust, or is he looking for a snipe? Oh, there's a cut to the arms, and followed by another cut to the arms by Ryan.
A very well-placed cut to the hands.
Nathaniel's giving him a thumbs up. Nathaniel even thought that was a nice exchange. We love the camaraderie we see between these fencers at events like this. Ryan trying to tag the hand again. Didn't quite get it, but cuts around. Good parries, and the exchange. Hold was called. What was the exchange? There may be. We're waiting to see. And the judges are reviewing currently what's happening. Now, Nathaniel Montgomery from Napa, Ryan Renfro coming out of Reno, Nevada. Sounds like they're going to wash the exchange. That's fine. It definitely got intense at the end there. A lot of back and forth. Excellent parries coming out of these two. Ryan trying a little guard shift, now in a lazy foam tog. Nathaniel in a lower guard and tagging the hands. Is that going to win the match?
I'm seeing some very well-placed shots throughout.
Ryan knows his measure. Yes, that in fact is going to give the match to Ryan Renfro of the Noble Science Academy.
Now that's the kind of fencing that I want to see here tonight. Some great rallying, fantastic exchanges, and like you said, camaraderie.
We're here. We love to see this camaraderie and the closeness between these fencers that are trying to spill each other's guts. Not literally, of course. But if these were sharp weapons, no one would be walking away home today.
That is true, Michael. I've seen enough hand strikes to know that at least all of us would be without fingers.
That is right. Ryan Renfro staying in from the Noble Science Academy in white. That is in the black is white. And he's going to be fencing against James Garvish from On Guard Fencing. James is wearing a red jacket today. James being a taller fencer. And again, James with On Guard, who is hosting this event and providing all of the judging today. On Guard has been preparing extensively to bring this event. And in case you're just tuning in now, we are at Wine Country Sword Crush 2024. And it has been a great time, and we're looking forward to some excellent fencing between these two.
Oh, getting right into it. I don't believe that initial thrust landed from Ryan to James, but I do believe the cut to hand from James to Ryan may have landed. Let's see what the judges have to say.
They said it was a cut with afterblow, point against Ryan there. Ryan didn't quite get it in first. Oh, there was a hand shot there from Ryan and managed to land in. That's going to be 2 points against James. You know, Ryan's been fencing very well today, winning 2 of his matches so far in this pool. I think he may have run all of his other matches in the other pool as well. And earlier last year, right before Ryan managed to get a medal at SoCal and a gold at CombatCon, Ryan was telling me how now that he's in his 40s, he feels like he's too old to be fencing longsword.
Is that right? Well, seeing a performance is quite above par tonight.
It seems like he is not, in fact, too old to fence longsword. Another cut to the leg from James there. Ryan's going to have to be on his toes. Oh, look at that. Charging in, cutting around. Looked like Ryan may have landed one to the shoulder. Possibly a cut to the head. With afterblow. That's going to top. Oh, nope. They're calling it shallow. No afterblow. So Ryan takes the lead. Oh, was that a thrust?
I don't believe that was a thrust. It looked like a Zorn to me.
Zornhow from Ryan. Oh, okay. Yep, there was some question. They're calling it a double. Yep, because Ryan self-called the strike against himself. Excellent integrity from Ryan there. Still 4-3 in our match. Ryan down in an all-bear. Oh, and it looks like his opponent snuck in. Was that another double? Oh, it's going to be a double out. That is the end of the match. What a shame to end it on the double. Well, you can't win them all, as the saying goes. That's, again, unfortunately, when some of these fencers go for the limbs, they leave themselves open to be struck at the same time, and if they haven't taken the tempo, then you end up with these doubles.
That is true, Michael. We have seen this as a consistent theme throughout the day.
I believe we've got possibly one more match left in the other ring here, being fought between Nathan King and Elliot Robinson. And when that one finishes up, we should be done with our pools and into eliminations. This might be a good time to review some of our sponsors here today at Wine Country Sword Crush. We've got Chungking Historical Fencing Guild, also known as CHFG, which provide the wonderful Gabriel gloves as well as jackets and other awesome things. We've got Wukuzi Armory. We've seen several providing an enormous amount of protection. We have art by Amber Damare. Amber creates protective equipment that some of the fencers here today are sporting, as well as other artistic cool things. Castile Armory. Again, Castile is the maker of that light feather that Andy Huang was absolutely dominating with today. Want one for yourself? Head over to Castile. And of course, Force of Virtue, that tabletop game by Masterstroke Games. What do you have to say to the fans of your meat? What do you have to say to the fans of your meat, Pete?
I love it when people put their meat in my mouth. Good shit.
Peter, you heard it here first, folks. Peter, I quote, "I love it when other people put their meat in my mouth." He's not denying it.
I'm pretty sure Pete meant that the other way.
Honest with you, Michael. I don't think that's what he meant.
We've got Ronan the Rat King here, and I'm Michael Forrest Maservi from the Noble Science Academy. We've been providing commentary here earlier today. Occasionally, we've had Ted Elsner from Sacramento HEMA, as well as Carter Richards.
Wenner. Richards
Wenner.
is my
Oh,
last
that's right.
name,
You're
Michael.
Richards. Sorry. Yep, Carter Wenner, who's been with us as well, providing commentary today. I'm here at Wine Country Sword Crush. We are, despite the name of this event, all staying sober. There's still a little bit of fencing to be had at the far end of the room. We've got the camera on that now. Nathan coming in from all the way from Utah. I think he's a true edge fencer against, I believe that's Elliot who he's fencing against.
You know, I do believe I have fenced some people from True Edge. And I gotta say, I only have positive things to say about that school.
Fun fact, I actually got my start in HEMA with True Edge, but it was before they were called True Edge. Back in the day, they were known as Haka Provo.
That is very interesting, Michael, and absolutely no surprise at all.
Saying I'm a dinosaur? Because I am.
I was actually complimenting your fencing,
Oh.
but I could call you a dinosaur, yes.
I've been around in HEMA long enough to see a few things and to forget things that most people never knew about. A lot of good, some decent judging.
Let's hear you elaborate on that, Michael. Terrible fencing? Let me
No
put you
comment.
on the spot.
Well, we have been seeing a lot of people attacking without any effort to cover themselves or catch their opponent in a moment where they could take advantage of that.
That is true, Michael. We have seen plenty of haphazard fencing today.
Of course, different fencers are at different points in their experience, And it does take a lot of time and practice, preferably under the instruction of an experienced teacher, to learn some of the skills that are taking these students ahead in their matches today. And of course, we are all waiting to see how things go. We currently have Andy Huang sitting pretty in 9th place, coming out of not entirely unexpected. We know that Castile Fetter is certainly serving him well today.
That is true, Michael. He's certainly been putting it to great effect.
We are actually now placing bets as to whether or not there will be a rules change next year called the Andy Huang rule as a result of his use of this Castile Fetter. Which side are you on? Do you think they're going to change the rules, encourage more of this kind of fencing in the future?
You know, honestly, Michael, I don't think that they're going to encourage this kind of fencing, but I don't believe that they're going to do anything about it.
Well, it may be difficult to avoid because, on guard, there are plenty of fencers at on guard that could have fenced the way Andy did today. They do have an entire modern sport fencing program, and they started as a sport fencing school that way. And I bet they could bring some of those sport fencers in, just hand them fetters like that and let them go at it. Oh, we now have our results here on the screen from Wine Country Sword Crush. You can see our top 10 there, starting with Yanwen Shu. Not a single double against Yanwen, 6 wins. He has been dominating today. I've seen Yanwen fence extensively, and he has a mean thrust and a very tall fellow. Joe Calistro in second, Joe also being a tall fellow. And Sawyer Freschi, or Freschi, excuse me, an Italian name, not a German one. Sawyer Freschi, who defeated my own Rochelle de Bolt earlier today with some very well-placed thrusts.
Yes, that Sawyer is very skilled. I've seen him at other tournaments. Quite swift, quite technical. He's able to keep his composure on those high-intensity exchanges. Definitely a notable up-and-coming fencer.
That's right. And of course, Si Hong Fu, we saw some very technical, lovely fencing from Si Hong. Arthur Henry, which we would have been surprised if he didn't make it out of pools today. Arthur always fences well. Peter Morrow, our own small sword Pete, look at that. He is there in 8th place coming out of pool. He's a gentleman and a scholar, knows how to make excellent meat, and turns out he really knows how to use a sword as well. And of course, there right below Peter is Andy Huang with that Castile Armory Fetter. Such a fun fencer to watch.
That's what I'm thinking, Michael. Unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to fence him today. But if I can, after all this is said and done, I might have to.
I bet an experience.
Now, unfortunately, I do not believe that I will be moving on into the elimination matches, so I do believe I'm going to be staying in front of this microphone.
Well, all the better for our viewers, Ronan. Yeah, they're only taking top 16 out of 50 fencers today, so unfortunately, most fencers are not moving on.
Now,
yeah, you came in close, though. You were 18th. That's not a bad showing, Ronan.
True, and Michael, I do believe that we cut down the amount of fencers moving on into eliminations due to time constraints, and
that's right. We are supposed to be out of this building by 8 o'clock. It is currently 7:20. Just like yesterday, we are running over time today here at Wine Country Sword Crush, but we are working well. When I say we, I mean those that are running the event. We're just here to comment on it. The institutional we that I am not a part of. But the brackets are now out. We see Yanwen facing off against Elliott. It's going to be Andy Huang against our own small sword Pete. Ooh, that's going to be a matchup to watch. Si Hong Fu against Ryan Renfro. Oh, that should be very interesting as well. Matt Karmelich. Jeffrey Campbell against Andrew Bradford. Arthur Henry against Sawyer Fresky. Justin Reimer against Elliot Robinson. And there is one more match I am going to scroll over. Down here, there we go. We've got Benjamin Kuhn. I don't know that name. Against Joe Calistro.
Let's see. Can I end my
Oh,
stream?
sounds like we've got a 13-person watch party all the way from Philadelphia enjoying our tournament today. Hello, MeMag. We're glad you're watching. We hope you've been enjoying the fighting here, and we hope even more you've been enjoying the commentary.
Now it looks like we're getting prepped for elims right about now. People are running about. The staff are coalescing into a little pod in the center of the room.
The judges gathering together, preparing for the next round. We're looking for some more fun. We're looking for some good fencing.
You know, Michael, I assumed that they communicated it does seem like they need to coordinate a little bit before we start elims.
Yes, indeed. They've got to make sure that everything is set up and ready to go, but once it does, these are the top 16 out of 50. That's going to be barely less than a third. So, should be the cream of the event here today.
You know, Michael, I'm disappointed that I didn't get 2 slots up. I've got so close to moving into finals. But you know what? I'm satisfied sitting behind this table, sitting behind this microphone, and watching a few good exchanges, and hopefully seeing one of our boys come out on top.
Well, Ronan, the watch party from East Coast of Philly says they love your announcing, you and Michael, and keep it going.
Okay, we've got some love from our viewers. Some people are enjoying the announcing. Well, Ronan, you know, you did well, and it is sad that you didn't quite make it into elims, but once again, our viewers are glad you're here with us.
That is adorable, Michael. Personally, gotta shout out Philadelphia. Love that place. Never been there. Never been there. Probably never will. But
You know,
now I've got a newfound love for the I almost said state, the city of Philadelphia.
you know, I actually once fenced in a chapel in Philadelphia. It was beautiful and wonderful, and I don't remember the name of the university we were at, but it was a great experience.
Now I do believe. Oh, never mind. We're getting started with eliminations.
It's going to be a good time. Now, who do we have here? Is it going to be Peter? Okay, who is going to be? I see Andy waiting.
We see our judge standing.
It was Villanova University where I fenced in a chapel. Just got a comment message from my wife.
I do believe Ted has been thinking about the idea of purchasing as a fencing club.
If I could find one with parking.
And Ted says he's trying to find one with parking.
You know, we almost bought a church at the Noble Sites Academy, but we had a developer come in and undercut us and tore down the church. Okay. It's going to be a little bit noisy here, but that's all right. We're in for good fun. Is that Elliot I see walking over? Who is going to be our first match in Ring 3? It sounds like it's going to be Yan Wen Shu against Elliot Cosgrove. There is Yan Wen.
Now, unfortunately, I did not get a chance to see any fencing from Elliot today, but I've seen plenty from Yan Wen, and Yan Wen is an excellent, very agile fencer.
Yanwen has a lunge that surprises people even for his reach. That Shu out of Italian Renaissance Swordsmanship Academy. He's going to be facing off against Elliot Cosgrove from Indus Ferox Gladio. We've got some people watching the stream here from Michigan and New Hampshire. Shout out to our viewers. We got Yanwen with Elliot. Again, look at that reach from Yanwen. Oh, a light thrust. Looks like one of the judges saw it. Yanwen again. Yanwen landing the point. Excellent integrity out of Yanwen there. Yanwen is a very tall fencer. It's hard to tell because Elliot is also extremely tall, but Yanwen might be even taller. It's hard to tell, but both these men are giants, and Yanwen can really put those long legs to good use when he wants to.
And now I do believe we saw contact there, but it seems a little light, and the judges are...
Seems like there is some question.
One of the judges is playing peekaboo.
That looks like 2 thumbs down from one of our judges here.
That is a double, I do believe. Yeah. Oh.
They're calling that a strike against Elliot for 2 points.
Never mind. Fool me once.
Elliot at 5 points now. Yanwen with that thrust out of nowhere, but Elliot did get his point in. That is a double.
Now it seems that we're not seeing the same amount of well-executed thrusts that we usually get from Yanwen.
Well, the thing is, Elliot, too, has so much range. Oh, there was a thrust from Yanwen. Do you
Even
see that
bringing up the
swordman?
mask.
That was a beautiful thrust.
You know, I'm surprised that Yanwen's sword is still straight.
Yeah. Elliot retreating to the edge of the ring here with Yanwen pushing back. Yanwen really with that athletic footwork. Anyone who's never fenced Yanwen before is always going to be surprised by how quickly he can explode out.
Elliot does seem to be switching up his game to adapt to Yanwen's style.
That looked like match to me. I saw a thrust from Yanwen and then a cut to the leg. But one of our judges is not happy with the quality. They thought maybe Elliot might have had something.
I do believe our judge is calling one of the fencers a goofy goober, and we're not going to see a... Oh. I think that's...
They're calling that as a cut for Elliot against Yanwen to a deep target.
I do believe that was cut to head. That was parry reversed.
Thrust to the arm. One of our judges is waving it away. I saw the thrust land. Yanwen doesn't like it either. May have been just short. I saw clothing move. I guess it's with the poofy, Lance Connect style clothing there. It can make the clothing get caught and move without a balance.
We're seeing a yellow card come out. One judge called the exchange. The other hit him with a nah-uh. And now we're seeing a yellow card.
Oh, possibly for a ring out. Shouldn't be carding for a ring out.
Hands.
Yep, Yanwen got that one off, and our judge agrees with it this time. That's going to be match for Yanwen Shu of Italian Renaissance Swordsmanship Academy. Yanwen hailing from Northern California here.
Now that was a wonderful exchange. Plenty of things to talk about there. I was even tripping over Michael on that one. There was so much going on. What a fantastic display of fencing here.
And Yanwen did really well, but I am very excited for our next match. We get to see Small Sword Pete face off against the Andy Huang and his Castile Fetter.
Now, as we've established before, Andy's being a little bit of a goofy goober. Fencing with a one-handed style, practically going for almost a side sword, proto-rapier style with his longsword. That longsword is small and light enough to use like a one-handed weapon.
That's right, and we are updating the names right now. It's going to be Andy Huang in red. You see him going for that almost like an epee style of fencing there. Andy declining the quality on that, but the judges think it was good.
You know, Michael, I'm not sure if that longsword is small. That is a very tiny longsword. I'm surprised that it's even allowed.
You know, it's not small based on historical measurements. That's maybe about the same size as a longsword you might see Fiore using, you know, a nice good 14th century longsword. However, it is exceptionally light, and with a early style longsword profile and that light weight, it enables Andy to do things that you'd never think you could get a sword.
And now, I have seen those Castile blades, and they're rather thin. I don't even think I can... Is it shiltless?
It does have a tiny shield.
Yeah.
Yep. That's another thrust from Andy. That will take the match for him now. And again, here we are watching live what a light feather can do for your longsword fencing.
Now, might inspire a rule change. I was talking to Andrew Bradford earlier, and he expressed how Andy was talking about how he would do this at SoCal. And honestly, it's been built up as a little joke. I do think he's clowning a little bit. I think he's trying to have fun with it.
Oh, there's no question. Andy is doing this on purpose, Tim. The thing about these rule sets is some of the fencers here, they're here to fence historically. They're here to showcase a style, but not all of the fencers are here to do that. Some of the fencers are here because they're competitive. They want to win. In Andy's case, Andy's not even really a longsword fencer, and he's here because he wants to see what he can do given the rule set that he's been given.
Now, once again, we may see a rule change next year because of this. That Castile rapier is... Not rapier, sorry, longsword. Sorry, I tripped myself up a little bit there. He's using it like a rapier.
That's
yeah.
right.
Maybe not going to be in the cards next year. It's a little bit of a toss-up whether or not that should be allowed.
So the question is, are they going to require a minimum weight of feathers? A lot of people would be strongly opposed to that. People are worried about feathers hitting hard, and be real, Andy's feather is not hitting hard. But others may think that maybe they should just ban one-handed strikes, but there is historical evidence of those one-handed strikes, at least cuts. We've now got Si Hong Fu of Academy Duello fighting off against Matt Karmelich from House of Blades. Sihon showed us some very technical fencing earlier today. But Matt's taking an early lead with a hit to the hand there. Sihon coming in against the... Oh, there's a strike there. Did you catch that one, Ronan?
No, Michael, I didn't see any scoring actions there, and I'm not sure the judges did either. That may have been a false hold.
Up, that was 3 points for Seong. Seong taking the lead is now 5-4. Seong, a little tippy thrust to the hand of his opponent there, still worth 2 points for that lightest touch. Now, some people believe that thrusts should have deep penetration to count, but deep thrusts are more likely to injure the opponent, so they're being extra careful here by allowing these light attacks. In that case, we had a cut to the hand, I think, from against Seong. Seong's now down to 3.
Now,
Seong.
I do believe there is an argument to be made about light opponent, at least by pain compliance. If one fencer can get out of range while covered.
That may well be, Ronan. But, you know, you could always just assume that every sword is 2 inches longer and just assume that every light thrust would penetrate enough to cause injury. Looks like there was a cut against Sihong's hand there with afterblow. That's going to take us down to 2. Oh, nope, that was against Matt with Afterblow. That's going to give Si Hong Fu the match. That's Si Hong Fu from Academy Duello. That was a growl there from our local Ronin Rat King.
Unfortunately, I am getting a little bit hungry, and I did attempt to eat the microphone. I apologize for those at home, especially my friends from Philadelphia. I will not be trying to consume inanimate objects again tonight. At least I hope not.
Looks like we are waiting on one last top 16 match. Going to be between Ryan Renfro of the Noble Science Academy against Arthur Henry from Sacramento Historical Fencing. This is going to be pretty exciting for Ted and I, since we are the coaches of these two respective students.
Now, in my promise, I have whipped open a jar of peanuts. Carter, do you want a handful of my nuts? Okay, all right. I'll keep
I
them
think
to
Carter
myself
would rather
then.
have some of Pete's meat.
True. He has been all over Pete's meat recently. Carter, I don't think that sentence was appropriate for the air.
But we do enjoy Pete's meat over here at the Historical Fencing Network.
We do. He makes some very fine meats. You know, back home, Michael, we call him the Charcuterie King. Although I did make that up just now, we definitely should call him that. His meats are fantastic.
I agree. Pete, the Charcuterie King.
Peter, what do you think about being called the Charcuterie King?
I'm okay.
Peter responds, quote, "I'm okay."
He's better than okay. Peter is excellent.
He's better than okay, and apparently, according to Peter earlier, he's getting mouthfuls of meat in between matches. I'm hoping that's filling enough to keep him energized between these.
Well, Peter's now done for the day, so he should be okay now.
Hold on, he is?
Oh, looks like we've got a match about to start in our ring here. Yanwen Shu against Andy Huang. This should be an exciting one. Yanwen with that amazing reach. Andy with that very light feather. Andy going... Oh, looks like Yanwen landed one. It looked like it was foot to me, but they're calling it leg or target. That's 2 points against Andy. Thing is, Andy has a short feather. Can he close against Yanwen? Oh, look, that looked like a parry. Cut around. I think that was a cut for Andy with Afterblow. That'll take Yanwen down a point.
Now, it does seem that Andy is starting to use two hands on his longsword. Maybe he's having second thoughts as he's getting into the latter half of this tournament.
Well, Yanwen just has such impressive reach, and he knows how to use it. This may be the end of Andy's reign of terror. Waiting for the call. Was that a thrust? Yes, that was a successful thrust from Yanwen. Andy's down to 2 points left. A parry from Andy. Parry, riposte, nothing landing. Up, Andy cut around into the head. That did look like a successful headshot from Andy, but was there anything from Yanwen?
No, I don't believe so, though I might have seen a hypothetical first cut to the arm. I'm not entirely sure the judges are going to call it that way.
You know, I think the judges may be hesitant to give Andy those points here. Oh, back of the head. They're calling it a strike to the back of the head because Yanwen lunged in so deep that he was leaning forward, presenting the back of his head. That might end up being... That looks like they're washing the exchange. I didn't hear a penalty, but... All right, yeah, Andy's going to have to try that again if he wants to get any points out of this. Yanwen threatening the leg. Andy cutting around. Yanwen might have landed something first. Is that a double? Is that an afterblow? has Andy met the limits of this style? Looks like that was a double. Cannot double out in the elimination, so they can take as many of those as they want. Nope. Janman going for that thrust. Did it land? It looked like the thrust from Janman might have been passe. Could you see?
I don't think it was passe. I think I saw a bend there.
Has finally knocked Andy out of the running. It's been a good run, Andy. We've enjoyed you and your Castile Armories Feder, but that will be the end for Andy here in the quarterfinals.
No more goofiness from Andy, and we're gonna see some more excellent thrusts from Janman.
Back in the other side of the room, we've got a very tight match between Ryan Renfro and Arthur Henry. They're currently 3-3. You can't see this on the camera right now, but it's exciting stuff. If you had been here in the room with us, attending us at Wine Country Sword Crush, you too would be able to see the action on Team Scorecard. We will be back in Ring 3 with more matches in just a little bit.
Well,
Looks like we are ready to go again. This is Si Hong Fu from Academy Duello against Justin Ryan, who traveled a long way away when they actually don't live that far apart. Si Hong being from Vancouver and Justin coming out of Seattle, both in the Pacific Northwest.
Now, Michael, I do think I blinked during that exchange. What did
blink
you
and
see
you'll
there?
miss it. It looked to me like Si Hong may have parried off an attack by Justin and then thrown a cut to a lower opening, but did the judges think that something landed from... Nope, they're giving that one to Si Hong as a cut against the leg, I believe. Nope. Ooh, Justin trying to stab at that leg. Didn't look like it landed. Nope.
Now they're calling that as a strike to hand. Maybe
Nope, they've washed it. No quality.
Yeah, they've washed it.
Si Hong declined quality with his own cut. So Si Hong again, fencing very technically, very honorably.
That's
waiting.
definitely
there was
right
a thrust
move.
to the arm there. Thrust to the arm from Si Hong. It looked like he parried the after.
Do you think it was good, Michael?
The thrust? The thrust, it may have been a one-handed thrust, but I think it did land. And they did give Si Hong 2 more points for that. So that's going to be Justin down to 3 now. Oh, and look at them crash together like that. That might be a good strike against Si Hong. They're discussing force currently. We're going to see, will there be a penalty applied in this particular case? Oh, they are giving a yellow card for excessive force against which fencer? It's a little bit difficult for us to hear here. There may have been an excessively hard to both fencers. Oh, they are really going at it. We like to see the excitement, but we do not like to see fencers hitting each other hard.
If this continues, we might end up having to give them
at these levels of force. We wouldn't see that nice technical skill, though.
Everyone would be able to gaze it. Everyone's able to gaze it.
Back in the other ring, Arthur Henry just barely defeating Ryan Renfro after 3 doubles, some penalties, and getting down to 2. That was a very close match. But back with Si Hong and Justin Reimer. Si Hong looking for those thrusts. Justin wondering where Si Hong is open. Considering Geisen to the leg. Si Hong ready, tagging the hands. It looked like I saw a cut from Si Hong into Justin's hand. But was that a ring out?
I'm not entirely sure, Michael.
We got a ring out against Si Hong Fu. He may have backed out of the ring as Justin was approaching there. There'll be no penalty for this ring out. But if Seong steps back again, he will start to lose points.
It does seem like we're pushing the limit on penalties here.
It's not a card for a ring out, but it is a penalty. Up, sword strike the
Ooh.
ground. That might be a penalty.
Now, I'd like to see how they call this, because it looks like one fencer struck their opponent's sword into the ground.
Yep, there was a cut from Sehong with an afterblow. You know, with all the penalties we're seeing here today, I wonder if we need to build a penalty box.
It does look like we are going to need to construct a little penalty jail.
I mean, this isn't hockey, but goodness me. Not what we've come to expect here. That was a point against Justin. He's down to 2. Oh, and look at that thrust from Sehong. I don't think there was a good afterblow there. That looks like the match. Judges are trying to decide. Was there an afterblow?
One of our judges is rubbing his beard right now.
They think there was an afterblow there, so they get to fight one more match. The better for our viewers. Oh, there was another thrust double.
That's 2 dead fencers, folks.
Remember, folks, when you thrust, make sure you cover yourself. We don't want to see you thrusting without protection here. Oh, and there's a cut from Justin Reimer into the leg of Seong. That looked good to me.
Justin seems to be remembering the basics of CQC here, getting down low to deliver that cut. Carter is laughing his ass off. We're having a great time over here.
Oh, cut to the leg, maybe parried off, no quality. Cut to the hand from Seong.
A fantastic cut around.
An excellent exchange there. Up, we're saying no quality from one of the judges. Yep, that's going to be a cut to the hand against Justin. That's going to give Sehong Fu of Academy Duello the match. That means we're going to be seeing Yan Wenshu and Sehong Fu, their names rhyme, matching together in the semifinals. Back on the other side of the ring, we've got all kinds of excitement going on with Elliot Robinson and Joe, both very energetic fencers. You can't see it right now, but trust me, it's fun to watch.
Now I'm loving our fencer on the right's uniform. You may get to see it soon.
We're bringing the camera here to our viewers so they can see. There we go. Now you guys get to see what we're seeing, and let me tell you, it's getting very exciting. Wine Country Sword Crush.
Now, Michael, that outfit, honestly, to me, considering his upper and lower half are both the same color, kind of looks like pajamas to me.
Well, they may look like pajamas, but they don't fence like pajamas.
Well, let's see if his opponent puts him to sleep here.
Given that this is Elliot and Joe, I don't think we have to worry about that today. I expect to see a lot of leaping about, a lot of deep reaching attacks, and at the moment, Elliot has a lead against Joe, but I don't believe this last exchange has been scored yet.
Joe who?
Joe Calistro.
Joe Mama.
Oh.
My apologies, Michael. I simply had to. I felt an itch in my soul, and I just had to let that one out.
You know, you might want to apologize to my mother, because I do believe she is watching this live stream. Hey, Mom.
To Michael's mother, I deeply apologize.
Woo! No exchange. All right, we waited quite a while for that. Very exciting over there.
Judges had to have a whole debate about that one.
Sometimes it's good to just talk it out. The rest of the time, we've got swords.
I do believe those judges just had to reevaluate their entire life philosophy, figure out whether or not that was a worthwhile exchange, but we finally figured it out. And now
looks like they're going to penalize both fencers for excessive force.
Oh,
Let me Let me tell you, viewers, you really missed out on that last exchange.
It looks like both judges have ended up with nihilism as their chosen philosophy, and now they're penalizing both fencers.
All right, some exciting movement over here. Ooh, sparks flying off of the swords there. We've got a pretty long view over here. It's hard to see exactly what's going on, but there is a lot of movement. Do you think, Ronan, that the color of clothing the fencers choose affects their fencing style? Do you think red maybe is there for the more agitated style fencer?
Well, I do appreciate the rather esoteric questions being posed here tonight. I don't believe so. You know what? Hold on, you may have a point here, Michael. That the color in which a fencer adorns themselves may be representative of their personality.
Well, I would suspect that the choice of fencing uniform is deeply personal to many fencers, and you may be onto something there.
Now, I would like to see a chart, if somebody can put it together, of what one's chosen color might represent. If you have any interest in this topic and you feel like you might have the answer, go ahead and make that. I'm sure it'll eventually find its way to me, but I need answers.
Do you hear that, viewers? In the comments, if you've got some great color theory quizzes that we can take and send out to all of our fencers, we would love to hear about it. And what do you think, viewers? Do you think that the color of your uniform reflects your own personality?
Now, Carter, Carter, I am going to need you to watch those comments because, again, I need me some answers. We're waiting.
And
Flair says we don't know how to throw crump house.
who doesn't know how to throw crump house?
Just saying, do people know how to throw crump house?
Oh, the fencers. Oh, they're talking about the fencers. I'm like, what? We're here talking, and you're insulting our ability to throw a crump house?
Miss Marie said the color of your uniform reflects the color of your soul. For most of HEMA, that is black.
Oh, the color of the uniform reflects the color of your soul. And for most of HEMA, that's black.
Oh, we do love a goofy, edgy community. Most of us probably did not have a great middle school experience. Maybe that is reflected in our fencing.
Looks like we have a match about to start here. It looks like we've got Yanwen facing off against Sihong. Let's get back to it. We're going to leave Elliot and Joe. We are now in the semifinals here. Whoever wins this match will be going on to fight for gold. Oh, looks like someone just beat someone in the other ring. Oh, the thrust from Yanwen did land. I saw Flex there. Possibly an afterblow from Sihong.
You know, in my personal opinion, I don't believe there was a valid afterblow there.
There may not have been. Yep, they're giving that 3 points against Sihong. Up, Yanwen leaping around, going for the leg out of measure. Up, that was a strike from Sihong in the head. Looks like Yanwen may have landed something lower as well. I couldn't see it. How are they calling it?
It would seem that one of our fencers is shaking his sword in despair.
Up. Nope. The quality of his cut onto Yanwen's shoulder there. Yanwen again with that incredible reach, and again he knows how to use it. Sihong acknowledging the thrust. That is going to give the match to Yanwen. Yanwen heading straight into the gold medal match. Yanwen Shu from Ursa, Northern California School, defeating challenger Sihong Fu, Academy Duello. We will be seeing Sihong again in the bronze medal match. It does look like Joe Calistro has defeated Elliot Robinson at the other end of the room, and now we've got him facing. We've got Arthur Henry facing off against Sawyer Fresky. Arthur taking the lead.
Somebody else said Ford's just a school of color. And again, Flair.
Someone is complaining about the lack of Krumphaus. Now, you may say that no one is throwing a Krumpau, but I'm fairly certain at some point today that I did see a Krumpau not against hands, but against the blade. I don't remember if there was a scoring action there, but there definitely was at least one. So, if you didn't see it, you should have been here with us from the beginning.
You know, Michael, I don't believe I've seen a lot of textbook Krumphaus, but I've seen a plenty of small, subtle crumps. It is worthwhile to note that not all crumps are going to be big and really out there. Some are going to be tiny and subtle.
Are you suggesting that not all fencing needs to be big and wide with large steps?
You know what, Michael? I may go out on a limb here and say maybe, just maybe, fencing can be subtle.
It's possible. I'm not sure if everyone would believe you, but it's certainly possible. All right. And again, if you're enjoying watching our live stream, please give us a like and subscribe. And feel free to comment. We love comments from viewers like you. This is Michael Forrest Maservi, and I'm here with Ronan Richards. Looks like Arthur has defeated Sawyer Fresky. That's going to be Arthur Henry moving forward into the semifinals. Arthur facing off against Joe Calistro, two tall fencers. I think Joe has perhaps the height advantage against Arthur, but it may be fairly close. And then, of course, we'll have our final medal matches of the day.
It seems we're doing a whole lot of yapping over here in the first. What do you? Is it a ring? Is it a?
Sure, we can call
space?
these rings.
Yeah, in the first ring, seeing a whole lot of yapping, not a lot of fencing. I don't know what's going on over there.
Somebody says y'all have solid voices.
Well, thank you, viewers. We've been complimented on our commenting here. We try to be professional.
Yes, that's indeed. We try to be professional, and yes, indeed, I do have a solid voice.
It is certainly not an ethereal voice.
No, it is not, but it's the one my mother gave me.
All right, we're waiting now for the final match between Arthur and Joe to start before we can really get into things. As a reminder, we will be for Battleborn in 3 weeks. Please join us there. I may not be doing quite as much commenting because I will be running that event, but I will try to find a little bit of time to sneak away and come to the mic. If any of you are considering and competing, we still have a few slots left, so please register. It's a great event.
Now, Michael, onto a separate subject. We're gonna have Ronan opens up packages of food and eats them on air. We're gonna start here with Ritz cheese crackers.
So, would you consider these quality cheese crackers?
These are probably the best things I've ever eaten, Michael. God, I love these things.
I don't know. Are you sure they're better than Small Sword Pete's quality meats?
No, Michael, nothing beats Small Sword Pete, but do we really have to include Pete into that equation? I mean,
We always have to include Pete in the equation.
that's true, Michael. I have been a little inconsiderate, haven't I?
Where is Small Sword Pete?
Have a cracker.
Thank you, but no thank you. I am doing all right, but I do appreciate the offer.
Carter. Carter, eat this cracker.
Carter is here with us as well. He's doing the technical side of things.
Carter just ate a cracker.
We are good on all 3 cameras.
Ted is hounding us about the camera quality.
So preview and then cut. Preview. So when you hit the camera, that sets the preview, then cut.
This is a team effort here, we'll have you know. There have been 4 of us working tirelessly all weekend. Ted has been handling most of the technical stuff and some of the commentary. Carter is now working on the technical stuff and has been providing commentary as well. And of course, for the past little while, it's been me, Michael Forrest Maservi, and Ronan Richards providing the voices that you are hearing.
That's right, Michael. I would be providing a little bit more of my voice, but currently I'm pretty wrapped up in these crackers. Yum, yum, yum.
Well, and we're just going to have to go without your voice, sadly, for a couple minutes here, Ronan. Now, I've been told before that I have a voice made for radio. And by that, I always understood people meant that I had an ugly face.
Ouch.
Well, you know, all you can do is make the best of what you've got.
Though, Michael, I do think that's misinterpretation. I think the phrase for calling somebody ugly is a face, not a voice made for radio.
Oh, I may have misunderstood, but, you know, always trying to hedge my bets. All right, we've got this match starting off here. This is Arthur Henry and Joe Calistro. That's Arthur in the pseudo-hosen. Looked like a strike to the head from Arthur there. Joe in, of course, the burgundy and gold uniform there. Henry comes from Sacramento Historical Fencing Academy. That's our own Ted Elsner coaching him. And Joe Calistro from Indus Ferox Gladio as his opponent here. No exchange on that last one, though it was violent enough to have been an exchange.
And now, these two fencers have fenced each other before today.
Oh, nice parry. Cut to the body there from Joe. That looks like a 3-point strike to me.
And there seemed in a little bit of a rivalry there. They really went at each other during that last matchup.
Oh, they're giving that 2 points.
Oh.
That puts Arthur down to 3 now. Up, crash in. Look at the violence. And the judge is deliberating. There was a lot of violence, but was there?
Ted seems to be consoling Arthur. Arthur seems to be a little upset about that last exchange. The judges are doing hand signals at each other. I don't know what they're talking about.
Settle down, they say. Settle down. No exchange!
No exchange.
Again, violence does not always result in points. Spencer's getting ready. Oh, a thrust from Arthur. I couldn't tell if Joe landed anything there.
I don't believe he did, Michael.
The judge is debating. There was an afterblow according to our judges. That's only going to be 1 point against Joe, giving him a continued lead in this exchange. Arthur moving around, showing casing that is opening. Is he looking for a thrust? Oh, there's a cut to the hands from Arthur. I didn't see any other scoring action.
Michael, I can feel my wrists radiating after that exchange. Ouch.
Well, if you were Joe, you certainly would. They're calling another afterblow, and they actually called that as a strike from Joe initially, followed by the cut from Arthur. Oh, and they crash together. These are not small men.
That's right, Michael. Peanut soldiers, these are not.
Possibly clarification, the location.
A good honor on
Arthur
Arthur's
declining
part.
something. Okay. Both of the fencers trying to claim away some points here. We always like to see this kind of integrity. That's going to be 2 points against Joe. 2-4. Still anybody's match. Oh, Joe with the strike to the hands. Did he cover that afterblow? They called that a strike to the body. Oh, and they're saying no
That's
cover of the
right.
afterblow. That's going to be Joe Calistro winning this match and sending him off to the gold. Joe from Indus Ferox Gladio out in Portland, Oregon. Arthur fighting for bronze. 2 excellent fencers. Really enjoyed their enthusiasm. Not sure if the judges did. Hoping our viewers also enjoyed these fights as much as we did. We have the medal matches ahead of us. I think we're looking forward to the bronze medal match first. That should be Arthur Henry against Si-Hong Fu. 2 very skilled fencers. Si-Hong very technical. Arthur showcasing a lot of over his blade as well, especially with some of his accurate thrusts. They've got Arthur Henry from Sacramento Historical Fencing in red against Si-Hong Fu from Academy Duello in bronze. And oh, you can hear that crowd out there today. Everyone seems to be gathered around the ring, ready to watch and enjoy our medal matches. This is the end of Wine Country Sword Crush here today. We've got this match and then one last medal match.
Now, who is that in the right corner?
We have in white Si-Hong Fu from Academy Duello, come down from Vancouver.
Run cameras.
Oh, some question about the cameras. I'm not entirely sure. We have 3 different cameras set up on this ring here.
I didn't kick him out.
We
have
seem to have
lost Carter for a moment.
Yeah.
We're
The
having some
crew has been
technical
swapped.
difficulties, but we will let you know that we do in fact have Fencer 1 and Fencer 2 with us here today. Fencer 1, also known as Arthur Henry. Fencer 2, also known as Si-Hong Fu. That looked like a from Si-Hong. Oh, they're calling it a double.
That's a double. I don't believe I saw Arthur's strike
It
there.
may have landed on Si-Hong's arms as he came in there. Si-Hong likes to feint high and cut low as he did there, but oh, good parries. Looked like there may have been a riposte low from Si-Hong. Yes, that was in fact a cut to the body after those parries from Si-Hong. And viewers, I don't know if you saw it, but sparks were flying. Always enjoy seeing the sparks fly out of these swords. Waiting for the score to get registered. The judges are surrounding the table. Everyone's excited. There's an energy and a tension in the air here tonight. Oh, there was a mistake made. We're supposed to start with 9 points, and in the system they had them with 7, so they are correcting that now. And that's why the delay. So again, Arthur here from Sacramento Historical Fencing. He's won quite a few medals. Si-Hong come down from Vancouver. Up, and here we go again. Oh, there he goes. Arthur attacking in, Si-Hong parrying, taking that cut down to the body. Arthur coming in hard after, possibly the pommel strike.
Arthur seems to be very final match.
possibly a little agitated with how his previous matches went.
That is true, and his opponent seems to be taking advantage of it, mostly relying on his solid parry riposte game.
Yep, that's another 3 points against Arthur. For those of you, we apologize watching. We apologize about the score for the moment, but it's Arthur has 3 lives left. Sihong has 9, and if those of you who do not fence, you may have heard that aggression is helpful when fighting with weapons, but we can assure you that it does not help. Assertiveness, yes. Aggression, no. Now, I did see Arthur come down on Sihong's head there, but did Sihong land a strike low at the same time? I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell either. We've got such a peculiar viewing setup over here. I couldn't see that lower strike, but it's entirely possible that the judges caught it of something that we didn't.
Now, Arthur has already received a yellow card for excessive force here today. So, they are counting that as a strike onto Sihong's head. It looks like Sihong did not get a cut at the same time. Sihong's going to have to be very careful here to earn this medal. Looked like that was a parry riposte from Sihong there, shutting down that attack from Arthur. I couldn't see where the cut landed, but that might give Sihong the match. Yes, that is in fact going to be a strike against Arthur. That gives Sihong Fu of Academy Duello the bronze medal here at Wine Country Sword Crush today.
That is match, and what a surprising victory, and by such a large margin. That parry riposte game certainly is excellent.
Arthur is an athletic and very skilled fencer, but Sihong has shown technical excellence all day long and a level of athleticism that isn't this. But he definitely has been working hard and getting better and better, and it certainly showed here today. Now, our gold medal match coming up. Jan Wenshu of Italian Renaissance Swordsmanship Academy against Joe Calistro from Indes Ferox Gladio. Yanwen being local here from Northern California. Joe coming all the way down from Portland, Oregon. Yanwen, again, as our viewers may remember, having that exceedingly long reach and some very athletic footwork. Joe, a Meyer-style fencer, definitely also very tall, and swinging his sword around, looking for those openings, and showing also a great deal of athleticism here today. You see Joe's coach wiping off his floor, and Joe doesn't want to be playing slip and slide here today. And then match is on. Strike to the hand from Yanwen. There may have been an afterblow, but I'm not positive.
That was a very interesting first exchange. We saw an attempted thrust.
Questionable edge alignment, I think, on that strike, but seems like they are going to give Yanwen 2 points for it. So Joe is now down to 7. Oh, a cut. Was that to the foot?
No, that shin guard with impunity.
That's 2 more points against Joe. Yanwen, again, he's got this reach that most of our fencers, even other tall fencers, are not used to dealing with.
Yanwen definitely has a really great understanding of his reach and how to use it.
It seems like one of the judges may have thought there was a hand hit there, but I didn't see it.
I didn't see
yellow
it either,
card.
Michael. Oh, a yellow card.
Excessive
force, it would seem.
And our fencers are going back in. They didn't like Yanwen's movements there. Yanwen. Oh, was that a thrust from Joe?
Did that thrust land? It seems that the judges are debating it a little bit.
I saw Yanwen stutter as he approached, and that to me suggests like a thrust landed.
They seem to be...
Oh, to the arm.
To the arm.
Okay, that's going to be 2 points here. Joe's got to be careful. He's closing in. Yanwen landed that thrust.
Immediately going for the thrust. It looks like they both landed. Did you see that, Michael?
It looked like Joe may have had something on the arm at the same time, possibly a double. I would call that a double, but in this event, they're giving such tight tempos for double that they're going to call this an afterblow.
Oh, I see.
So it sounds like it was against white, so that's going to be 1 more point against Joe.
I'm not entirely certain about that call, Michael, but what the judges say goes.
Oh, was that thrust passe or did it land?
I don't think that thrust landed, Michael. I think really what they're going to call there was...
Yep, they're saying the thrust was passe. That's a 3-point strike against Jonwin. Joe now moving out from a Schronkhoot style position. Is he looking for a backwards Krumpau? Up a little bit of one. Didn't quite work. They think there may have been a hand tap there.
I certainly heard it.
So our viewer who was looking for a Krumpau, I hope you saw that. No exchange on that one, which is reasonable. It was barely a touch. Nope. Oh, and that was a double to me.
And now that was a strike to the back, though.
Again, turning the back of the head is not necessarily penalized in this system, in this tournament, though it usually is. The judges have a lot of leeway in calling this fight. Jonwin bouncing in. He's looking up, the strike to the floor. He stopped the action.
Oh.
Recognizing that he shouldn't have done that. It is against the rules here.
Honestly, Michael, that call was adorable.
Excellent integrity from Jonwin. He's like, I made an oopsie.
Well, yeah, that's right. We don't want to scuff up this high school gym floor. We know these schools don't get enough funding already. Don't want to screw it up.
All right, back into the action. Both these very tall athletic.
Oh!
Was that a cut to the leg from Joe there?
A spectacular parry post, and yes, I do think that was a cut to the leg, Michael.
With afterblow, that's going to be one. Jonwin giving Joe the lead now. Jonwin hopping in and out. Now, one thing about these tall fencers is they need all of this large ring space to leverage their height, and leverage it they do.
And now, Michael, that last exchange was a little messy for me. Tell me what you saw on that one.
Well, you saw what I did there. I'm kind of waiting for the judges to clear it up. Up.
Match white.
A deep target strike from Joe Calistro. That's Joe Ferox Gladio being our gold medal winner here today at Wine Country Sword Crush in Open Longsword. Jonwin Shu from Ursa, of course, taking the silver.
Oh, that was a fantastic final match. A lot of artful fencing there and some unique plays. We saw some stuff that I didn't see before out of these two fencers. Definitely pulling out their best game for the final match.
It was glad we could be here and enjoy this today. Well, we're going to be wrapping things up, but let's remind our viewers, if you've enjoyed this, please give us a like and subscribe. And let's thank our sponsors once again. We appreciate that they were able to sponsor this event. And again, these are the sponsors of Wine Country Sword Crush, not the Historical Fencing Network, though we appreciate them too. We have, of course, all of these people, and of course, many volunteers who came here at Wine Country Sword Crush to make this event possible. And with me, it's been Ronan Richards, providing some excellent commentary. Myself, Michael Forrest Maservi, here as well. Hopefully, providing a little bit of insight and fun for you. And Ted Elsner, in charge of most of the technical work, and Ted has done a phenomenal job to bring you this live stream in a way that has, in my opinion, never been done before at a HEMA event. And of course, Carter Wenner has been also doing a little bit of the technical work and providing some commentary. So thank you all from us for watching, and we hope you tune in again in 3 weeks at Battleborn, taking place in Carson City, Nevada.
And Michael, I think that wraps up Santa Rosa Sword Crush. What a wonderful tournament this year. What an honor to be here.
It has been a lot of fun. There's Joe in front of the camera. He had a good time.
He certainly did, and
His competitor there, Yanwin. Gold and silver. What a matchup. You can see, again, they don't look that big next to each other, but both of these men tower over mere mortals. Awarding some prizes here. They get some nice laurels here at Wine Country Sword Crush.
there we go. We just crowned the gold medalist. If you didn't hear that, folks, our gold medalist just received a free entry to next year's tournament, responding, "I will be back."
And so will we. Look at that.
Oh,
It's big, it's baggy, it must.
Pseudo-Hosen made by Leo Kalige.
Who doesn't want a pair of pseudo-Ozen? And if you don't have a pair yet, you can get them from Leo Kalige.
Actually, hold on. Are those Pseudo-Hosen? I don't know.
I
They
don't know
look like
either.
Pseudo-Hosen.
Oh,
Okay,
that was
never,
a jacket
never mind. It's a jacket
from CHFG, Chungking Historical Fencing Guild. They are the makers of those Gabriel gloves that we've been seeing.
another fantastic manufacturer.
But
Though
the pseudo-Hosen are good too.
that mistake did give us a chance to plug that product.
All right. Well, once again, we want to thank you from the Historical Fencing Network. I've been Michael Forrest Maserbi. This has been
Ronan Richards.
and we are signing off at Wine Country Sword Crush 2024.